by Conviction. Minui goes forward. Here comes Hoarder. Is able to get one on the Meganar, but gets chipped down by Pobelter.
Minui?
The follow through, though, as Chrome is able to pop one. Chrome is able to pop two. Here comes the engage from Minui. Last stand, but they can stand no longer. Look at those health bars crumble. Caught out in double lift, gets the kill. Now focusing on Minui, who's trying to escape, but there's Pobelter deep in the middle of it all, and down go Conviction. Insanity critically low, will be able to bail out as the curtain call opens. The target is Music. Levitate will body block for it, but Samikin will be fed to Luminosity Game in the corner. Will it cost them their life? Here it comes. Counter-Strike finds one stun. Levitate's down. Fake God still coming through. Tomio on the back end gets caught out. Has to go golden to buy time, but there's the wilting lullaby. And Zazel with the re-engage will find one kill. Tactical on the flank will clean up another.
Damage here. It's a Jet coming over the top with the bullet time on the three. Ends up getting the jump out of Aljun, but it is still going to be an unstoppable Sajad on the backside of this fight. Aljun trying to get out now as well. Going to get the slow from the Weirdning, but Dardoch has gone down to Sajad. Psycho with another flash, and this time it comes correct of the rubs. Low Jazz. Oh, really nice flash for Tub. Oh, it doesn't matter. Oh my God. The killing spree for Decoy. Now they don't have much. Megadar is not going to be enough to keep him alive. Shutdown goes over to Dr. Calculus.
Peek and go for the steal. It's getting really close, but it's going to be secured by Speak Up, but they are fully sending it here. Damage coming through. The curtain call is open, but TF Blade with the stasis buys time, but that's right. Speaka is out of the picture. Double Lift isn't in the picture. Where is this Corki damage?
Welcome one and all right back to NACL 2025. We're here in Split 1. We're in week 4 already, day number 2. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Cubby. I couldn't be more excited, my friend. We are getting so far along in this regular season. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's wild to think that we have teams crossing that halfway marker today, playing their series, and excited to see if we get any surprises on the day as we have expectations coming in that we might have a shorter day today, Mazel, but of course, in the history of us covering NACL, sometimes this can be a trap day or a bait day.
Exactly.
So we'll see if that ends up being the case.
And with us, days always tend to go long. So let's see if the combo lives true. But let's talk a little bit about that yesterday's series. A couple of them there. It definitely was a short day, maybe a lot like today. But it was an interesting one nonetheless. Dark Zero, Dragonsteel, they look like the final boss already. They look like every nation is trying to send an army to take them down and nobody can. It's absolutely unstoppable.
I actually really enjoyed watching their series yesterday because it felt like two very different games where Conviction in this game it looked close, but they were going to get monumentally outscaled later on, which ended up happening, and Dark Zero took care of business really fast once that happened. And then the second game, I really thought that Dark Zero was playing at a compositional disadvantage. Like, the onus of execution was really high to make that comp work. They were going to get outscaled by Conviction, and they just presented so many different and better angles against Conviction, who really showed holes in their later game decision making and some of that decisiveness that was punished by a team like Dark Zero. So I really felt like Conviction, put up a decent fight, but Dark Zero still proved that they outclassed that team in that series yesterday, and we'll see if they can do so in a bit of a collegiate battle later on today against Supernova.
Yeah, again, the fact that they haven't dropped a single game and they faced a ton of top competition in the league so far. I know people are going to be looking at that near airport series there in the future, but it is seriously a situation where, like, I was so hyped about this jungle matchup. I think Kisno versus Yuji is like the definitive big jungle head-to-head that I want to see for the foreseeable future in this level. Maybe even not if Yuji ends up going to that next level, but it turned out to be just the team diff. And I think that's been the serious strength from Dark Zero Dragonsteel, is they can carry from every position. And I know something that you really want to talk about is the prowess at the solo lanes. I mean, there's master classes being put on by these two guys at the tier 2 level.
I mean, we can talk about that more in the second series later on today, but Zabuto and Spyrex, they are leading the league in Gold Div 15. They've been much better than their opponents on the Rift, and it continues. They continue to prove themselves. I know that Spyrex, score line, I looked pretty there on your screen at 6, 8, and 6, but he was critical in making sure that a couple of those late game fights went Dark Zero's way, as it truly was a team victory, and it was still really fun to see this team step up. And this is a defending championship run that we have for Dark Zero, running back 4 out of the 5, and they look really, really good so far on their way to do so. Much more dominant than what they looked like even last split, which was a dominant split for them.
Now, this was an interesting series. I mean, talk about giga banger game number 1. If you just look at the kill count there, over 50 kills at almost 50 minutes, but honestly ending in tragedy for Blue Otter. They did end up going down 2-0 to CCG, but it was still one of the funnest series we've had.
And this game was, I think we ended up with 69 kills in 56 minutes by the end. It was crazy. Blue Otter, for me, this game, they were down and out of it. They stole a couple elders and played their way back in pretty well, but just couldn't come up with the win in the end. But CCG were the ones who ended up finishing the series off, and I felt like it was a deserved win. Like, this game, for me, should have never really reached the point that you see on your screen now. CCG should have put this one away much cleaner than what they did. But, yeah, I really feel like CCG, they were a team where, coming into the split, a lot of people were like, how good can Dardoch, Array, and Breezy be with these youngins around them, right? Like, can these guys really step up and be some of the top players in their role that we have seen them be in splits past in NACL? And to the credit of Dardoch, Array, and Breezy, all three have really showed up and played well this split. And Aojun, for me, on the 4 rookie mids, has really, for me, halfway through the split, proven hands down that he's the strongest one, as he continues to be really impressive.
Yeah, really good decision making, I feel like. And that has been something that has been a little bit lackluster from newer players, which is expected, obviously, especially at this level. But then we get to game number 2. And there was some classic combos being unleashed here, but it was still a very hard-fought game.
Yeah, the mid-MF was definitely
wild,
a flex
man.
that we didn't really see coming. I thought that it was going to work out, actually. It looked okay for me. But the CCG comp, and
I liked it.
Really felt like CCG outplayed them. The Rise to Fury was played really well by Aojun and Dardoch, as Dardoch really was good at splitting up fights and finding winning angles on this Fury. Really took advantage of the resets that this champion has, as CCG snowballed this one pretty quickly out of control. And
that's what I was gonna say. It's like, literally, it was the last clip was Blue Otter taking a full ace over CCG, and then we cut and they have 13,000 gold in the lead, and the game is over.
Yep. It was a big game for the dogs.
Yeah, it was a really good game for CCG.
It was, and again, this team has been really impressive. I felt like Crimson played really well on this team last year, even though it was a CCG team that was really battling just to stay in the league, right? So to see him stick around with this new crew, to see Eljun step up, and the players that we're much more familiar with continue to play well on this team, it's been a positive. So we hope the positives continue for CCG, who for me really emerged as that. I know that it's close and contested as that 4th place team in our standings, but for me, it really emerged as the strongest team outside of that top 3 after giving Near Airport a true run for their money and really taking care of business against the rest of the teams we have in NACL.
Very true. As we take a look at the standings here, you got to remember that 6 mark cutoff is the important part, as well as the 9th and 10 spots here at the end of the regular season. Dark Zero Dragonsteel still at the tippy top. I'll see if that Near Airport matchup does end up being the backbreaker for them, but still pretty similar to, I feel like, what a lot of people would have expected at the beginning of the split. Maybe Blue Otter and Supernova a little bit lower there, but it's still really interesting in that regard.
Yeah, I think that the top 3 was expected. CCG at 4th, a bit of a surprise. Blue Otter, Supernova where they're at, bit of a surprise. The positive surprise, Apex, Mission, and Boston. Yeah, the team that no one had getting out of OQs. Really one win away from avoiding promotion and relegation, which is crazy to think about. As well as Winthrop, who I think a lot of people had in that bottom 3 and have really proven they're close to that middle of the pack standing. So good to see out of them.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at today's schedule here. What we have in store, as we said, it might be a quick day or it might be a day of the most powerful upsets known to mankind. It is Luminosity Gaming taking on Polestar in our first series, and then it's Dark Zero Dragonsteel taking on Supernova.
Yeah, and of course, Pulse yet to find that series win, going up against Luminosity Gaming, one of the top teams that we have in NACL. We're kicking off with a bit of a one-sided matchup on paper, but we'll see. I think the Pulse, even though the record isn't great, they have been able to win some games, just haven't been able to win series. And it's been... We knew it was going to take some improvement, as they did take an OQ team that was like ranked, I think their seed was like in the 20s, and that OQ team didn't make it through. But it needs to start to speed up here, Mazel, because this match marks the halfway point in their split, and we really have to talk about that relegation standing, as the bottom 2 teams have to fight for their spot to make it back to NACL against the best of the OQ teams that we have. And it really feels like Pulse is that team that we're looking at like, hey, they're only a few losses away from really being at that relegation mark.
Yeah. And on the counterbalance of that, on the other side, you're so far away from that. You're looking at top of the table here for Luminosity Gaming, a team that had a lot of expectations behind them coming into the split, because there is so much experience on this team. There is so much LCS, LTA experience as well, trying to get, I guess LTA now, trying to get on this roster. It has been evident, even though we did see them fall to some of their top tier opponents, it still has been, I feel like, a little bit of a next level for this team.
Oh, Luminosity has really looked good. I think it's pretty much been as expected, right? It was a close series against Near Airport. They dropped at Dark Zero in a decently competitive 2-0.
Yeah,
and besides that,
2-0.
they've taken care of business, which if you told that to me at the start of the split, I'd be like, hey, no surprises here. I think the real positive is it's been nice seeing Fake God be so consistent in that top side. Of course, used to seeing Fake God be really strong at this level, but just to continue to see him really try to bounce back, perform, and be on another slog towards making it back to that tier 1 slot. We've seen him make the climb before. It doesn't really feel like it's been demoralizing for him at all. It feels like we have seen that Fake guy that we're really familiar with at this level, and it's been good to see, frankly, because he is a really strong individual player in NACL that can play on his own, play smart, and is a top laner that is tough to beat, right?
Yeah.
So it's just nice to see him kind of reclaim that form here.
Well, we'll see if their opponents can figure out a way to beat him. Polestar, we talked a little bit about it earlier. We're going to bring back that conversation because, like you said, crossing that halfway point, everybody has to remember it is a single round robin here with this 10-team bracket. So you have 9 series, 9 best of 3s, full fearless to decide your regular season, decide if you're going to be in that relegation spot in 9th and 10th. And coming into the split, we have to say, expectations of this roster were in these kinds of positions, but we need to start seeing something from this team.
Yeah, and I think the hardest thing for me with Pulse is we still really don't know what their identity is.
Yeah.
And I don't know where this team like needs to start and where they need to go. I think for me, it feels like there have been some games where Pulse has actually been able to pick up some early game leads, but those games have really stalled out. There are also just a few picks I haven't been too thrilled with. It feels like we've seen individual blunders from multiple members in many games, right? On my co-stream, I was pretty hard on Bio, who I don't. If you're a player at this level and your solo queue rank like isn't the highest and you're able to mechanically perform really well, like that's okay for me. Like solo queue at this point should be used to prep you for games like this, but when your solo queue rank isn't high and you're making blunders, then that is a problem, right? So I do want to give props to Bio, who has climbed up the challenger now.
I was gonna say, my man made the climb. Let's go.
He did, because he was not mechanically playing well, and when your masters are like low GM, I mean that doesn't look good. So hopefully we see better looks from Bio, because I feel like for me, he has the decision making to be a decent jungler. It's just that we need to see the hands in order to really be an elite jungler. We haven't seen that yet. It's actually really hindered him and his team and his play. So definitely something that we're looking out for today, to see that top side really play better. Because I feel like those are the players that people are more familiar with from the Ducky Getters team that was playing at OQs. And we haven't seen the calculus and Bio that we thought could have maybe even qualified for NACL last year. They find themselves in the league this year, and they haven't really showed up to that same level.
Yeah, make sure you're following all the socials to keep up with all of these stories, all the clips and everything that's going to be coming out from the day, and see exactly what we get on this potential day of massive upsets. I think next, though, that we're going to be talking about predictions here, because I'm very curious to see what everybody was thinking. I think everybody is pretty much on the same side, and we're going to go ahead and bring it up here, and we do have the full roster coming in. To show off a little bit of those predictions here, and besides
no Deathrex, sadly.
And hopefully, you know, if we see everybody vote one side, maybe that does mean we'll have an upset today.
I would love to think that Deathrex would, you know, maybe like to play heal and take Pulse just to make sure it's not united, but yeah, it's all LG. And again, no surprises, one of the better teams we have. Again, when you look at the experience differential between these two teams, it is 5 players that have all played in LTA North versus 5 players that didn't even make it through the OQ. We're not close to making it through the OQ either, right? And now all find themselves playing in this league for the first time. So that's a really big. It's a really big experience differential coming in. But we'll see if Pulse can band together again. I feel like we've seen some improvement throughout the first few weeks, and we just really need to see more and see that quickly if they want to have a chance to dodge out of relegation.
I'm just happy to see some more games from these guys. I know that a lot of them take it as it's just an opportunity to have that experience against some of the top tier players in our tier 2 scene. So nice to see them. We'll see what we get from them today. Luminosity game will be on the blue side for this game number 1. They're going to ban away that Varus and the Gwen. Polestar are going to be on the red side to start us off. Jace and Rumble ban all towards Fate God already. But we have to think about what we're looking at for these two teams. I know we've had a little bit of differentiation in the jungle, at least pick pool. A lot of facilitation coming out from Tomio. I expect that to be grabbed early as well in this draft.
Essentially, I do want to highlight no Anivia ban versus Dr. Calculus and Hub.
Right?
That's something that Pulse could play around with, actually, is both their top and marksman play the pick. But the Poppy ban, the Skarner ban leads to a Vi first pick coming out for Tomio and Luminosity Gaming. And again, for Pulse, this is a team where the only champs they've like really consistently played is every series they've played Corki, and every series they've played Nautilus. Everything else is pretty far across the board. So I know from talking with some people that play the ladder, Hub is currently ranked 13 on the ladder. Is someone that came into the split being top 10 in Challenger. I know a couple players that play on the ladder were like, hey, look out for Hub's Ezreal is quite good, so looks to be the lock-in here early on, trying to buy some space with that Arcane Shift away from the Vi point and click.
Yeah, and you're already getting that Talia in there as well for Adam to try to get that space bot, as well as deny a lot of that follow-through engage with the Vi. So I really like that so far, but Luminosity, they had one plan and they're sticking to it. It's the classic Vi-Ahri combination for the mid-jungle.
Yeah, and I don't love Talia being picked into Vi because when Ahri's up, Ahri has a pretty positive matchup into Talia. Vi Ahri can really force hard on Pulse and this Talia. So I like sometimes when you see the buy, it can be worth it to deny the Ahri. Just not the case here, as that is all given over. And now you're going to have to find people that can actually catch this engage. So we'll be Renekton for Dr. Calculus. Has a positive matchup against Ambessa too. I do like this pick.
Question for you. Is this Luminosity Gaming draft so far, at least the first 3, is this like the ultimate 2025 comp? I mean, I feel like it's so... No? It just feels like it's been such a constant in the meta right now in terms of like it just has really easily executable win conditions, and you can find really good strength through your solo lanes with the facilitation for the jungle. It feels like a powerful 2025 start to a comp at least.
I mean, we've seen Ahri for many years outside of 2025. And I do not like Ahri right now. I think the Royal Ahri build is so overrated and fake. But it's just what we get every game, so it's fine.
It is.
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like Ahri is being slammed in a lot of scenarios. Like, oh, it's okay, I can get through lane and I can live, but not nearly as impactful as we've seen from other mid laners. That said, with a Vi, I feel like that's where Ahri is still best positioned in the meta. As we cruise through the rest of this draft, to see Marksman taken away to protect the Ezreal, jungle and a support band being thrown out by LG leads to a Pantheon, which is a nice point and click that can help combo with the Taliyah.
I like this Pantheon at least to just have that full-on CC chain, at least for Polestar in their top trio. I think it's going to be still very difficult to navigate. I definitely want to see Bio be proactive into this buy, but I think it's going to be difficult to do so with it's such a good skirmisher early on. And now LG have kind of their pick of the litter here of what they want to go for their second carry on their composition. There's a lot of pretty decent answers into the Ezreal. It looks like it's that Tristana this time.
It's been a big pick for Tactical and Luminosity Gaming. I will say the Tristana can sometimes, you can struggle against Taliyah. So if a good Unraveled Earth comes down, that's not one where you can instantly rocket jump out of, right? So potential there, but Tactical has been really good with this pick, and Luminosity Gaming has been really good playing around this pick too. So you got to believe now that the late game security blanket, it's all in favor of Luminosity Gaming. And then when you throw that Vi Ahri to be that really powerful bridge to get you there, it's looking like a really strong and well-rounded composition for LG. Meanwhile, Leona locked in, so more locked down.
That's a lot, man.
Yeah, more ability to combo with the Taliyah too. Just think it's really important for Pulse to play fast. And what I want to see with Pulse is that this is a comp they need to get out to an early lead. So I want to see them continue to snowball to make plays for that early lead. There have been a couple games where Pulse has picked up a lead, and the game's just slowed down, and then they haven't made the plays necessary to continue that lead or to drive it home. It's definitely an area of improvement I have for this team. So want to see if they can do that in this game.
Does it feel like they have enough like late game synergy with the Taliyah and the Ezreal to hold on if they have that? No, not at all. No. But
Tristana breaks you.
The difference is you're gonna have to wait till that kind of second item spike as well for the Ezreal to really have that impact. So having a lead elsewhere is gonna be super important. I think for LG, I mean, it was kind of a easy draft for them to pick apart. It feels like a draft we've seen a lot from them, but as well as across the table in the meta. And I do love Zeyzal having that kind of go back in between of this composition, but it is all about engage for them. And for a team that's so mechanically skilled, we have to see that level of execution. This is on paper a matchup that LG should handle easily and add to their win column on the season.
Excited to dive into this game. Going to be a little bit delayed, getting word from production that we do have a pause. Do you want to highlight, Mazel, you talked about the Rakan. We have a little bit more data with us as we dive through Rakan. 11-4 in NACL. Sitting
crazy,
really
man.
pretty in this league. I will say globally, not sure what the win rate on this patch is, but has been a big pick for our league. As I just think we have a couple of decent Rakan players in the league, but also the ability just to snap engage off of that big front line and combo with the Vi Ahri, also that Ambessa gets you that free ticket in the back line. Those are the comps where we see Rakan be really successful, and definitely set up for Zeyzal to have access to that back line here with the Rakan in this game. So we'll see if he can execute and continue the very positive win rate this champ's seen.
Dude, I gotta say that because you reminded me of something. If nameplates were off and you saw this composition from Polestar, and maybe if you saw this composition in solo queue, let's do that instead of nameplates off. I would hate to be a carry because literally you have 4 of like the longest CCs in the game, multi-chaining that seems so difficult to deal with. And that gives me a little bit of hope for Polestar's composition here. Like you said, they need to play hard, they need to play fast, but this is a team that has found some of those early game advantages. They just a lot of the time can't close it out or get lost in that mid game.
Yeah, I mean, they can make plays.
How long is the CZ chain? How long is it? If all four get it going, how long is it?
Well, let's see. It depends on if Renekton stun's empowered or not.
Empowered? No, let's do it all. Empowered stun from Renekton. We have both the triple stun from Leona
you're
with
putting me
the
on
Zenith
the spot
blade.
here. And
I'm gonna say it's like 12 seconds.
See, for me, you're making a nice pitch for why going into the game, Deus is probably like, all right, guys, so treads look good, right? The classic, coach, just cover your bases, like the treads versus steel caps conversation, right? Like, hey, what do we want here, guys? It's probably a treads game. If you're Rakan and Zeyzal
maybe even a cleanse game. I know you yell at me about that all the time. Maybe it might be a cleanse game.
It's OP. What can I say? Anyway, but yeah, this is it's gonna be quite the chain. The thing is though, is that kind of like what you're highlighting here, Mazel. That power runs out, you get access to more tenacity, stuff like a stopwatch, Sterax later on, like able to live. So that's why we have the onus on making plays early. Ezreal can be that late game blanket usually, because 3-item Ezreal is really strong, but you're going up against the Tristana. Once that Bloodthirster's picked up and Tristana starts pumping, and I'm telling you, the Talia is a little bit of a concern, but Tristana against a frontline that does have to go forward like this and is kind of short range, she can really punish Renekton Pantheon once she gets going. The issue is that it just takes a little bit of time to get going, so that's why it's so important that the early to mid game goes so well for Pulse.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, it does look like the technical issues are going to make us go to a break, so we'll be back in a short little bit, and we'll have game one ready to go.
The first character I mained was Irelia. That was probably right at the end of season 1, going into season 2. I would have been 12 years old, I think, at the time. I played top and mid. I didn't really care which, and I was honestly pretty good. I mean, back then I did my placement games, and out of the 5 games, 2 of them I got pentakills in, and I ended up place gold my first season. So, and I only played the 5 games. So
I'm not sure exactly like at the very early stage, but when I started wanting to maybe go pro, I was playing mid lane. I mained Azir. Yeah.
Season 4, and I was actually a top laner because back then my computer, there was a thing where like it always took at least 1 minute to load in to the game. So by the time I loaded in, I would be 1 minute in because my computer was so bad. So I had to play top lane to TP to the lane, because I didn't want to be late to the game. So I had to play top lane, and I played a lot of Darius, and then my original email is also based on Darius, but it's really funny because it's like I'm like 9 years old, 10 years old, and like Darius is like, in my opinion, like super broken. So I just like made my email like Darius overpowered or something silly like that.
First character that I mained in role was support, actually. Season 3, I played Thresh. It was when he came out. So I played a lot of just Thresh and Bard. I was a Thresh Bard main from season 3. I mean, I could play most of the supports, but those are my main 2. It's kind of like the story of ball lane of man, if I just had a better support, or vice versa. Whenever you're if you're support, you hate your AD carry. When you're AD carry, you hate your support. So eventually I was just like, man, I swear I could just play AD carry better than these AD carries are so bad. So I just started playing AD carry, and that's just what I've always done now.
First character I mained was Blitz, and then the first week that I played League, it was really lucky. Blitzcrank was free. There was 10 champs that are free. Blitz was free. I played him, and I was like, oh, this is exactly like my main. So I'm just gonna, keep playing it, and it was pretty strong.
We are back again. Unfortunately, we're still waiting on the game to get going here, but we'll be getting into it sooner rather than later. I couldn't be more excited, though, to see what Polestar can give us with this composition. I think it's a very fun and interesting one. I believe we were going to bring up the draft to talk a little bit about it here, but it is one where they gave themselves some tools, but we have to talk about the reality of the situation that these are two very differing teams on the scale of NACL right now.
Yeah, and Tactical's Tristana, I believe, is undefeated. It's 2-0 with a 35 KDA. So
yeah, it's nuts.
Yeah, we'll see if they can break the Trist comp before it gets going a little bit later on. But yeah, I think for Pulse, at least they did give themselves an angle. Again, this is a team that we have seen make some early plays. It's just that they haven't been able to turn whatever early leads that they've gotten into victories. And that's where we really want to see Pulse try and, at least for me, a big area of improvement for them.
Yeah, and I know you put a little bit of a highlight on Hub and what he's been able to accomplish in the kind of solo queue stuff, but I think Tactical's been on a tear, man. Coming back into the NACL, and, you know, firstly, we have to talk, obviously, putting down double lift in that series. That was a banger. On the Tristana, too. You love to see it. But it has been a level up of this guy's aggression, which I think at this level you need, especially if you feel like you're better, especially if these guys feel like they want to get back to that LTA level, they want to take that spot going into the end of the year. You have to be able to take advantage when you know that you're mechanically better. And so these are the kinds of situations where we have to see Tactical flex his muscles a little bit on the Tristana to really have that punch in the game.
And we'll see if we can do it. I will say when it comes to Tactical, it's usually people are a lot less like, yeah, you know, like, be more aggressive, right? It usually is the opposite of that.
Chill, bro, chill.
Yeah, I do want to highlight that real quick, but no, I mean, Luminosity Gaming, again, I like the fact you highlighted just playing for that LTA spot. I know it's a big motivating factor for Fake God in this team. I've been lovingly calling these guys the LTA rejects because it really does feel true, right? They were in the league last year. Of course, we saw changes. Different teams come in. They don't find themselves with spots this year. They are players. Yeah, it's players that have historically played at that level. Don't find themselves there this year and now have the chance to play for it themselves with the promotion relegation spot. So I think it is a really fun underlying story for this team, for this roster that will be gunning for disguise at the end of the year. And yeah, we'll have to see if Luminosity Gaming can really be that top 2 team by the end, because that we have a very, very clear top 3.
Yeah.
And trying to be top 2 out of those is going to be quite the fun battle in summer. So
yeah, for sure.
Definitely want to look out for.
It's so fun.
Yeah.
I can't wait. But that also brings us to just maybe if you're joining us a little bit later, if you're coming in wondering where the game is, I do want to catch you up. That is where we have to kind of temper expectations in this series. If there's an upset, that's awesome. I mean, it would be incredible to see Polestar take down Luminosity, but we have to be real about the situation that Polestar coming into the split and now are trying to keep themselves above that relegation spot, and Luminosity are sitting pretty in that playoff spot going into this first split of, or at least the end of the regular season here in the first split. So coming into this one, it's kind of what can we get from Polestar, and especially with this draft, trying to see what level of execution they're pumping on today.
Yeah, excited. Hopefully we can dive into the games. Just told by production that we're waiting on a player network issue, so that can sometimes not be promising when you have to rely on the ISPs on it. We do love our ISPs and what they enable us to do, but it's out of our control sometimes, you know?
I've been pressing the caster start the game button the entire time. It's right here on my desk. It's just not working. It says dysfunctional. I don't know what to tell you guys. I'm sorry.
Whenever we have to resort to that, it's always a tough time on it. But
me and you have to resort to that a lot, so I don't know.
Oh, you are at fault for this actually, because we said that we expect. Okay, so for background, Leonard and I work on the unofficial LPL English broadcast for this year, and our producer for that, or the project manager, I'd say, one of them, Kelsey Moser, whenever she pairs us together, always jokes that we have these long tech pauses. The jokes are. It's honest
valid.
Because
They're
we
valid.
always get these long tech pauses like this, and you tease that like, oh, because it's the two of us, it may be a longer day than we think for reasons that we may not want. And here we are, Marcel, early in the day.
They
Yeah.
knew that we couldn't, maybe potentially not get 6 games today, so like we need to lengthen the day a little bit here. It does seem like the issues maybe got worse or stayed the same, so it does not seem like there is going to be an easy fix for now. So for now, I guess we'll be hanging out, waiting on the game to start.
Well, that's all right. We'll see. I am excited to get these games going. We'll see what ends up happening. But until we get more news for you, we're going to another break. So we'll see you guys on the flip side and hopefully have some gameplay for you.
Most handsome player. I don't even know. I mean, if I have to say one, that comes to my mind, like, oh, it's probably gonna be Scary Jerry. That guy's kind of handsome. He was my teammate last year, and he got like 6-pack and stuff. So I guess Scary Jerry.
That's a good question. I don't know if I had to think. We can say Vulcan to represent because he's Quebec. He's from QC like me, so I'll say Vulcan. Throw a little yeah.
I think Sven Skaren in 2018 and 2019 was probably close to them. I think 2019 summer especially, he was very handsome. So I think I'd have to give it to him in those years.
Ooh, who's been the most handsome pro player? That's tough. I mean, the first one that comes to mind is honestly Reckless. He has so many fans. I mean, he's actually like so good looking. Who's the most handsome pro player? Oh, dude, it's tough. I don't know. For me, it's like probably some sort of tie between like Reckless, Bjergsen. We've had some really good looking players. I know I'm missing a bunch. It's not something I think about regularly, so yeah, I'm gonna stick with Reckless and Bjergsen for now.
are finally back. I'm Mazel, joined by Cubby, and I believe we are finally getting things sorted through. We had to reload into a different tournament realm and to get everything resorted for you. We'll be getting into the game sooner rather than later, but to try to catch some people up, we're going to go ahead and bring the draft back here to talk about some of the drafting setups that we've seen from both teams getting ready for this game and setting the stakes a little bit on the difference between these two teams. Luminosity Gaming vying for that top 3 position in the league. Polestar trying to keep themselves away from relegation.
Yeah, Pulse this comp, got to play fast. You have Sylvia Renekton Pantheon, a lot of setup for Sylvia in those flicks, and you're going up against a Tristana who can really take over the game later on. So Luminosity Gaming about bridging that mid jungle into the rest of the scaling sides that they have, whereas for Pulse, going to be about playing really quick to make sure they can win before this Tristana gets too big.
Yeah, and again, we have to think that that early game setup for Polestar can bridge that gap to get Hub on this Ezreal into a point of promise, but it's going to be very difficult when there's such an easily executable composition from Luminosity Gaming, and from what we've seen of recently, I mean, this team is one of the top dogs here in NACL, so they've gotten themselves a really tried and true draft setup in this game number 1.
Yeah, and excited to see if we can get any surprises on the day here, Mazel, because again, we are expecting the Pulse team, who didn't even make it through OQs, right? They were picked up afterwards as their original team slated 6, failed to make it and qualified for NACL, versus Luminosity Gaming, who they are the LTA North rejects, right? The LCS experience is on this team. All 5 members played multiple splits in that league, outside of Tomio, who only played 1 but was a sub. But hey, saved it. And LG looking to make sure they can earn that spot in their own hands this time around, as this team is definitely a favorite to promote, or at least have the chance to promote against DSG.
And again, we kind of go zoom out a little bit and look at the scope of things. It is differing in that Luminosity looking for a top 6 finish to get into that playoffs, but also for Polestar, this setup will end up meaning that they're over the halfway point. If they don't find even a series win here, they'll end up going 0-5 in a single round robin 10-team league, and that is a tough thing to crawl back from, right?
Yeah, and we looking at Pulse's schedule too. They already played AMI and lost. That was a big one. I mean, the weakest team they have left after Luminosity Gaming, it's CCG, Conviction, and Supernova. So probably Supernova, like the win you're looking for, but you got to pick up a minimum of 2, given pretty much where everyone else is in the standings to even try and make it out of that relegation stage. Supernova definitely looking to pick up a win versus Pulse, and their schedule afterwards gets a little bit easier. They did 2-0 AMI, and they have Blue, Winthrop, and Pulse in their last 3 games after they face Dark Zero later today. So I know that they're only at 1 win, but I would say Supernova likely to pick up another one, especially with Pulse on in there. So we'll see.
I'm so sorry, everybody. We have another issue. We're gonna send it off to a little break. Hopefully, we'll be getting this resolved soon. We'll see you there.
I can do my Discord picture, like you know, like I got 1 more in me, you know, like I can do that.
Alright, that's it. That's all I got. Yeah.
Maybe I'll try to make the PogChamp face. It's sold, but here, I'll just do the PogChamp face if I can do it.
Favorite internet meme. I don't know. Let's make a heart, maybe. That's fine.
Oh, you know the meme that it's like wood, with just a period, where it's just like wood, and it's meaning like, some things. I think that meme's pretty funny. Usually it's like a guy like being held back by a bunch of people, and he's just like wood. So I don't know how to recreate that, but I use that meme a lot.
Probably Dwayne The Rock Johnson, honestly. I'd want to go at it with him.
I don't know many celebrities like actors or. Huh. You gotta make sure you win, so you gotta pick the smallest person you know. I'll go with Danny DeVito. He's short and old. Surely I can take him. If I can't, that's sad.
A fist fight, like, for me to win, I would fist fight. Who do I really not like? Nah, I think I would. You know, I keep like Speed. Like, I would fist fight him. I know I would get beat up, but it would be funny. It would be for sure be really funny. Yeah.
I don't even know. I guess, you know, the first celebrity comes to mind is probably Faker. I think I could take him out in a fight for sure, you know. I don't think that guy goes to gym and stuff, so I think I'll take him out easy.
Welcome back, everyone. We are hopefully getting a little bit closer to getting back into game. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Cubby, and we're going to be going over some of these setups for both these teams. Again, reiterating a lot of the stuff that we had. So if you're just joining us, welcome, and hopefully you'll get all the information you need. If you've been here the whole time, I'm sorry you have to hear for a
Shout out
time.
to you. Yeah. The real ones have been here.
The real ones have been here. The real ones know. We're going to take a look back, though, at some of the past shenanigans from both these teams, starting off with LG Cubby.
Again, Luminosity Gaming, a favorite top 3 team that we have here in NACL. They've looked good. Pretty much early split's been about as expected from this team. I feel like as time's gone on with this format, they've already done some cooking, and I expect them to cook more when it comes to what they play and what they're going to bring out on the Rift. I think it's a really pretty common and easy comp, which no surprise against Pulse. I don't know if this team wants to show too much, but a lot of creativity on this team, and going to be fun to see how they're going to be able to continue to demonstrate that throughout the split.
I hope we get some more Cho'Gath games from Insanity. The guy's a master chef. He's definitely been cooking it up so far this split with the Anivia, the Aurelian Soul, the Cassiopeia. Some classic comforts for him as well. But this team has been functioning like that top-level team we do expect of them. And again, their only loss has come to the hands of Dark Zero Dragonsteel, which honestly at this point is expected for the entire league. But besides that, they've looked really good. I love their plan execution. I think that's something that's a holdover, especially from the trio from DSG, but as well from Shopify, is that Fake God, Tomio, Zazel connection in that mid to late game, and kind of the decision-making target for them has been really nice to see.
Yeah, of course, seeing this game, which was quite the banger against Blue Water. But yeah, Luminosity Gaming is I really feel like this team, it's like kind of cruise control until they get to playoffs or get to that like even end of the year promo relegation at this point. Like the pedigree on this team, it is not NACL, it is LCS and LTA level. So we're just gonna have to see if they can really reach where we think they can be when the time matters for them and when they're playing for the higher stakes. But
yeah,
in this matchup going into Pulse, you got a team that has struggled. Not exactly surprised about that, given that it is a team that didn't qualify for NACL through OQs, were picked up later on retroactively, as this was the team slated 6. They were a 20 seed in OQs, and they have looked like a team that, frankly, not exactly on the same level as the rest of the league. And we were looking for Pulse to change that, and they needed to change it quickly. They want to avoid relegation.
Yeah, we talked about it already, but losing here would put them at 0-5 in a 10-team single round robin. That is over half your split in losses, and definitely not doing yourself any favors to stave off of relegation. Again, the bottom 2 spots in our league will be contested for that here. But it's also been a situation where, if we want to take an introspective look on what can work today, is they do sometimes find those early game advantages, and it has been the kind of flubs in the mid game, that direction kind of lacking in those kinds of moments. And now with this composition that is very tailored to getting an early advantage coming into this series, I do like that iteration of them. If we're going to see any growth from this team, it's going to have to come through if they can take that into a win, especially against a team like LG.
Something to look out for sure. I mean, it would be this would be the biggest upset that we've seen in a long time for NACL. Yeah. We have no expectations of this one going the way of Pulse, but hey, play the games for a reason, and there have been many days here in NACL where Mazel, we've come in with certain expectations, and those have been thrown out the window rather quickly. So we'll see if we get another day like that today. I will say that start with the pauses. We're starting to get close to
almost an hour.
I will say it's been very nice of League Ace, who been able to give us a couple breaks as we try and get this one back going. I will say we haven't really matched the first cast we had of the year on LPL unofficial with Demacia Cup, where
it's getting close though. It's getting close. We're almost at an hour now.
So that VOD, it actually was never saved, but that was an hour and 20-minute fill that we did.
Yep, it was
with no breaks.
Absolutely insane.
That was like the first cast of the year, which was just a terrible start, if we're gonna be honest.
hey, I had fun. All right,
I blacked out. I don't know what I talked about.
Oh god, I love it. But we're going over a little bit of the Polestar setups here. But, if you're looking at a theme, at least, is trying to find a lot of consistency around this kind of mid-jungle duo. But especially, I know you were highlighting Hub a lot, as well as one of our solo queue stars, but also trying to make it against Tactical on his Tristana here. That's going to be very difficult to manage. I mean, you saw all those clips from that series. The game 3 where Tristana for Tactical was just popping off. That has been a consistency for him across the table for this entire split.
Yeah, it's been honestly, I really like the reads that they've had. I kind of talked about some of the strats earlier on, Mazel, but the big fan of the Tristana. I mean, we're seeing it yoinked by some other teams in the league too. It feels like LG were really the ones to popularize it, and we have yet to see a game 1 Tristana, I must say, played bot. So this is really, we've seen, I feel like some of the fun of Fearless is like seeing where picks fall in games. I think Nefiri is a great example, right after the nerfs. Like we saw Nefiri go from get banned every game to kind of be more of a conditional pick, or only get banned some games, or like maybe we see this pick get through game 2, game 3, like not that game 1 if it's up, right? And it's kind of fun to see Tristana do the inverse here, as more and more teams want to play it and pick it up. It feels like it's moved up in priority. Again, this is the first time that we've seen it played in the game 1 bot.
Just trying to assert dominance maybe in that bot lane 2v2. Something that LG are definitely akin to. But Polestar definitely have their match stacked up against them here to try to find something of promise in this split, try to find a series win. Again, they have won 2 games, so it's not like they are winless. But in series, it's been a little bit of a tough one. But again, we like reiterate those expectations as unfortunately I did hear just now that we do have a longer break, another issue coming up. So unfortunately, we will be bidding you adieu until we come back. We'll see you on the other side.
I think the most interesting thing about our team is mostly our mid laners champ pool. I think he was already a pretty unique player, but in Fearless especially, he will be kind of more unleashed, and I'd say mid lane is commonly a role where people aren't really willing to innovate. It's like if your mid laner picks a weak champion and you feel like you can't play, it impacts the whole map a lot more than like top lane or bot lane. Maybe not bot lane these days, but top lane kind of can play whatever they want up there, you know? But it doesn't feel like mid can do that. But I think Insanity does a good job of having a unique champion pool, but not having like many picks where I feel like he can't do anything. That's a hard one. I mean, I don't watch a lot of anime, and I grew up watching pretty much what was on television when I was like 10. So it'd be some show then. I gotta think what I watched then. I did watch Naruto when it first came out. I think that was like early 2000s on like Cartoon Network. It might not have been Cartoon Network, but it was something like that, I remember.
Who's my cartoon crush? Probably like Misty when I watched Pokemon as a kid. Yeah, probably Misty from the original Pokemon series, yeah.
It would probably have to be, I mean, this one's so obvious, but Miss Incredible.
Cartoon crush? I think Starfire probably from Teen Titans.
Do you know Phineas? You know, like Phineas and Ferb? The Dr. Doofenshmirtz, I think is his name, his daughter. Whenever I watched that show, I was like, wow.
Obviously, we expect to win. It may not be the smoothest path, but just because we do have a lot of experienced players, and even though I've played with most of them, all except tactical, we still have a lot of different opinions about the game that are a lot more set than rookies have, which is kind of like the challenge of getting veterans together. But I feel like we're doing pretty well at working through that, and in general, it doesn't feel like there's any problems day to day with that. So yeah, I'd feel pretty good. I'd expect to win and at least make it to the promotional tournament and hopefully win that against DSG. Thank you for watching, and thanks to everyone who supports me and my teammates. There are some players that use WoW keybinds for League. For me personally, the only thing I use that's weird is my trinket is on 4, and then instead of using spacebar to reset my camera, I use Y, which is camera unlock and camera lock. I just double tap Y instead of pressing space. I don't know why. Some people move their camera with arrow keys as well. That's not uncommon. I'm surprised by that. I don't really have any unique ones, but I have heard of some crazy ones in the WoW settings.
I mean, I use all my mouse buttons, and for like toggle champion only, like for turret dives, and for my when I play Nico for the transforms, you can keybind all the different transforms like to all the other players. So yeah, I think that's useful when you play Nico. I guess it would be that.
Okay, so I know people use space to lock their cameras. I use F1 to lock my camera.
I think really a long time ago, I bound attack move to left click. It's actually like pretty cool because Riot ended up adding that as like an official setting that you can do in the game. It's like actually in the keybind menu now. After a while, I realized, okay, this is actually not super great. I should probably just go back to the default settings and just use like A as my attack move. But I kind of like made that pretty popular, and a lot of people ended up copying it, so that was cool.
I guess for me, it's not really weird, but it's like I asked a lot of my friends and they don't really do the same, which is I level up my spells with Shift Q instead of Control Q, which a lot of my friends, or like Control, and then I use my Control to tell my range, which a lot of my teammates don't really use the indicator to show the range of the abilities.
The weirdest keybind. I don't think I have any crazy keybinds. I guess the only one would be I use mouse button for like pinging wards, like enemy has vision. Besides that, I think I have like the most standard mouse buttons.
Welcome, one and all, finally back to NACL after I don't even know how long anymore. I'm trapped in a fever dream. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Cubby, and even after all this time, I do believe we're still going to have some games. So get buckled up and get ready for some good times here, as we'll be getting back into it here shortly as well. I do know that we were just having some issues with the tournament round, so we'll be getting back into it. Everything should be good to go, and we'll be moving forward with our first series of the day, which is LG versus Polestar. And reminding everyone where we were in that after so long. I've almost forgot about the drafts, but we do have the recognition of what we had going on, and two very standardized comps for both teams, but a lot of proactivity needed from the side of Polestar.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys are still with us back home, by the way, thank you so much. I know it's been a hell of a rate, but Lennon, I think the Diamond Hands are paying off. About to get into the first game.
We actually have a game of League of Legends. Yeah. It is wild. Here we go. Game one of LG versus Polestar. And getting into it now, again, we do have to remind everyone that this, on paper, should be a one-sided affair for LG, one of the top dogs in NACL, but Polestar, not one to be counted out here with a potential underdog victory.
Yeah, again, setting the table for this one, I see it left the game and I just got scared, but I don't hear any pause coming in, so I think we're good to go, guys. Pulse, of course, a team that they are at the halfway point of their season when this one passes, and would be facing a likely relegation if they drop this series and a move to that 0-5 mark line, and so every game, every match does matter for them.
Does indeed. You don't want to start 0-5. They won a couple games, but not a series so far. And LG, on the other side of things, have only lost to Dark Zero Dragonsteel. So not too bad to start it off here. Now that we're getting into the game, though, we can talk a little bit about that proactivity that is needed from the side of Bio on this Pantheon. Definitely needs to have impact here to set up his lanes, set up that bridge to get Hub online. But it's going to be difficult with how much CC there is available on LG and how direct their comp can be.
Yeah, again, I think real idea here for Luminosity Gaming, use that RE Vi combo to kind of bridge their solo laners to that later stage of the game where the Ambessa and the Tristana scale really nicely and will outscale their opponents. Meanwhile, Pulse, they have a lot of nice combos and setup for this Talia, so we'll see if they can cash in with some of these as both of our junglers look to be moving towards that top side.
Does seem like that'll be the case, so try to lean into these solo lanes a little bit more. Which
Bio Scuff is clear, by the way, because I'm not used to seeing Pantheon with Wolves still being up, like taking this long to clear. I do want to keep on tracking this. I believe he might have saved Smite for the secondary camp instead of the first, so maybe I'm getting fooled on that. But yeah, as we go through this, I gotta imagine that Tomio going top, Renekton not really gonna be a play early on, so mostly just going top to cover is gonna be the idea. And again, I think farm really benefits Luminosity. Those 6s for the Vi already will be very important as we do see a Charm go wide.
Hey, just knocking the rust off after waiting around for 2 hours, you know? Just
yeah,
you gotta get some of those early skill shots out.
I wonder if Insanity was playing, you know, any Marvel Rivals, as I know Double Diff in the airport were kind of flaming him for all the time he was putting in there. And then they lost with LG, which, but, you know.
That's the payoff you love.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the pause break was. I will say there was, I'm not going to mention the TV show on the broadcast, but there was a TV show that these guys were going through together in the Cloud9 Challenger's house. I got to chuckle out of Lennon, so I know he knows.
That is true. Yep, if you're a knower, you're a knower. Now, Bio, being that proactive Pantheon we talked about earlier, going for an invade on the Tomio. You got to remember, though, Vi is very strong in the early game skirmishes. Did have Insanity moving as well. So Bio wasting a little bit of time in topside. That's tough.
Tomio could have actually just snagged that crab here. And yeah, he's going to actually retroactively move back towards it. Does not have the smite. Bio also smiteless, though. Okay, good snack.
He got it. Let's go. Mission accomplished. At least he got something. Now he's looking at topside onto Fake God. No vision up here, but Fake God and Ambessa can get out. Still has Flash available as well. So it looks like Bio is actually just going to play patient up here. Wait for Fake God to move over. If Fake God felt something was up, And Bio will end up having to back away towards his Krugs and go finish that last level 1 camp he had.
Kind of a tough look there. It's just some burn time for this Pantheon. We'll see if Tomio decides to base here, or if he starts to go do his Krugs and Raptors yet again, like would be the base. Or, oh, just the snag of the Gromp as Bio spotted top side. Knows Tomio, good call on his part, knows that he can't be here, so going to be a camp up against the Pantheon. He takes one of his Pantheon's own away. Nice play, Tomio.
Yeah, I love to see that kind of know-how of where to be impactful on the map and just take little things at a time, because it's on Bio in this game to really be proactive. Vi will always be perfect for this setup on this comp, right? Like, you land one cease and desist, everything else follows. You have so much dive on LG's side, but it's really on Bio to try to keep his head above water here and keep consistent versus Tomio. Still going to have a lot of that same impact, but maybe a little bit more mechanically executed on the Pantheon itself. Now we are getting to our first objectives as Dragon is coming up in 50. It's been a pretty contested wave state in the bot lane 2v2, but Grub's definitely going to be of focus for both these two teams.
I would really favor Pulse at the Grub fight, just given Renekton 6 can be so big. And Dr. Calculus going to get a nice base off. Get back up here on time. Not going towards that Black Cleaver first. It does look to be that Eclipse build. Again, more focus on the early game. I'm not a giant fan of the Eclipse Renekton. You do match the item from the Ambessa, but I just think Renekton gets a lot of mileage out of the passes from Black Cleaver, Shojin, and Sterax, and you really are delaying those core items for him by going for the Eclipse. So I do think it plays more into the fact, though, that Pulse, they need to win this game early, because if as time goes on, this Tristana will take over later.
It will indeed. I think that's the thing we highlighted so much all that time ago on the tactical Tristana. In game 1, by the way. I know we talked about it earlier today, but definitely a little bit of an oddity to see it in game number 1, at least. Definitely hasn't been something that LG has been willing to go for. Bio going to take these next, or this first spawn of Grubs, at least. The first 2 going to have movement from Dr. Calculus, who has Prio in that top lane, and a lean from Adam to ensure this one. So that's really nice from Pulse. And these are, again, some of the situations that Pulse find themselves in a beneficial start, and good starts in terms of map decision-making.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like that one's pretty, just given the draft, like this trade coming in was pretty expected for me. As, again, you don't really want to play that level 6 against the Renekton. It can be strong enough just to take the Grubs, and with no swaps coming in, Luminosity Gaming not wanting to take that. Also, I don't even think a swap's very good for them in this aspect. Trist a little bit safer going into this Ezreal Leona lane, where the Rakan can help sustain you through any poke you might eat from the Ezreal and try and disengage from Tubbs Leona. So that the F-Sword being on the Tristana early is nice, but
he spotted out.
Yep,
I don't know. Fake God has Zeyzal at his back. This is trouble. Dr. Calculus able to use the slice and the dice to get away. Public execution going to go wide, but the flash has already been burned by Bio, and Bio's in a lot of trouble now. Gets charmed, gets CC'd, and gets taken down. First blood to Insanity.
And Luminosity Gaming just made that defense look too easy with Zeyzal. Really nice rotation up. Just a smart play from him, as really that Rakan not being spotted bot doesn't prompt for the play to be called off at all. Full info onto Bio, who walked over that ward in the Tri-Brush. Yeah, he's on a ward right now. Once Zeyzal gets in here, really difficult to find the dive. As you can see, Calculus has to exit immediately. Bio on the wrong side of the rift. Insanity was collapsing on his way in, so the flash out of the public execution doesn't mean he necessarily gets out of the public execution from the rest of Luminosity Gaming as they take him down.
And you'll take that, especially with the Prio on the mid jungle that we talked so much about in draft beforehand, and how strong this tried and true classic combo of Vi Ahri can be. Now Insanity has a leg up over Adam, and he is going that Aroa build, so you know you might slink away, be a little bit upsetty spaghetti, but with the lead, that build feels dirty, man.
Yeah, I will say this game, I don't think there's a lot of damage that can really hit the Ahri. My thing about that build sometimes is that it's really important you go Ionian Boots to get the ability haste that you are missing out on by not going some of the other items that we see be started on Ahri. I just, it doesn't really fit the burst profile of Ahri, this first item. It turns you more into that bruiser. Was a build, though, that was really strong in solo queue. I just don't think it's seen the same impact in competitive play, where, like, whatever you build on Ahri with the Roa and the masks, you just don't feel quite as useful as other mids later on. So I feel like where Ahri really is useful, which is at this point of the game, you kind of delay your spike in a time where Ahri should be really strong, but I don't think it's going to be that much of an issue this game for Insanity, because the damage coming out as an Ahri, it's pretty easy to get out of the frontline damage, and then Talia Ezreal is not super threatening to an Ahri. It's very skill shot reliant, and it brings a lot of mobility to the Rift. Ooh. That's a very conservative flash from Tomio. Curious if we see any lane swaps coming in here from Luminosity Gaming. We're 45 seconds away from the second grub spawn. And Zazel and Tactical have yet to move. Tomio losing a flash. You gotta imagine that Pulse with Tubbs here on the top side. Looking at grubs, looking advantageous for them.
Yeah, I think having that flash down on a Vi is actually really, really important, because the flash ball breaker is just a ridiculous lengthening of a very strong ability. But we are just dogpiling this bot lane right now. Like, Tomio had moved down, tried to get a little bit of invade there, does still have a bit of an advantage over Bio, but now we're seeing that transition up towards mid lane by LG. They realize they don't want to give over that grub again to Pulse.
Yeah, that was a really weird call from Pulse, honestly. It looks like they were scared of a dive coming in bot and wanted to protect the Ezreal, but they gave up.
Yo, Tactical! He realizes there's no ground for him to get stunned on, but it might just turn around. Insanity has fallen. The double CC chain, we talked about it from the draft. It works well when executed together, and Pulse will move over to these grubs.
I like the play from Tactical, I should say, but Insanity got stuck. He pretty much ulted into Leona range and got 100-0. Really kind of a poor mistake coming out of Insanity off of what I thought was a good setup from Tactical, just to find the chunk on the Atom. Like, he got the flash out too. I thought that was a really positive play, but not followed up well by LG, who are, again, down in TPs from the first spawn. That's 4 secured, but okay, double TP is just going to keep it at 4.
Yeah, I guess so. You just double TP for it, secure it. They did get that one before the fighting had kicked off, but yeah, really good pick. And again, it goes to the fact that Pulse have so much CC on their shit. That was only 2 of the pieces together. And you can see kind of what that chaining can lead into. Insanity just didn't get to play the video game. Now, on the other side of things, though, we have another Dragon coming up in less than 10 seconds. Will be a second Dragon for LG. After trying to even up those grubs, maybe try to get a proactive play down there, as Yuntals has been completed. Insanity also finished his Roa about 3 minutes ago, a little bit more than that. So these first item spikes maybe leaning into this power for LG in the early parts.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to actually hit this, because for me, Luminosity Gaming, again, the scaling is really advantageous looking at their composition compared to Pulse. So with that first Dragon being taken, and I mean, yeah, Infernal Drake's always nice, but I feel like you could easily sack this just to scale up and find conditions for a better fight later on. So I would almost be a little bit surprised if Luminosity Gaming hit this Dragon first. I think the only way they're going to look at or take it is if they get really good conditions in one of these lanes, which can prompt them to hit it first, or if Pulse hits it first, they're able to contest on the retake. But I don't see a world where it's super advantageous to hit it first. That said, Bio did just base and a lot of control for Zazel, so I thought that this would be a contest or a potential play from Pulse, but instead looks like it's just going to be a give. That's a little bit surprising for me.
It's a bit tough too, because Bio is starting to fall behind a bit in the pace of the jungle. And we said how much the Pantheon needs to kind of be that linchpin they build off of in this early part of the game, how proactive it needs to be. That will be the second Dragon by LG, so they are clearly going to the Dragon stacking objective here. We'll see what rift we get on the map. It is a Hex Gate as well. So we did get a little bit of movement as well from Tactical towards top.
I'm just really surprised there was no fight from Pulse. Maybe it's the Yuntals on the Tristana that's scaring them. Like that's one option maybe, but again, I just think that you get outscaled so hard this game as Pulse, and the fact that like when you have this Leona, Pantheon, Renekton, you really want to catch in with these early fights and make sure that you're connecting with this big CC chain as you highlighted, Lennon, before they get the treads in, right? Like before it connects. And makes it more difficult or requires more tools being used quicker in order to get the same lockdown that Pulse is looking for. So no take there. Again, just really surprising to me. I really felt like, just given the comps and the drafts, like, that is a lookable dragon for you, where Luminosity Gaming, given the double TPs they burned to contest those second clubs, like, it's a good dragon setup for Pulse. It should have just been free. Like, it should have just been a give from LG, frankly.
And now that we're getting into it with that lead not necessarily being there for Polestar, it's going to start getting more difficult and more difficult to deal with these objectives that their hands will be forced around. We do have that next Rift Herald coming up here very shortly. They already have extensive push out of mid lane from Tactical on this Tristana, who does have that advantage over Hub. And these are the kinds of situations that make it difficult to take down a team like LG, a team of those returning LTA, LCS players coming into our league and trying to re-earn their spots at the end of the year. And it's been little things here or there, but spectacularly, LG are finding little things to pull back this small early game advantage that Pulse had gotten.
I mean, the lead that Tomio has right now is not little.
It is
I'd say.
massive.
It's even on the scoreboard, but the yoinking that red buff away is quite nice. And Tomio really starting to build a bit of distance between him and the Pantheon. We've yet to see Bio use that Grand Sky, or the Starfall. Yeah, use Skyfall. It's Starfall now. So again,
now you're gonna make me start singing the 007 song. You know?
Ah, yes.
That's the Pantheon skin we need. Tubbs maybe looking for his own 007 exit, but the smoke bomb does not go off. There's a dysfunction, and Zeyzal takes him down.
Push secured topside by Fake God with Tomio on the hover, and then they both just walk mid and find a freebie.
Oh, now they're just going to take it top lane into Dr. Calculus.
It looks like, I don't know, Calculus actually might be able to play this one all right. It would need a TP from Adam, see if he backs off and sets up. Yep,
there we go. Everything used. Grand Starfall. It's not Skyfall, but it's going to be something. Double hit for the Grand Entrance, though. As now Adam at least trying to get through here as well. Dr. Calculus going down. The feats of warfare getting completed by LG. And now Adam forced the flash, gets the knockdowns, gets the CC, but it doesn't matter. He's still joining his team in the grave. There'll be a quick kill return to shut down to Bio. True Shot Barrage not going to be enough. The flashes from both Pulse members can't get Insanity. And now LG trying to run away from this play, and that is all she wrote. It is 4-2 early on in this game.
Oh, Tubbs was trying to get the dubstep ignite off, could not hit it, and that turn from Luminosity Gaming just a little bit better, as I think that the TP from Insanity just got a lot more mileage than the TP from Adam, who didn't really have a big impact on that fight if we get a replay. Insanity was able to clean up kills in the back half as that initial 3v3 was played really well by Luminosity Gaming. Zeyzal had a really nice entrance into the fight, able to play some good defense and make sure that he bought time for Insanity to rotate over, who had a deeper TP, able to immediately impact the fight, whereas Adam, like his TP, it was kind of in an awkward spot, and that initial Unraveled Earth and combo he threw out wasn't impactful enough.
All right, it looks like LG have picked up the pace of the game and are forcing Pulse to join them. Rift Herald started up by Tomio, the rest of the team right in this little banana bush, ready to take and engage. Tactical looking for his rocket jumps. You have to watch for Hub, though. He got his Trinity Force. At least he has a little bit more damage there. Tactical can't get caught out. They're going to have a fighting chance. Weaver's Wall used. The Rift Herald's getting low, but the Eye is on the other side now. Re-engage into the middle of that team fight. Tactical has been untouched this whole time. He's looking for resets now as well. LG a little bit scattered to the wind, but 4 strong in the middle of it all. Here goes the fight onto Bait God. Bait God is down. Zeyzal and Tactical still that saving grace. Insanity hits the charm, but it's on the Tubbs. Buster shot back. It's not going to be enough to get Bio. Here goes Tactical, bouncing on him like a Goomba. You get 1, maybe looking for 2. Another reset comes in, and Tactical's popping off on this Tristana. A couple kills to LG, and Pulse have to run away.
Honestly, it was a decent start to that fight from Pulse. Calculus did a nice job of buying a lot of space, but Tactical in the back half was really waiting for the right time to enter that fight, and once he got that rocket jump in and got the resets going, was very clean. As I don't mind the start of this fight for Pulse. I feel like Calculus did a lot of heavy lifting in terms of, you know, just stymieing the front line. Just got Tomio, really slowed Fake God down, who also fell. The big thing though is Insanity really sat on his ult for a long time. It does get a lot of mileage off of that first Q as it went through 3 members in entirety. And then again, the entrance here, it found Tubbs not the best target, but they did get Tubbs low enough to get the kill, get Insanity another reset, and then him and Tactical were able to cruise through the rest of this fight. There's a lot of those tools burned from Pulse early. Didn't end up being enough to get the carries down to the end.
Reset City tickets for LG as the double reset comp working out for them so far. It is Dragon started up by Pulse. LG don't feel like they need to fight this one. Again, we said they are very strong in this competition as time goes on as well. So just having gotten those first two, I'm gonna leave this one up to Pulse and buy some more time, to get those second items coming through here very shortly.
Yes, I'm gonna be honest, Lennon. They're already way far behind where they need to be for this game. Like taking that Dragon, you're buying time, but again, time is the friend of Luminosity Gaming. We really favor their composition and their ability to scale throughout. A lot of it is on the back of this Tristana, who I don't know how Tactical gets moved by the comp of Pulse later on. Like, you're
he
such
jumps
a low
into
range.
the Talia ground. That's the vision.
It really does have to be it. So Adam, like, I mean, a big Unraveled Earth could be a game changer for them, but like you think about Tristana into Renekton, Pantheon, Leona, like these short-range champs that really have to jump in. You can buffer the Solar Flare. The range advantage that you have against Pantheon and Renekton makes it so difficult for them to actually win out on a fight, because again, this Tristana is ahead. They don't have the items or the economy to really stick on Trist, and as long as Tactical continues to be funneled and set up this game, I don't see a world where Luminosity Gaming really drops. Again, it's even on the scoreboard, but just given the drafts that we have, I find Luminosity Gaming to be way ahead at this point.
I've just been so honestly happy to see Tactical back in the league. I mean, to some extent not happy, because obviously LTA Tactical would be a lot more fun to watch, but it's a situation where this guy has just been dominant at this level, and it's nice to see him back function with a team that's very motivated around him and motivated to help him carry. There's a lot of situations where they give him a ton of the resources. Speaking of resources, Pulse will scrape back just a little bit in that mid lane as they take down an outer turret.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, if you guys want the insider baseball, I really thought the Tactical was going to be in LTA North, because he spent his offseason at the Dignitas house. He was actually there, like, training up. I really thought that he was going to be in that seat for the marksman of that team. They went in a different direction, brought back Tomo. And for me, I haven't talked to Tactical about it, but gotta imagine it fired him up a little bit to try and really show up and show out.
Yeah.
Speaking of showing up and showing out, Tomio, that's going to be neat for killing Adam.
He spent so much time trying to dodge out of the charm. The charm ended up connecting anyways. Flash, Weaver's Wall still available for Adam. Just no hope to get out of that one after the engage
I like
came
the
through.
no flash.
Yeah, I agree.
No flash for him is the right call there. But Adam, again, Talia into Ari, got to be careful on those side lanes. Was too far up there, ends up fighting the dust as Tactical makes quick work of that mid-outer turret, with Luminosity Gaming being up numbers across the map. You can really see here, Mazel, like these side lanes being pushed in far. Obviously, Adam was killed, but the Ambessa now at this point on 2 items, decent into this Renekton, who of course the Cleaver is on the Pantheon, so it did end up.
Love that the time of the objective has been pushed back, especially for the Baron spawning here, but it does feel like with the Dragon, the Baron, the Atacon, it feels like just a matter of time until LG can really blow this game open or force the hand of Pulse, which is not in the position you want to be. And you also have Insanity, who's starting to stack up a very powerful Magi on this second item for the Ari. As we take a look now at this
Dragon spawning.
Dragon.
Lions really on that. But a full setup for LG, Lennon, as you gotta imagine this is gonna be the next objective that might be contested, but it's gonna be a real uphill battle for Pulse at the moment.
So what is the perfect engage then for them?
I really feel like time just already ran out, Mazel. It's just I don't want to be grim. I think the perfect engage is that you are able to find this Tristana, because this Trist is really big with that Infinity Edge being in for this fight.
Yeah. And third item for Insanity too.
Yeah, the
this is bold.
find the chunk.
Okay.
That's okay. He can sustain himself off, but I think that you just have to find Tristana. But any front to back where Tristana can operate should just be very advantageous.
Oh yeah, they just waited, man. It is. They knew that Pulse were going to come check it. They just absolutely pulled the trigger on it. And what did we say from draft all those hours ago? This is a full run at you and dive composition. As soon as you get caught out, they all follow through onto you. That'll be soul point secured by LG.
I just think that for Pulse, I mean, we only saw that really that one frag to play top, which was turned around by Luminosity Gaming, but like, we haven't seen these big Weaver's Walls or Grand Starfalls be used to actually pressure sides or take wins like that on the map. And like with that, when that doesn't happen, when you don't get a lead against this comp, I mean, again, really set this up as things do not get better if you are Pulse throughout this game, and that's really come to fruition now.
He missed the cannon. That's you know, something Pulse.
That's a minus. You can throw some -1s in there. That's fine. But it's going to be a third item LDR for this Tristana. And then once you get a Vamp Scepter on top of that, I don't see a way that you move the Tristana. And this setup is just tough. It's so grim for Pulse. Like they don't have a single side lane that's like pushing her to play out of to maybe bait LG in. And I just don't like the way they checked it. Like you can use that True Shot Barrage you just saw fly across your screen. Use that to check brushes before you send in your Leona face first into an objective that you know that Luminosity Gaming is going to be playing. Or you know you can pick up an extra like blue trinket if you're really scared of checking here. I believe that there are 2. There is an option for 3 if it really is desperate, and I feel like we are really desperate as Pulse here. Again, I just don't see a way they can bounce back in this game.
Oh, I don't think Tubbs wanted that Zenith Blade. I'm glad he didn't connect it. It would have gotten straight into 3 members of LG. But yeah, this is a kind of akin to what the expectations were in this game. And when we were setting up draft, we were saying that Pulse needed to find a lead, needed to find early advantages, or LG was just going to outpace them in time. It has come to that. Now 2.5K in the lead. Still a lot to break down for LG here in this comp, but know that they can kind of pull the trigger at any moment.
And Luminosity Gaming is like, you can't make plays in Ahri inside lane, so you have to look at the Ambessa. Ambessa's being put on the safe side where the Baron is, so I like the fact they have the Ahri away from this objective when they have both TPs up, because there's just no way that you can make a play onto the Ahri unless you're sending 3.
They just use both their blue trinkets, by the way, in the Baron pit. So Atacon will just be started up now.
Well, I mean, at least they were in sync.
At least they're in sync. That's something. Atacon gonna give GAs to LG though, so now you thought they were being a little bit rambunctious before. They're gonna be hot and heavy now, able to dive as much as they want with these extra lives.
Well, there's the True Shot Barrage being used to scout, and it's gonna get the bad news here in a sec. Is TP coming out from Dr. Calculus, and okay. Lots of flash from Tubbs, and probably just a reset for Luminosity Gaming, but I don't think Pulse have the guts to really hit this Baron. They'll just walk away with that flash and TP for free.
Take those. Take those. It's the little things, Cubby. What are you appreciative of? I'm appreciative of Pulse doing the Baron right now, baby.
Oh, they got canceled. Okay, I like this. I think they saw him cross on those double control wards. Again, it's kind of desperation here for Pulse.
They get him. That's the CC chain. Let's go! Polestar. They take down one.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the Baron resets. So.
And he gets TP.
Yeah. They did get TP.
It doesn't matter.
Oh.
It's 2 flashes for nothing.
They got the scuttle. Let's go, baby. They do this. They do it again. They do it again.
Okay.
It's like a carousel. It just keeps turning.
We'll see. Insanity is gonna walk in and check and get the bad news.
They don't know.
Oh, he did not check.
They don't know. This is dirty. All right, here they go. Tobio's like, all right, I smell something happening. They're still over here, but the Baron is already going down. Polestar, you sneaky devils. See if they can get out with any of those buffs, though, as Insanity is like a sniper on the back line here. Just front and center. Hub going down to a shutdown to Insanity himself, and those resets. The flat charm to make it hurt worse onto Adam, as the last 2 Baron buffs are going to go down, and Polestar come away with nothing.
Oh, they got the Baron off the map, but again, Luminosity Gaming pretty far ahead in this one. Post Baron into that Otacon with those withdraws. Not much of a way to play here if you are Pulse, because again, I feel like they really needed to be big around that level 6 mark. Really try and look to make some plays fast with the Pantheon. Just weren't able to see it from Bio and weren't able to see it from this squad as outscaled and outplayed in these sides. And this game gonna be a pretty boring end here, Mazel, as gotta imagine that this Dragon can be picked up easily by Luminosity Gaming, and the fact that Baron was taken by Pulse just might buy a little bit of time.
True.
Because I think it's gonna require a Baron to break the base of Pulse, but that time, it's still the friend of Luminosity Gaming, so it's gonna be rough.
It is indeed. It seems like we're slowly circling the drain, but haven't gone down just yet. Okay, Tomio says it's time as resets are coming through. Now you hit the 3-man orb of deception there, and now Hub is going down to insanity as that's a huge rampage for the carry and the public execution from Fake God to make matters worse. LG, they did not want to wait for the Baron. They did not want to wait any longer. They get a triple kill for Mr. Tactical, and they're looking to push down game number 1.
And this is why you, when Vi's first picked, a lot of times you see Ari denied. Because you can play away from the Vi, you deny the combo, and prevent a pretty easy snowball like the one that we just saw as Insanity wraps up that game with 7, 1, and 10, and a full book of pages were there on that Magi's, and makes pretty quick work of Pulse there in this game 1.
The longest game 1 of all time finally comes to an end.
I mean, you tell me that Pulse lasted 2 hours and 30 minutes in this series, I would have been
crazy.
surprised, you know? Good to see things
Put
beaten
that
over
as
there.
the tagline on the headline of the tweet there. Polestar lasted almost 3 hours against LG in game number 1. But it was a seriously dominant moment from LG. They had a very good comp to make that so, and they executed well. Again, it was a lot on Polestar to try to find those advantages early and keep that snowball going for them, and it didn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, really not much to talk about there. The Tristana for Luminosity Gaming, I think it's worth bans. It has been banned against them by a few teams, and Tactical and that team continue to prove that they can play that pick very well.
Indeed, so we are going to take a short break and be back with game number 2. Don't you go anywhere.
Oh, I think it's SKT, and who won for? Oh, it's DRX. Is it EDG? Is EDG after? Oh, it's EDG after. Oh wow. Wait, is it before EDG or after EDG that I'm missing?
T1 in 2023. 2022 was Deft and Barrel's team. Shit, what was the name though? Who was 2024? I can't believe I don't know this. I mean, it was T1 too, no? TES, I think. Oh, yeah, DRX versus TES, right? In the finals 2022. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah, 2019. Yeah.
The last 5 teams that won Worlds. T1, DRX, EDG, and M1, I think.
I think T1's up there. The most recent was T1. And then they went back to back, I think. So they won, so T1. I think FPX might be 5th. Maybe that's a bit too far down, a little too old. Is DK's up there, right? DRX? EDG. Oh, that's my favorite Viego skin too.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL as we take a look back at the highlights from that last game. It was Luminosity Gaming taking a dominant 1-0 over Polestar. Looking forward to our second game in this best of 3, Cubby.
That wasn't the speediest game, but it was rather one-sided, as it really felt like from every play made was in favor of Luminosity Gaming, who had the scaling advantage as well, and made pretty quick work of Pulse here. I think Pulse had one decent fight around that Herald, but that was really about it, as this attempt was pushed to the wayside. Yeah, first combo from Adam. We didn't see this replay, but it really didn't get much, and Insanity was able to play this fight out pretty well with the rest of his squad. As
you know what, Cubby?
Yeah.
You know what? This was all predicted. This was all predicted. Because Bio earlier today tweeted, "Can't wait to 2-1 Luminosity. Surely," in all caps. So he knows that the comeback is possible.
I like the way that you think, Lennon. I gotta say, surely in all caps might.
Surely.
That's not inspiring for me.
There's definitely not a skull emoji and a crying laughing face before it too.
That's not too inspiring for me. And nothing about this game from Pulse was very inspiring for me either, as Pulse continues to struggle a bit. They've yet to pick up a series win. And through, well, I guess 4.5 series now, I've only picked up 2 games in our league, including going up against those 2 games taken against AMI and Winthrop, not top teams in our league. Unlike Luminosity Gaming, who are, and as you can tell from the replays, this game was rather one-sided and pretty uninteractive.
Yeah, it just felt like Pulse, every time they showed up to a fight, they were dealt a losing hand, but had to stay at the table. Because they have to.
Tristana's level 16, man.
Yeah.
Look at what.
But can we highlight that a little bit? Because again, this guy, Tactical, like I said it in the cast, but I'm so happy and also not happy to see him back in the league, because I do think he is a carry at that next level. I mean, think of all that time on Team Liquid. But it is seriously this guy's renaissance here, and he has been smashing games himself. There was a ton of fights at this one where it was just the Tactical show being untouched and finding a lot of access into the backline.
Yeah, again, for sure, these guys are a different pedigree of players compared to Pulse. It's a team of 5 players on the Pulse side who didn't even qualify for NACL through the OQ, were retroactively picked up by Pulse as an organization, versus 5 players that were probably in talks with some LTA North teams this past offseason. One that subbed in Zazel, right? Started off the year with Shopify Rebellion. So very different looks from both teams, and I feel like that class differential was very much shown in Game 1 of the Rift. We'll see if Pulse can close the gap going into Game 2.
Indeed. Make sure you go check out all of our socials there in the top left of your screen. Get all the lowdown on the action. But going to this Game 2, there was a very tried and true draft strategy from LG. Do we get that again? Do they just lay out the strategy book and say, we could just beat you with the meta?
I think so. I don't think that this is the series where Luminosity wants to show exactly what they're cooking, so
dude,
I don't think that
want to see it, though.
Anything that would have been played in scrims behind the scenes or any picks that they're hiding, I don't think they need to bust them out here.
Is Cho'Gath a possibility?
Yeah, because we've seen that before, Thunden. I feel like we should... I mean, at this point, if you're going into Insanity, I feel like you just expect him to play everything. I don't... He's one of the players where it's like, it is fearless. Is it really worth throwing bans at Insanity? No. I don't think so. I feel like I've seen this guy play anything and everything.
And well.
And yeah, and well.
The
so
caveat you have to add, you know.
Yeah.
You could play everything. He just also has to play it well, you know.
Yeah, I feel like that was maybe a personal attack of my own gameplay, where I feel and act like I can play everything. But most of it's not
Says the man who usually carries our games. It's a great time.
I should, given the ranks that everyone is in those lobbies. But anyway, continuing, Mizel. Excited to dive into hopefully a more competitive Game 2.
I hope so too.
Pulse, I gotta say, for Luminosity Gaming, like, that game took 32 minutes. That game was not close for more than 5 minutes of the 32.
I would say, like, they kept, like, the problem is, like, on paper, you could say they kept it even or were, like, a 500 gold lead for a lot of it. But if you look at the compositions and the strengths of the teams, then it's completely different. But it is still one of those situations where some of those game plans, I would say, like in those first 5 minutes, were interesting and difficult to deal with because Tomio was playing so aggressively into that jungle matchup and kind of stealing camps here and there, and Bio not really having a chance into it. But now in this game 2, Polestar will be on the blue side. See what they want at B1, but Luminosity Gaming looking for their match point victory here and try to get over that 2-0 sweep over Polestar.
Yeah, I'm expecting a Rumble ban to come out from Luminosity Gaming. Got to pay those respects over to Dr. Calculus, and we'll see if Gwen Nefiri follows as well. Of course, option to ban out Varus, I gotta say, not Hub's favorite champion on the planet. We've seen him mostly play Corki so far, and a lot of Ezreal, but Varus is that really powerful pick you always have to consider taking away on red side.
Very true. I think he's risen in priority as well. The Callista is also going to be joining that table. The Rise also, so taking away Insanity's side laning pressure there.
Yeah,
and,
I gotta say, like, I like that pairing with Nefiri, which I know that Bio can play. We've yet to see Adam play a Rise, but I feel like that's going to prompt the Rumble ban, and we're going to see an early pick Nefiri here. Then again, with that Rise ban, maybe they don't want to see the Nefiri plus Rise come out, so could be telling they're going to play something else instead.
This has been something they've been willing to lean on to for Bio, though.
Yep, Bio's played it twice in the 4 series that we have seen, and it will be the first pick here. So I expect the Xin Zhao to come through from Tomio and Luminosity Gaming. Again, I don't think that there's a world where we see any surprises being thrown out by LG. I know that this is a team that we very much pitched, like, there are a lot of cooks in the kitchen here. A lot of players that have been playing for a while and have wide and somewhat unique champ pools, especially looking at Insanity in the mid lane. I just don't think that this is a series where we're going to see any of that, right?
Please? Please, I'm talking to Luminosity Gaming's content people, whoever you are. Go rent out a professional kitchen and just make a content piece where all 5 of these guys have to cook something and all have those kind of wonky the chef hats on. It would kill. It would kill. That's all I'm saying. Anyways, it is going to be a killer 2-piece combo for Luminosity Gaming as they get the Lilia and the Corki to start.
Yeah, option for that Corki to be mid or bot. Do really like it mid, as I think the extra levels really matter on that champion. It has been played once by Insanity and twice by Tactical. But with that Azir lock-in, see if anything changes here. I'm expecting topside to be wrapped up for Dr. Calculus. We'll see what he wants to blind. As oh no, it's going to be the Tubbs Nautilus, as that is a champion that has been played in every series for Pulse.
Yeah,
and this will actually be the first time for Pulse they don't get their hands on Corki in a series, so a little bit unique there.
That's saying if we don't go to 3 games, Cubby.
No, I guess Corki's picked.
Yeah,
it's fearless.
It is.
It is
goodbye. Anyways, the biggest thing here that I love to see from Polestar is they are going with tried and true comfort. Obviously, they don't get a couple of their combos like that Corki you're talking about, but it is some of the pieces that have been consistently looked towards for this team, and I think comfort at this point is more important than anything. The Alistar is going to be that last pickup for the support in this first phase, and I think LG are setting themselves up well.
We'll see if they set up any bot lane picks here, as I'm expecting that Corki to be mid. So I think we're going to see a couple bans thrown out to protect a blind marksman or Tactical. Could allow for Fake God to last pick his top laner. We'll say Fake God. He's thrown out some fun picks so far. We have seen a Warwick from him. That was a win. And of course, has shown they can play the Scion quite well, which I will say with what's showing so far, option to go Scion here if you are Fake God. I think Scion Lilia is actually a really nice combo at times, as Scion can make a lot of space and really allow Lilia to thrive throughout some of these later fights. So that ends up being the call.
Well, we get that bot lane focus right now, and the Ashe also joining the table. So just try to take any kind of utility, any kind of stuff that Hub can have in that bot lane to add on to this kind of CC chaining that they're going for. Do wonder if they want to try to focus down this top lane a little bit more. They will need to blind pick one of these matchups at least and try to get going. But they do know what the Corki matchup is going to be, so maybe just going with that early.
I'm really curious if we see a Jhin maybe grabbed here by Tactical. I just want to play at range as we see Pulse potentially miss a ban. We'll see if that's the case or not, or if that ban was retroactively communicated or typed in at all. Of course, that Corki pick is still an option to be flexible. So if they wanted to go for something like Ione here or get fancy for Insanity, they easily could. But I was really expecting that pick to be mid here, so kind of surprised that Luminosity Gaming might be looking at something else, but it's going to be the Zed, which...
I like it.
It's kind of exciting. The CDR Zed has really made a comeback. I am a fan of this build. You go Eclipse, Black Cleaver, and the Shojin, and stack up the ability haste. Your breakpoint for hitting 2 Qs while your Shadow's out as Zed is about around level 8 or 9. Once you wrap up that Eclipse first item, you don't need to put points with some of the changes being made. The Zed actually scales a little bit better. So I think that with what's showing so far, opportunity for Zed to be really big in this game as well.
Yeah, it's so exciting too, because it's a little bit of the cooking that we wanted. I know you said, like, well, we're not going to see anything. We're not going to see anything new. I would say it's a continuation of lengthening that on-stage champ pool for Insanity, which I love to see them trying to utilize early, because this guy will be a crux for them as they go into best of fives, as they go into playoffs as well. And it is the Gnar as that blind right now.
I was going to bring this up.
And it's going to be the Sylas.
I was going to bring up the Sylas. This for me has been a little bit of a forgotten matchup or counter pick. It was played by, was it Zeus or Kingen that played it at LCK earlier this week? Anyway, whoever played it, they took Gnar ult at the end of the game off a play. Sylas has really good ults in this game. I was going to bring this up after your point. I swear to God, just because this matchup was played recently, and it's a good one. I feel like a lot of people have forgotten about this. The ults that you can grab as Sylas this game, Nautilus, Skarner, Azir, Gnar. Those are 4 fantastic ultimates to pick up. So love the fact that we're seeing this from Fate God here. I'm a little bit surprised. I was expecting for Luminosity Gaming to really not show much. But the Sylas top and the Zed, 2 new solo lane picks to show into the pulse, and going to make for a little bit of a fun match here, Marcel.
I'm just wondering, are they just ready to get this series over with? Are they ready to see a 2-0 for themselves and move up in that upper echelon of NACL teams? But Pulse trying to hang on, trying to find something to hold on to here after not finding a series win so far after crossing that halfway mark in the split with this series. We're headed off into game number 2. Polestar, they've just got to get something going for themselves. I do love the comfort they've gone for. They have some really good team fighting tools, but it's going to be difficult, especially off the momentum that LG are building into after game number 1.
I just think the Sylas setup this game that Fake God can bring with some of these ults he's picking up for the Zed Lilia, being able to create some space could be really, really big. So, again, really like the Sylas pick up. I think that Fake God has too many good ults to grab this game. And with Sylas, the build that we're seeing right now, it's going to be a grasp for Fake God, but we've seen a lot of the Roa, Riftmaker, Leandries, right? So that this Brawler Sylas build, which you're going to get more HP off of, I assume, what might be an overgrowth point. Of course, have the option to take the heal too on the Sylas. But regardless, you get really tanky this game, which can be nice for Dr. Calculus. Of course, that Hyper, able to get through that a little bit more. But Sylas is too mobile for Gnar in this matchup. And once Gnar goes Mega, Sylas can pretty positively play out the Brawl. As, of course, that Kingslayer, that W, can really keep you healthy if you don't keep these trades clean if you were Dr. Calculus.
Yeah, I think that's the little introspective point we'll have to keep an eye on. And especially, though, the fact that we do have kind of that Gnar matchup. And something that I feel like can have a lot of impact in these team fights. I mean, you do have a lot of that kind of wombo combo set up for Polestar. But as we kind of saw from that last game, they never got to a point where they could feel confident in setting those things up. So I'm really looking at how this map movement comes out from either team early. We are going to have that opposite side start for both junglers, and some late vision going to be played towards as they go through their full clear.
Of course, Pulse last game, real onus was on them to make plays. Didn't see them make enough plays early on. Ended up being really outpaced by Luminosity Gaming. So we'll see if that changes in this one. As I still feel like the onus is on Pulse to make plays, but in some ways, I think they get outscaled big, because if you allow for this Lilia and the Sylas to get going, it can be a problem. But in other ways, I feel like they have a lot more playmaking tools to shut picks like this down. And it is into a little bit of a squishier comp for LG. So I think that could open things up a little bit more if you are Pulse, as Insanity's actually popped Ignite.
Yeah, that's early, but hey, you take that lane pressure
Calculus
now.
Is spacing, which is, that hurts.
That's tough.
He's gonna, yeah, he has to TP back because this wave is pushing away from him. So that is tough.
There is a little bit of prio being fought for in the bot lane, 2v2. I know coming into this series, Hub was a player we wanted to see what he can do. He's on the Jhin in a pivotal game in this series, though, so we'll see how much impact he can have. But they were really trying to take the utility away from this guy and taking away the Ashe, but still has that utility to help set up for the rest of the team as another engage goes in from Tubbs. But the re-engage in the fight here as it's spinning up Corki time, and Tactical gets first blood for LG.
I think that he goes in because of the 3-timer, but the level 3 was hit the next creep for LG, and you are unfortunately paper as Nautilus W from Corki gets him out of the Deadly Flourish and the Glacial Augment that was taken by Tubbs, and that makes for a pretty easy first blood for Luminosity Gaming, who get off to a nice start.
It's so deceptive to me how much damage Corki's Gatling gun ends up making you do because of the armor shred. And, you know, I think we just got a perfect example of it right there. As now Dragon is coming up in about a minute with that little bit of a lead developed, even though it's not spent yet for that bot lane for LG. I do wonder if they can make anything of that and get an early stacking going for themselves, as redeploy from Tomio was going bot side. Not going to be just in time to catch that back coming through from Bio.
Oh,
the flash headbutt pull! Zazel, you dirty monster! Fear the beard! Tomio comes in with the kill on his infamous Lilia. And will be 1,000 gold up 4.5 minutes in, Cubby.
Tubbs not really respecting the path from Lilia there. And there's a ward from Bio on the Gromp, so they should have been able to see that camp respawning and should have assumed that Lilia is going to reset to farm those camps on that side of the map. And so for me, like, this engage, this fight, yes, they're trying to get the wave in, but it's unwarranted. Your jungler reset, you know the other jungler is coming to you when it is this mirrored clear. So it's really not respecting where Lilia could be, and ends up getting punished for it, as, again, it really feels like these first 2 kills kind of gifted over to Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, look at Tactical's inventory, man. It's just buy all the longswords that the store had. I will be the serrated Dirk for Hub, so at least a little bit of something for Jhin. Tubbs looking at mid lane, though, because Grubs are coming up in 30 seconds. See that readaptation and redeploy from both sides up towards top lane. And that means this grubby cubby fight is going to be fun.
Yeah, Adam's really close to 6. I believe Insanity will hit it off this wave. Yep, there it is. Of course, Adam did have to base. I was wondering if they were maybe looking for a scoop and score onto Insanity with that 6 advantage from Adam, but of course, he was forced out earlier in the game by Insanity. It did miss some XP, so it does miss out on the 6 there. With that not able to hit, Luminosity Gaming, they matched the swap coming in from Pulse, and these grubs going to be all Lilias.
It's nice to see Tomio on a classic. I remember this man making his name on the Lilia Graves meta when it used to be the Tomio kill squad roaming around the map and taking
Shout out Tomio Graves. We're going to see that at some point this split.
I hope so, man.
He's too good at that champion to not see it. I think we're going to see it once.
Oh,
that's double.
Oh, that's instantly an engage. Flash comes out. You know the Pulse are a little desperate. They do end up backing away. Hub has come over. Level 6s are not available, but Insanity and Tomio, they're going to look for that re-engage. 3-man knockup from Zazel, and Tubbs goes down again. He is the solo reason why Feats of Warfare got taken by LG, and that feels real bad for Polestar, who are still trying to contest over these grubs, but the re-engage from Zazel again. They end up getting the one, but here comes Adam. He gets the kill there, and Insanity goes right back to his Shadow clone and might just call him Naruto.
He flashed out of the Emperor's Divide after he went in low and was able to get all the way out. That was really well played by Insanity. But yeah, I mean, Tubbs is level 3 at this fight. You just can't take it. And again, Luminosity Gaming, they understand that if they use stuff like the Lilia ult to buy space, that bought them 1 grub, bought them 2 flashes as well. They're winning out on the health bar wars before these fights start, and Pulse just do not stand a chance.
Yeah.
Luminosity Gaming really far ahead to start off this game. You gotta imagine it's only gonna go one direction.
That's a ban. Anyways,
this is after the sweep from Tomio, and again, like Cubs is just double free.
God,
This
Zeyzal.
2-free from Zeyzal. Picks someone in the back line, gets up. Insanity was looking for the death mark here, couldn't connect on the Adam. But want you to watch Insanity when he goes back in onto Adam for this follow-up, because he had a really nice play, good setup from Zeyzal, but he flashes here instantly. Gets out of the Emperor's Divide,
good, man.
then finds the Q in the back half. I mean, his Shadow didn't even land where the Azir was. It landed where the flash was, so really well-timed flash to dodge out of that damage and pick up that free kill.
Insanity feeling himself, feeling the meta too. This guy's been picking it apart in NACL, so as time goes on.
What meta? It's just Insanity, man. He
It's
plays what he
just
feels is good.
Insanity things, man. Honestly, that's the biggest vibe that you could ever have in League of Legends competitiveness. And the thing is the guy is so incredibly motivated, so incredibly hungry and driven. It's just such a powerful combo to see, and I know 1LG are going to be very happy to have on their side of things. Now we get this redeploy up towards top side again from both bot lanes. Dragon started up by Tomio at about 8 minutes and 45 seconds, so that'll be a late stacking Dragon objective for LG. Go contest it. Do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
I mean, what
Steal it.
happens if you do? He's got
Steal it, Bio.
Do the flash of Tomio.
Okay. Yep.
And again, I think that the plays for Pulse, like any Nautilus setup, is okay.
Oh, tactical. Oh,
That's a
he's still
moment.
going for the 1v1. He doesn't have enough damage, though, as there goes the shots and waiting for Hub to reload.
Oh,
Shutdown
no.
goes to Tubbs. Oh, God. As that's a little bit unfortunate, but they pick the bot laner of LG.
I mean, sadly, a tactical moment there. Good hide from Tubbs. Bad take on Tubbs with the shutdown. That's poor. Should have went over to Hub for sure. But I was gonna say that the way the Pulse need to play their way out of this one, set up picks. Use the Nautilus, use the Scrounger, use the Azir. Try to find some displacement to make sure that you guarantee lockdown and drag people into you. Real opportunity for Pulse there. I still think that scaling very much in the favor of Luminosity Gaming this game. I think Silas has just so many good options later on. Might be a tough game here if you are Pulse. See if Pulse can really get the ball rolling for them. Also the Zed pick, I know that Zed oftentimes seen as this early game champ, but on this ability haste build, you really are like a mid to late power. It's very different compared to the one-shot lethality Zeds that you see, because when you throw down these shadows, like you're getting multiple E's, multiple Q's off, and that damage and shredding really adds up throughout a fight.
Yeah, it really does. It really does. And it honestly doesn't take that long for it to pay off in the end.
Again, like we just saw the shadow go down. He almost got 2 Qs off while that shadow's down. Now Eclipse is completed. That's going to be 2 Qs per shadow dropped already. So
yeah, it's
that
crazy,
breakpoint
man.
gets found so much earlier after a lot of changes were made to Zed in like many different patches. His patch history is let's just say that the stonks have been trying to go up a lot for Zed, and we're finally getting to the point where the infrastructure might be good enough for him to actually appreciate this.
Oh? They got Zeyzal caught. Oh god, he pops the Unbreakable and nobody can kill him now. Maybe a little bit more damage down. Tactical has joined the fight and Pale comes through. Bio trying to catch out Tomio, but he's gonna sing everybody sweet lullabies of death as everything's coming up LG! Tubbs is down, a double kill comes through for Mr. Tomio, and that is LG going up to a 3.5 thousand gold lead 11.5 minutes in.
I fake God, he's very comfortable on the Gnar and was very comfortable with that hijacked Mega Gnar, as that made the fight for LG very easy, and the play continues. Adam.
Thumbs up from Adam, but he might not make it out, and beautifully executed. Wow. The death mark is one of glory for Insanity.
Yeah, when you're hitting those triple Qs, that's what
dirty.
feels good as the Zed player. Very, very well played by Insanity on this pick, as he really wraps
Dude,
up
his mechanics on Zed have been immaculate.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, they wrap up the unofficial ace, a clean unofficial ace, by the way, Lennon. And, well, it might be time to do what we did at the start of this broadcast, where in the sound check, our wonderful producers for League A's asked us, what did we have for breakfast? Because, frankly, that topic might be more interesting in this game here pretty soon, as Luminosity Gaming Kind of cruising towards a
I had a
2-0
Cliff
here.
Bar. That's all I've eaten.
I had coffee. You know what's funny is that someone in the chat during the pause actually asked me what I had for breakfast.
Nice. It's a popular trend today.
Yeah, and, I will say that my coffee mug also, it has a to-do list on it, which is wake up, drink coffee, poop, and be awesome, which...
Nice.
That was the precast routine, which was covered in the chat.
The precast
we're
routine.
coffee only right now, you know?
All right.
Yeah.
I like it. Step one of the process. Step one of the process here for LG is come in, wait a couple hours, take
a bit
2
closer.
dubs, and walk away.
Yeah, I feel like LG is at the be awesome stage of my coffee mug, and Pulse is yet to pass the poop part of it, as it's been a bit of a rough performance here for Pulse.
But you have to realize the stake of things here. This is the expected result. Like, this is absolutely what we expected. This is a Polestar team that has been struggling, again, hasn't found a series win, but now maybe finding Fake God. Not going to get him in the end, but this is a top-of-the-table team versus the bottom-of-the-table team. And LG making it look like so. And Pale coming through. They get him. Fake God heals up. Oh my God, he dashes away. Hub and Bio, they just want that fourth shot. He can't get him. Deadly. Oh, it's not going to be enough. Curtain call. Dodge. Fake God. Fake God. No way. Oh, he gets him. Hub with the fourth shot, and cinematic beauty comes through as Pulse get their second kill of the game. They'll get a little bit of top lane pressure, but they've been losing the rest of the map to LG.
All right, shooting range here. Adam. Oh, that actually was able to skirt out.
Exhaust. Oh, Insanity has overextended himself, and that death mark did nothing. He will just go right back to the clone. And Zazel gonna find Hub. Oh, you did the mistake that all Jins do and walk up, as now he has the rest of the team come through. Zazel gonna get locked down and forced to pop that unbreakable will. This game has gotten a little chaotic, and that'll be a couple quick ultimates burned on top side.
I gotta say though that while all that time is being burned, Tomio is just clearing Skarner's red side jungle.
Yeah, he's
and
up 40 CS.
If you look at the CS gap now, also 2 levels up for Tomio, so while it might look goofy for Luminosity Gaming, like taking fights that they weren't winning, they only lose Fake God, and their Lilia gets super fed off that, so still very worth in a trade up for Luminosity Gaming as, oh look, they're also gonna knock down the mid outer as off the back half of that play and reset from Pulse 2. So still Luminosity Gaming cruising in this game too.
It feels nostalgic to watch Tomio play Lilia.
I don't know why you associate Lilia with Tomio, because for me
it was
always
a ton back then.
It was the Graves.
It was the Graves, but
Diana,
he also played the Lilia side of things. That was super fun to watch.
The Evelyn. It was the Annie mid in solo queue when he was playing EU West.
That was a good time.
Yeah, when they were over there for Worlds. That was fun. Meanwhile,
they get Insanity maybe. He's going to get shielded up here, but gets locked down by another hit from Tub. They can't get him. Bio, he's going to get the death mark out. Immediately installs Impact into the wall. The shutdown goes to Bio. So while LG have a massive lead, Polestar hard picking them apart here and there.
It's not enough on him. I will say, that's well played from Bio. That Ixtal's Impact that was pretty much frame perfect to catch Zed. Make sure that he couldn't bounce back to the shadow and took down Insanity. I know that Bio has really upped his solo queue rank of late, which is great to see, as there were a couple moments where the mechanics were a bit questionable earlier on in the season, but that was a really nice mechanical moment there from Bio. Gets that guaranteed E onto the Zed. Good to see him putting in that time outside the game and having it pay off in. He still finds himself down, though, 2 levels, Zell, as Rift Herald's been started here by Tomio, who was power clearing Skarner's bot side jungle while there was a lot of shenanigans going on up top. He's got Tomio a big lead, and now we shift that into the map as this Rift Herald bound to fall.
Bound to fall to the Luminosity Gaming squad. Been one of the probably most exciting stories that we've gotten to follow in the new iteration of NACL. Just because it was a lot of no names coming together, try to form a team and a dream to, at the end of the year, make it to LTA. And now they're trying to make a beautiful tower dive as nobody's going to fall. It is a 3-man Meganar ulti. The turret's ticking on the Fake God, but it'll be a quick double kill to Tactical.
And the really big thing, too, about that Silas Meganar is, you saw it there, is that you can chain it with your Q. As Silas, of course, that has 2 pops. Second pop being a lot more damage. And the Meganar locks you in for both those. So not only do you get the extra AP ratio that Hijack gives you, and Meganar surprisingly has a decent one, then you throw the Q boom boom damage on there, and Well, things look like
What
that.
is your weirdest AP scaling ability?
It's Ashar. They just made it
Agreed.
like they made it like what? I think it's a 1.2 ratio. Like for what? To encourage silent picks? Like for ARAM gamers? I don't get it.
For AP Ash, bro, you just don't know the tech.
I do know the tech. I just
That's like a
Kangas
Kangas build, honestly. I'm surprised he hasn't done that.
Yes. If for those wondering at home, Kangas's ARAM repertoire consists of one-shot Malphite, AP Lucian, and I'm sure a lot of other disgusting builds and champions that are okay to be used on that game, though, because it's not serious. But
Catching Insanity again? Dude, Insanity's just limit testing on his Zed. He's like, how many 1v3s can I die to?
That's big.
And now he will just fall to Dr. Calculus.
Deathmark cast and a nice chain CC from Pulse picks up their second kill onto the Zed. And Luminosity Gaming don't really get anything for that one. They only clear out this top wave. So do have Adam TPing out to make sure that he was safe, no collapse. So nice from Pulse. They get something for nothing.
Yeah, agreed.
Always positive.
That is positive. They actually took about 1,000 gold off the gold difference. Now they're going to look to try to get this bottom turret. Hey, but it's something, okay? It's something. Let me have my hopium. Let me have it.
Sadly, Mazel, I feel like the next 10 to 15 minutes of this game are just going to be doing failed chest compressions on the Pulse. Because we're not going to get a Pulse back in this one.
Yeah, it might be time.
And Zazel, I feel like the Alistar combo, like, that's the closest thing to a chest compression you're going to get here in League of Legends, if we're being honest.
Dude, he had some dirty engages. Almost has 100% KP, by the way. And now he's driving. Oh, Insanity now finds himself in a 1v2. It's Dr. Calculus getting eviscerated here. Insanity just needs to land one more and does so. It's going to switch out and dodge out of bio, too. And so Insanity get a little bit of revenge in that side lane.
Yeah, lost the 1v3 and then came back and won the 1v2. Not bad. So Insanity still has been set behind a little bit.
The numbers game.
Yeah. He has been set behind a little bit. That does matter in this game. Good ult from Adam. Cancels the combo from Alistar as he sneaks his way on out of there. But still, you can see this game continues to be rather uncompetitive.
Little bit. Oh, bio.
I'd say a lot.
Oh, fake. I tried to bail him back. Did not get him in the end. Will be engaged now from Zazel on the mid lane. Tactical finds Hub. Hub flashes, though. Tomio getting low from the turret. Hub trying to get some damage back in, but goes to sleep with the lilting lullaby. Hub is down now. Here comes the curtain call. Tactical tanking it up as Fake God will assume position to get that fourth shot. Does end up getting a little bit more damage than maybe they asked for as Dr. Calculus. Oh, he gets taken down right as he was about to go Meganar. And Tactical goes dominant. 8-1-5 on this Corki.
Nice turn from Zazel and Luminosity Gaming as that was tight. Getting Calculus down before he was able to pop that Meganar, but we're able to hit that window. As meanwhile, Hub, yeah, he gets slowed up. He's going down. We'll say Hub's Jin. It's looked okay this game. Mazel, he's hit some skill shots. Okay, now we're not being serious. Goodbye, Bio.
Pop goes the weasel. That's not a weasel though. That's a scorpion. That seems like that would be a much different child's thing.
I like how we're just ignoring the fact that Insanity ran it for that. It's fine. It's no spike to secure the dragon. It's worth, right, Mazel?
It is, for sure. Absolutely. As that will be Soul Point. Going to LG on an Ocean Soul. So if you could make matters worse, I think they just have. Wonder how far. I mean, they're at like 8.5 right now. Does it go to... I don't want to start talking about 20K because that's really far off.
We've seen 20K before.
We have seen 20K before, which is a sight in and of itself.
Calculus has TP. I think it's going to be canceled, though, as he tries to get out. Might be a one-way trip for the turret bounty.
Might be, as they try to get this play. Oh, dude, no, he doesn't even get it. He doesn't even get it. Unfortunate there. Zatacon just going to be started up by LG. I'll be able to take this one. It will be the flowers, so no GAs this time to propel them even further forward.
I feel like this game really sums up why in Bio's tweet, like we're gonna 2-1 Luminosity Gaming, we saw the skull emoji and the Shirley in all caps.
True. There might have been some sarcasm in it.
Yeah, but I don't think Pulse was feeling the confidence here either today, as they're going to trade out Otacon for an inner turret, which is an objective bounty. At least it's something, as I don't think they can fight right now. Pulse, I don't know, man. Like this team, it's kind of a bummer. It's like we have seen better looks from Winthrop than what we thought coming in, better looks from AMI than what we thought coming in, and then Pulse, we've seen no looks that we've really loved from this team, which has been a struggle.
That's the toughest thing, and especially when you're getting to over that halfway point that we talked about in the season, because you're running out of time to prove that you can put something together consistently, and all those teams in the qualifiers definitely going to be chomping at the bit here to see what they can do, what they can prove, because again, that LTA spot at the end of the year is something that all teams are looking at. It's the biggest opportunity we've had in Tier 2 in the recent history.
Oh, looks like it was just Hub and Bio got out, but Tubbs is gonna be wasted here in the bot lane by LG. Yeah, I mean, of course, this year with the promotion relegation, something we're used to with NACL, of course, new to make it to that Tier 1 slot with LTA North. But if you talk to Tier 3 teams right now, they will tell you, we're aiming to relegate Pulse. Like, this is the team that we know is beatable. And it's not like a situation where, it's Disguise could win Worlds and it's still Disguise in that promotion relegation tournament at the end of the year, right?
Yeah.
It's it's Pulse is just the team that everyone's gunning for. And so far, rightfully so, they haven't given us much reason to think that they will not be in that scenario. As Calculus gets out, nice. TP burn.
That's a couple good TP escapes, for Polestar so far. Hub is going to try to take a mid lane turret, but he is a Jhin, and he's probably just going to be ran down.
Yeah, I really like how Tomio's just been throwing ease at the wave to... That's a crazy look. You're a solo Skarner with no one anywhere close to you.
I mean, I think...
Well, there are ways to try, or, like, trying combat. I don't think that was one of them. It was unfortunately Adam. This is bad to play better.
It was the long con to get the Baron on spawn,
Long con to try and look at Tactical as he hits the Q, but it's going to lead to nothing else.
This is tough. This is tough for sure for Pulse.
We're having a tough time up here, guys. It was a 2-hour pause.
It was literally like almost 3 hours waiting for this series, and yeah, it's unfortunate. But again, we go back to kind of the reason why it is because these teams are just of different echelons in the NACL. They're not even going to take the inhib. They're going to leave the inhib.
It's a smart call.
It is, honestly.
They don't need it yet. Yeah. They don't want to spawn those free extra big creeps and gold in when they can just get the wave for free by itself because your AD is up 3 levels on the opponent. Shout out to our observer too for zooming in on some Corgi. That's always a good call. That's a good way to kill some time. Look at all the pets on the rift look like. -1 for insanity.
-1.
Noob.
I'm gonna clip that. I'm gonna send it to him.
Good. Oh, appreciate it.
He would actually, honestly. He'd have a good laugh about it. All right, TP play by LG. Think of the flash from Zeyzal onto Hub, and he is just a Jhin in a non-Jhin world as Tactical goes literally legendary. And they're going to try to get the engage on Tomio, but Tomio's just 1v1ing Bio over here. Not even going to sing him sweet nothings as they don't even need it. Depth charge coming up, and the alley-oop to Fake God gets him the kill. Now Dr. Calculus and Adam, the last remaining member, is going to try to make a play. Missed the Meganar ulti there. Missed the Emperor's Divide, and Tactical just broke 4 ankles right there. And it is all up to LG's Wonder Star carry, Mr. Tactical.
Well, he's going legendary. Nice to see him get out of the Meganar as the Valkyrie, the Flash. Quite clean there, as Tactical always been known for his reaction speed. That's always something that's been a real positive with his gameplay, Mazel, and good to see that hasn't changed at this level, as Tactical is pretty large and in charge this game.
Yeah, I'd say 14-1-6. Pretty good. Pretty good. But no, this guy's just been a pleasure to have in the scene for as long as we have, and honestly, really cool to see him try to rebuild this story and make this legendary run all the way to the LTA. And it is a team stacked full of veterancy and still able to put himself above the rest in these kinds of moments. Feels really good, especially the meta right now. Tactical has a lot of say in it, and the way he's been playing, especially on the Tristanas, now the Corkis, but things along those lines.
A bit of a creative build here too, with the Seekers. So no flash, gonna try and go golden to dodge out on some of the big pieces from Pulse. I will say, do like this. I think that not a lot of marksmen just go solo Seekers and kind of play from there. Sometimes Stopwatch does get a ton of value, especially if you're down flash in an endgame scenario like this. It's actually the best side of the buy, so like this from Tactical.
Trying to get a play on Insanity there. Gonna find too much. Adam was maybe looking for the Shurima shuffle. But on 3 lanes is the oppression coming out from LG, and on 3 lanes they will succeed. Inhibs, all 3 gonna go down at the same time. Might as well call it a demolition crew here. The implosion is coming from inside the base from Pulse. The third inhib will finally fall, so double super minions spawning. And the Meganar into the combo, and Tomio goes dominant. They are just padding the KDAs at this point. Tomio wants to go ahead and go in. Gets a 2-man sleep. Going golden is Adam. Is it going to be enough time? LG, they're just pouncing on him, man. This is unfair. Over 16,000 gold in the lead. LG will smash home a 2-0.
Well, I hate to say that this series kind of looked the way that we expected it to look, but it looked the way that we expected it to look. As Luminosity Gaming continue to prove that they are a team to beat in the NACL, and Pulse sadly take one step closer to relegation.
Yeah, 0-5. That is really, really tough.
Yeah.
And
I mean, that's like grounds for the promotion tournament, truly. In order to get back into NACL, that's a tough start.
I mean, you cannot go a positive spree now, right? You only
They've
have 4
already
series
lost
left.
to AMI and Winthrop, 2 of the perceived weaker teams we have. Even though I got to give shout outs to both, as they've been each playing better than what we thought coming in.
True.
And for Pulse again, like we've yet to really see an identity for this team. We've yet to really see someone really step up and be that big carry. It feels like even leads that they get, they aren't able to snowball it through to the end, and it's not a lot of positives over there. So we'll see if Pulse can again try and use the rest of the season to figure that out and really change the trajectory that they're on. Meanwhile, Luminosity Gaming.
That's the positive. That's the way you smile. It's like that bus meme where one side's really dark and sad, the other side's really happy, because now Luminosity have continued to put their stake on that kind of top 3, top 2 positioning that we begged of them.
No surprise coming into the day. I mean, frankly, this is kind of what we expected the series to look like. So props to Luminosity Gaming to continue to look strong in the NACL, and looking forward to talking to one of them afterwards, or after this break.
Yeah, we're going to take a little break. We'll be right back.
I believe my favorite season was season 10, because that's the first season I hit Challenger, and that's where I decided I wanted to go pro in the LoL history. I gotta say my twin brother, General Sniper. I think he's up there for sure. He's the best and the best looking and the best player, in my opinion.
Good question. I'm not sure I have a favorite season. I really like the release of the new map. But like 2 seasons ago, when they remade the walls and all, like I thought that was really, really nice, and I wish they'd do that more in the future. Like I think they're planning to, but I think that was really refreshing to have the map change like that. I really, really enjoyed it.
It's hard for me not to pick the ones where I had the most success as a player, so I would probably say season 8 and 9. That was like peak League of Legends for me, but it could even go, as far back as like season 2. Pretty much any season where I think like 80 carries are really fun, that's gonna be my favorite. So season 8 and 9, I think it was a pretty fun time to play to carry.
Oh, it was the Damon versus EDG finals. I don't know which season it was, World's final, and I think I liked the season a lot. I mean, because I think it was season 10, season 9. I don't even know, but you could play different styles of champs on jungle. You could play the carry champs and tank junglers.
for the most fun, it was for sure like season 8 or 9, because during that time there were a couple builds and champs that I really liked. For example, like Manamune Kaisa with the old Nash's Tooth and the old and Rageblade was so good and so broken. I also liked playing a lot of Kassadin and Vladimir, because those champs, when you get to the certain points back then, it was like you can't lose, you know. So like there was a period in my time in season 9 where I was like a Vlad Kassadin 2-trick, just playing the mid lane and just, you know, trying to win every game through late game.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL as we take a look back at the highlights of that last one. Highlights is a very generous term, but if you're Luminosity, it is all bright and dandy for you. 2-0 coming out smashing.
Yeah, again, Luminosity Gaming continue to prove that they are a top team that we have in the league, and do so past the test with flying colors. Was a little bit surprised they actually showed some different strats in this one, but Luminosity Gaming expanding that pool, at least on stage, by playing the Silas top and Zed mid. In a game where I gotta say, I felt like the Silas was pretty invisible this game. This was not. This was massive from Fake God, but outside of this, we didn't see a lot of Fake God joining the team, and really wasn't needed, as he had 4 good ults to choose, only needed the Meganar, and that was it.
And honestly, that's all you need sometimes when you're this far ahead. I mean, they had developed like 1,000 gold lead at 4.5 minutes or something. And then it just didn't look bad. I think we ended at like 16.5 or almost 17K.
Yeah. This was the highlight for Pulse, man. Hub, this 4th shot, gets the dash into the wall. Let's go.
That's actually
and then this
actually kind of nuts.
Insanity didn't press R,
dude. I know.
It's cool.
but then this is where he came back and got the kill like right afterwards when he came back out. I think it's right here, right, where he literally came back out of base and just instantly got a rebuttal in the 2v1.
Yeah. Again, Ability Ace said, I appreciate the fact that Insanity's pulling this out. I actually think that there is some legitimacy to this pick. I'm still kind of trying to learn the scenarios where it's best. But the matchup into Azir is for sure good, and you get a lot of value later on from just the shred of the cleaver. Again, the Eclipse, Cleaver, Shojin, really strong items in the game right now that Zed can surprisingly abuse well after a lot of the changes, because the buffs to the E damage on such a low cooldown, further increased by the ability haste you get in that build, can be quite good.
Yeah, it absolutely can. And we saw it on full display here, Mr. Cubby. I'm calling everybody Mr. now. I don't know. I'm trying to be formal, I guess. It was, though, signaling of the end once they had this massive advantage, and it was to the expected result, LG taking that 2-0. And that being said, it is a situation where it's a little tough for Polestar, but you know, trying to figure out what works for them moving forward if we see any bright points. But I definitely want to focus on the brighter side of things for this one and show that LG are handling business when they need to, right? They've only lost to Dark Zero Dragonsteel, and that's a rematch that I cannot wait to see in the future once we get to playoffs.
Yeah, and I gotta say, that's something that we might need to visit, because again, top 3 teams, it's really important that you get that top seed, because it feels like there's a bit of a gap between CCG and Near Airport and LG. So if you get that first seed, you might dodge out on 2 of the 3 really powerful teams that we have in the league. So definitely something to look out for as we watch our top teams go to the Rift for the rest of the year, as that's a nice golden nugget at the end. I feel like First Seed could be really valuable in the playoffs.
It is indeed, but I do believe our interview is ready to go. We've got none other than legendary top laner for Luminosity Gaming, Fake God, as we're going to be bringing him on. It's nice to talk to you again, man. It's been a little while. Get to catch up with you. You had a little while today to get ready for the games. How did you refocus to get back into things and get that 2-0?
Yeah, what'd you guys do in the break? Anything fun?
We played some games in the Discord because they're available.
Let's go.
We played like I forgot what it was called, but it's kind of like a tile game where you have to get resources.
Is it Farm Merge Simulator?
Oh, is it Farm Merge Valley?
Farm Merge Valley?
No, it was like it's like 4 people. It was like a little map, a little island, and you can choose spots to put houses in. I didn't really know what was happening, honestly, but I knew we were screwing our AD carry over. He was getting really mad at the end. But then luckily we were able to play again, so we didn't have to finish the game out and crush our AD carry's dreams.
I mean, your AD carry, I think, won 16-1 to wrap up that last game, so that's not bad.
Do you feel worse now that you trolled him in the game?
I feel pretty good about it still. I felt pretty nice.
Oh, that's good to hear, Fake God. Something else I felt good about seeing, that Silas pick. Before you picked it, I was going to talk about it. I swear to God, Mazel was talking, but you had 4 good ults to choose. You saw the Silas and the Gnar matchup being played in LCK earlier on. Was that something that really influenced you to be able to pull this pick out, or is this a matchup that you've continued to play in solo queue? As I know it's something that has been a little bit forgotten about.
I played it a little bit beforehand, like before Kingen played it, basically. Yeah. But it wasn't like a lot of games because it feels a little rare to get it.
Very niche.
And I haven't been able to play it in solo queue either because nobody actually picks Gnar in solo queue. But for me, I feel like I already know what the champion does. So all I really need to know is like what Silas does. So I had like 2 games of it. I was like, okay, this is good enough. So I was like, I can pick Silas into Gnar and it's fine. Because all I have to do, I just do my lane normally as Silas. And if I take Gnar ult, I'm basically Gnar.
Yeah.
So I know what to do when I have Gnar at that point.
And you executed some of those combos so dirtily, man. That top lane dive was absolutely disgusting. I got to talk, though. You guys have obviously put yourselves in that top 3 conversation. I know coming into the split, that was a little bit of the expectation from you guys as well. But do you feel like there is some real competition laid out for you coming in to try to prove that kind of first spot? And do you think a rematch for Dark Zero Dragonsteel with you is going to end up different next time?
Oh, yeah. I kind of forgot the first part of the question, but I do think there's like a top 3 here, just like us, NA, and Dark Zero. And I think for that series, I was like not as like prepared as I should have been for that series. And I'm just trying to make sure that I'm all good in the top lane the next time around we face them, which will probably be in playoffs, like sometime around. I expect it.
Yeah, and I mean, as you guys eyeball those playoffs, I got to say, coming to this interview, I was kind of pitching that 1 seed, I think, is really valuable. As it feels like at the moment, you guys, Dark Zero and Near Airport, 3 strongest teams. CCG is sitting there at 4. I know that in terms of your guys' matchups coming up, that is one where you guys play them in week 6. Is that the matchup that you're most looking for, or most looking forward to now that you've already overcome the matchups against Near Airport and Dark Zero? Or are you looking forward to maybe Conviction or AMI more?
Personally, I don't care about any other team except for Dark Zero or Near Airport. It's kind of all the same to me. I'm going to be completely honest.
Yeah. It kind of feels that way up here too. I'm going to be honest. I feel like CCG has like made their way into 4, but it still hasn't been able to topple you guys. So definitely a lot of parity in the league right now, as you guys showed today.
Well, I want to give you a chance to give some shout outs here before I let you go. Anything else you want to talk about?
Not much really. Just a long series because there's kind of a unfortunate 2-hour period. But shout out to my teammates. Shout out to David for making us play that really weird Discord game. Shout out to my coach, Deos, and shout out to my parents, I guess. This is actually my first time playing remote at home, and it's a lot more relaxing than I used to play before. So
that's awesome.
It's pretty nice.
I'm
See that like
glad
a
to hear.
rest period.
You get a little bit of relaxation and you get to hang out with the fam. Well, thank you so much, Fake God. I'm excited to see you guys cook some more comps, man. It is absolutely fun to watch your guys' stories. So thank you so much. We'll talk to you soon, I'm sure.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm going to take it back from him, and we're going to be getting ready for our next one. Before we do, also, I believe we're going to have MVP coming up. So out of that, who gets MVP in this one? I know we're maybe have different takes on this one, but it's hard to choose, but everybody did so good.
Fake God's still in our call, just being like, the AD takes all the kills, man. He's... Oh, I don't know if you guys can hear this on the cast, but Fake God's just like, I know I'll take 4 movement of the wall, it doesn't matter. AD steals all the kills. I think it's going to be tactical. He did put up a field
I think
line.
so too, yeah. I think it has to be. Also,
yeah.
I know we've been trending on giving into KDA setups here, so it'll be hopefully tactical in that way after going 16-1. Fake God, keep fighting for yourself, bro. Keep going. Keep doing it. Keep having games like that. But no, I mean, it was a dominant performance from top to bottom from LG.
I mean, really nothing else to say. I am excited to get into this next matchup, as I know that the guys who've been waiting for the next matchup have been waiting for a while, thanks to the pause. But real quick before we move on, of course, MVP looks like it's going to be Tactical, who putting up a 17-1-7 score line in that last game. That was pretty big, as yeah, that KDA did look pretty good on the Corki. And Mazel, we continue to see Tactical. We expect them to be a very strong marksman in this league, and have really seen him perform so far. I think that the big key for me with Tactical is just having less moments where, you know, he's stepping up at the wrong times, getting called out on mid waves. I feel like those are the two biggest criticisms of his play from his long-time LCS tenure, and I expect to see less of that in NACL, and we have seen less of that, but still have seen some really nice moments. I think like seeing the reaction speed on like how he played this fight, right? Valkyrie out of the Meganar, then flashed out of the Emperor's Divine, as you see here. Like, that's the kind of stuff that got people really excited about Tactical when he first started playing with TL, and he's always had in his repertoire as a player, and it's good to see that continue, even with the remote play on, you know, not being on the stage.
Yeah, and I think it's fine to kind of lean on those moments, but 35 KDA, man, looking damn good. Also played Tristana in game number 1, which felt really nice to see as well. A little bit of change in that setup for them. But let's go ahead and start transitioning into that next series that we have, which may be a little bit more contested, but it's still a bit of a David versus Goliath situation going on as Dark Zero Dragonsteel look to continue their unlosing streak in the NACL and look to take down Supernova in their next series.
It was a tough start for Supernova to start off the split, but I think we saw them play much better in the last couple weeks. Week 2 was a good look for them, so hoping to see a little bit more of that in this collegiate partnership matchup battle that we have today. Is of course, the Dark Zero Dragonsteel, they are Maryville University in CLOL. They are the #1 seed in the bracket that was recently published. Supernova, of course, partnered with Ole Miss. They were the #3 seed in the CLOL bracket that was published. So to see, you know, them be so tight in the collegiate standings, but still have so much space between them in the NACL standings, I think really speaks to the play that we've seen from Dark Zero, but also the opportunity that Supernova has, because this is a team that did play very well throughout their CLOL season. We haven't seen them hit that expectation on the Rift for all their games here. It's been a little bit of inconsistency for NACL, so we'll see if they can really take games off of the top dogs who have yet to drop a single game here in NACL.
Yeah, the collegiate showdown going to be kicking off. Dark Zero Dragonsteel, though, just a cut above the rest. I don't even know. I said at the beginning of the day, it's like everybody is sending their nation's armies to attack this team, and nobody can take them down. Nobody has even made them bleed yet, which is absolutely incredible. This team coming off that championship, coming off of that defense, at least, are trying to defend that championship. They have not dropped the beat. I mean, they've even changed out their ADC, and it just feels like they're as lethal as ever.
Yeah, I gotta say, it's not too surprising, as when you take an AD carry that actually beat you in a final, that does feel pretty good, right? So Sajad's been doing a nice job of really acclimating himself to this team, but for me, I think the story with Dark Zero has been Zamudo and Spyrax have been just... They've been the ones that, for me, have really been a cut above the rest. In terms of players that we have in the league, the 2 highest gold differentials at 15 that we have in the league, it's Zamudo and Spyrax. Zamudo sitting at 925 gold up on average at 15 in the top lane. Spyrax sitting at 541. like that gap between Zamudo and Spyrax is huge. And again, those two are the top two that we have in the league. So they've been off to blistering starts in solo lanes, and it's really helped Dark Zero rely on this 1-3-1 identity that has been so good for them so far this split.
Exactly, and we're going to take a look at the Supernova roster now as well. Still some bumps and bruises as they come along, but I talked to Colomer, their coach, and talking about their mentality is still positive. They still feel like they have some working solutions to what is going on. And their biggest focus today will be not beating themselves before the enemy team has a chance to beat them. And I think that's some good grounding for them to have coming into this, especially with the expectations.
And there have definitely been some games where Supernova have beat themselves, but we've also seen some positives. I gotta say, I think the solo lane focus is so interesting for me, because when I look at the Supernova squad, you know, Keel is someone that was the most valuable prospect candidate. Shogo, Rhino, two players that we've really hoped to have in NACL for a long time. We have a lot of confidence that they can be solid players in this league. Where I need to see Supernova step up if they want to actually be really competitive in the league is Stray and Asaiwa. Of course, Asaiwa being that rookie mid, it feels like he has a lot of room to grow. But if these players can step up, I mean, I think it's big for Supernova in the long haul, and they're really going to have their hands full today against the best top laner and the best mid laner that we've had in the league so far.
Yeah, and that's the biggest test coming in now, is like what level of execution are we going to have for both sides. And we already got to see one very one-sided setup, but this one maybe a little bit closer in that regard. Let's go ahead and take a look at the predictions here across the board for the team. And you see, again, all one-sided. It is all Dark Zero Dragonsteel. I'm gonna guess he's with us in spirit.
Yeah, he's always with us in spirit himself. Shout out to Eric as always. But hey, excited to dive into this game. We got no delays going into our second series of the day.
Let's go. Hey, you just cursed it. We're going to have a pause. We're going to have all kinds of stuff now that you said that.
You know what?
Can't believe you did it, Cubby.
Your curse was the one that was
This one will be on
powerful,
you. The last one was on me.
It was on you. We're going to see if it's on me too.
I'll be your scapegoat. You know, it's fine.
All right. We might jinx it. Probably not. But bans flying on in. Talia taken away
like,
from
guys, shut up.
Asaiwa. No Corki for Shogo. Of course, Shogo has really been pioneering this Bloodthirster Essence Reaver Corki build. Just going to crit. Does have really nice AD scalings after some of the changes. I have seen a couple other players pick it up in the league too in scenarios where it's good. But at the moment, all eyes going towards this Rumble pick. As, Rumble's up. That's going to be a first pick by Zamudo. Gotta imagine. Oh, wait, no. He's going to go Rise.
It's the Rise.
Okay.
So some flexibility in this Rise pick still. I know that's something that Dark Zero Dragonsteel have been utilizing a little bit more in their draft, is some of that early flexibility that the 1-2-3 can give you. Though I will say you can have some good combos here from Supernova. They're going to go ahead and grab that Vi first and foremost.
This is kind of a fun gambit too, because Rumble doesn't like being into Rise, and I know for a fact Zamudo could play Rise in the Rumble if he wants to.
True.
But it's going to give over the Rumble and the Rise to Dragonsteel, because Supernova are not willing to play into that potential bad matchup. So kind of a gambit being thrown out here by Dark Zero Dragonsteel that I think pays off, is I'm expecting to see a Rumble here for Zamudo.
I mean, that's a deadly top trio, especially when you put the nameplates on how these guys have been playing. But it will be the answer into the Varus. So the Ezreal is going to come through for Sajed, and it was that primary Varus pick for Shogo.
Okay. I gotta say, it's an option, right? You're giving over that Rumble potentially. I think that Rumble just ends up hitting the ban list probably by Supernova. But the Ezreal into Varus, if it does end up being that poke Varus, you have that scaling as the Ezreal. And a unique pick here, as I assume it's going to be a Karma bot for Rhino. Bit of a deny away from that Ezreal lane. Yeah, it will be a lot of poke. They have the option to flex this thing mid, as Karma mid actually not too bad in the Rise. You can match that early wave clear, and your shield kind of keeps you tanky enough where it takes a while for Rise to get to the point where he can machine gun you down. Not to mention Rise does really struggle against range. That big AoE slow from Karma is something that Rise can be an issue for him later on. So we'll see if that ends up being flexible. I don't think Vi is the best pairing, but Supernova are showing options early.
Yeah. I do appreciate the kind of strategies that we're seeing played out early on here, at least. It is going to be about the second phase focus, though, as we get the Rakan ban and that Lissandra ban. Try to take away maybe some of the comfort coming through here.
Yeah, the Liss pick, something that we haven't really seen emerge or come back, but we're starting to see Liss sneak up a little bit in the meta. Is of course a pick that I think Supernova and Asaiwa uniquely plays. I don't know if he's busted it out yet. No, he has not busted it out yet on stage, but No, it's one that he's played in scrims. Some of these scrims being streamed too. Actually, fun fact going into the day. Shogo, this is the first repeat pick he's had so far in NACL. He was playing Fearless on his own, with his own champion pool coming in. But Ferris will be the first champion picked twice, strongest AD on the patch by most. That's the consensus, really, for most. So
True.
We'll see what he does on this one.
It's so funny as well, like when you talk about these ADs and now the matchup here. Obviously, it's not the same rivalry hype as Shogo versus Mobility, but it's still something where Sajed had built his name over these last couple of years, going from FlyQuest to now trying to make his new start on Dark Zero Dragonsteel, where Shogo has been lauded for so many years in the collegiate scene and the Tier 3 scene, finally getting his shot in NACL to start building up that legacy his own right. And it's so interesting we get these two guys. I'm so excited to get to cover these two guys, even though it is the Varus versus Ezreal. Now we look at the Hui pick setting up for their counter pick for Supernova.
Hui into Rise is nice. Again, that ranged theme into Rise is, I think, a good idea. I also, speaking of Shogo was very quick to message me before the series started that he has not lost to Maryville since 2022, but also with the caveat that that team didn't include Yuji, who he also called Thanos. So, yeah, Yuji,
so.
he has been pretty damn good in this league.
He's been pretty Thanos, man.
He's been pretty damn good. So,
it is that Rumble finally through, though, as it just falls all the way to 4. I don't think I've seen that pick locked in that late, and I don't know how long. But we'll see what that final pickup is going to be for Dark Zero Dragonsteel to kind of tie their composition together. Would love from Engage for them.
Unironically, the Pike, you get to break the Karma Shield. You can kind of absorb some of the poke.
Go.
Okay, I like
Zyko's
this.
cooking.
You have pieces that you can combo off of too. Is of course Bone Skier, really nice if you can combine that with an empowered Rune Prison or a Zen 3-talent strike. But with that Rumble, of course, we expected that to ban this. It did not. Looks like Supernova was okay to play that one and give that one over, because now it's going to be Galio into a double match damage comp. And Galio into Rise, actually a pretty positive match for Galio early on. Rise does outscale that, but for me, this really makes that window for Supernova. With the Galio into Rumble, with that Varus that we expect to be poked, they have to drive home this early lead, or they will get outscaled pretty bad by Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
Yeah, and that's never a situation you want to be in, because if you get to a late game where you're even on even footing, it's going to be difficult against a team that has been so clinical like Dark Zero Dragonsteel. But this is a team of Supernova that doesn't give up. Again, I talked to Colliver. He was very positive. It feels like the vibes are very positive. They know what they need to work on. And this is the kind of moment you prove yourself. I mean, it's a single round robin. You only get to do this once. So coming in with a good mindset, a good strategy, and kind of clear win conditions is super important. I do like the little bit of a wrench in the works with that kind of Galio top setup that they do have, but they're leaning into some of the strengths for Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
I actually really like the Galio this game, and it's a positive matchup for the Rumble in the first place. Also a positive matchup into the Rise, especially early on. So I just think it really sets the pace and the timer for Supernova. We did say coming to the series, they don't want to beat themselves. Well, the onus is going to be on them to make sure that this early game is played out well and gives them an advantage, because if they don't get one early, they will not win later on against Dark Zero. So I'll see if that ends up coming out, and we'll see if Supernova are able to keep on cleaning up their early game play, which I know from talking to this team after week 1, they were really scattered with what they wanted to do. Kind of felt like they were playing a solo queue game. Really did get that together going into week 2 and week 3, where they put up better performances. So we'll see if we can continue in this week 4.
We are headed into our second series of the day. Game 1 kicking off right now. There's going to be a banger between Dark Zero Dragonsteel and Supernova. The collegiate showdown and the ADC match that we are all looking forward to here. It does look like we're getting a little bot lane shenanigans. Both teams say, after waiting for our series to start for so long, we need action. I want a 5-on-5. Dark Zero maybe looking for this engage. Bone Skewer in, and instantly Stray is gone.
That trinket being dropped for Dark Zero does lead to that Bone Skewer skewering the Galio. As first blood going over to the Pike, going to be likely Boots here for Zyko. Yep, gonna be nice.
And that's it's so funny because this is a pick that Zyko used to choose and take kind of that laning advantage with Scary Jerry as well, but definitely fell off. But when he's feeling confident, feels like he's willing to go for it and be that kind of difference maker here. And I think with that early advantage, that's honestly who you'd love to have those early advantages on, because he can just be so impactful across the rest of the map.
And I mean, I will say coming into this series, I think that, you know, we're kind of setting up the collegiate matchup, Mazel. Something to be said for familiarity with an opponent, right? Might be an advantage for Supernova this game, as a lot of teams, I don't think, have the same experience into Dark Zero that the Supernova team might, as Rhino, that's a flash burned, and frankly, him standing there and not firing out any Qs while in fog was a little bit surprising.
Oh, he stepped back up. Oh, God.
Yeah.
That's tragedy. That is absolute tragedy.
Well, this isn't a great start.
Not great.
No, not
you know,
great.
3 out of 4 flashes burned on bot side. Sajed gonna throw up the thumbs up, so he knows everything's okay. As oh god, we're gonna take a look back at that level 1
with the pike. Yeah, you see that ward comes down to the brush, and well, that Galio gonna be turned into chicken.
I don't want to like obviously go too deep into it, but you're trying to level 1 against the pike, man. I feel like it's tough. Like the boat skewer is always so difficult.
Karma's a lot of strength, but I think the level 1s for Vi's tough. I don't disagree with you, Mazel. I think it was a risk for sure. So maybe a scouting ward.
Risk it for the biscuit.
Scouting ward probably required there. As a trinket would have spotted the enemy trinket. Maybe we could have spotted out the fact it was a 5-stack versus a 5-stack, and the bone spear connected first and 1.
It's just tough when we came in with the mindset of, you know, they don't want to beat themselves, right? And definitely
the first 2
on the back
beating
foot.
themselves.
Yeah, no, exactly. And now 1,000 gold up, about 3 minutes in. This is prime time and prime position for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, and Zyko gonna go for the flash play mid, gets the Bone Skewer too, and it just looks too damn easy, Cubby. Feet of Warfare secured at 3 minutes into the game by Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
Honestly, great to see Zyko this active early. You highlighted it. You know, you're on the pike. You already have a lead bot. What can you do across the map? But for a lot of the split so far, Zyko's actually kind of been on Enchantress duty.
Yeah.
That's something that you know, Zyko doesn't mind, but I really feel like the strength of Zyko last year was that he could take so many strong engages when necessary with this team. Like, his rel was so big for this roster. To see him now back on that engage, back on something where he has to play up, play really aggressive and play clean. Zyko really stepping up in this game so far. Great to see.
Yeah, I still remember that pike game that he he was willing to kind of go with. Didn't end up in the dub for him, but it was still an interesting lean into what I felt like with what made Scary Jerry and Zyko strong. But I love to see this duality now with Sajed, where he's on this Ezreal looking for that kind of 2-3 item spike, and it's Zyko really taking the reins on this team, because that's something this team talks a lot about, and that Niles had to kind of dictate going into this new split. Is Scary Jerry was a massive voice and direction on this team, and they are leaning on Zamudo now for a little bit more of that. They're leaning on other characters as Keel goes for the flash play towards top and might just find Zamudo. He almost gets the kill back. Zamudo should just turn on to Stray and get the kill. The flash comes through and it's not going to be enough. Supernova trying to get on the board. The flash for Zamudo to get away. Keel should be able to just chase him down. Stray going to have an angle here as well, and looking for the charge, looking for the punch, and Stray gets that one.
I like that from Keel. It looked a little bit goofy, but was quite creative, as of course he's flashing there to dodge out on the vision of the crab, and to make sure that he has his Q up for the gank, which ended up landing. So good play here from Supernova. I still think that my concern for them moving forward is that this Hwei being flashless, really dangerous. You have that priority in the hands of the Ezreal Pike right now with the lead they have. And a flashless Hwei with the gank setup from Ryze can make for some really, a really tricky and honestly a lot of pressure on Asilo to make sure that he's able to at least try and survive without going down. As he's pretty much just on catch duty, and we will see UG at least take away a camp. We'll have to see where Dark Zero puts their priority after this, because with this priority bot, they do have the option to, you know, swap things around and try and play hard for those grubs. They really want to send that bot lane top.
Yeah, I think the transition for grubs is going to be a crucial breaking point, feels like, for this early game at least, because we go back to what we were talking about from draft, and this is not ideal conditions for Supernova's composition. But I do wonder.
I think it fits like the way they want to play, though.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah, I think that Stray, for me as a top laner, at times I really feel like Stray is on the duty of his team. I've seen him drop a lot of waves. I don't think a lot of other top laners, a lot of other teams would drop in order to help assist the team with whatever. And Galio, I will say, is a great pick for that, because this lane in this game, you have to be the neutralizer. And for me, a lot of the strength of the Galio, it does come at that 1 to 2 item spike, where you are so damn tanky, you cannot be dealt with, and you're just able to continuously throw yourself into the fights, throw yourself forward in the fights to make space for your team. So I think that a lot of times this team, it is kind of the Shogo team. They have the poke identity against Rise. They have the Galio to really play hard in this early mid game. So let's see if they can execute upon it, because that has been the concern of Supernovas. A lot of times we have seen them just make a lot of head-scratching plays on the Rift in this early season, and if they do that in this game, they will fall very far behind and be in trouble later on.
Heroic entrance out. Bring Asila up here so you can ult out. Do something. He's getting dove, and unfortunately, I don't think he's going to be... Oh, Spyrex started tanking. He gets the kill back. Spyrex goes down. It's a beautiful 1-for-1.
Oopsie there from Dark Zero, and a great capitalization off that oopsie from Stray. Very good presence of mind to play out that 1v3 in that way. Really well done. Buys a lot of space for Keel. It's just going to be a trade of red sides. And now Keel with 6 is going to look to get fancy here.
Getting chunked, though, before the fight even kicks off. Sajed goes in. He's going to get locked down. Gets the kill back. Execution onto Rhino, too. So it's still just the 1-for-1. Zyko now realizes Asila is here. Has to back away from that engage back. But we are getting tussles across the board here from both sides.
Yeah, I like the idea on the answer from Keel. But that was a tough dive. I do want to credit Sajed. I know that he fell, but I thought the way he played it out early on just to chunk the buy and dissuade Keel from even taking the dive in the first place was quite good. And honestly, fortunate that Supernova got out of that one with the Rhino going down to the turret. No kill credit.
Literally just can't move, man. You just can't move. Really well played by Zamudo and Yuji. Now in mid lane, the action don't stop. Flash from Spyrex will get him away from that 3-man play in mid lane by Supernova.
Still got the summoner spell, so they can take that small consolation prize, and Keel's going to be set up well to clear out not just these Raptors, but a lot of his respawning camps. Is UG going to come over here and get the bad news? Not all bad here for Supernova. I do like some of the answers we have seen later on, and good to see Keel be active. As I know that the Keel versus UG match, we haven't really talked about that one yet, but there was a world where one split Keel was further up in the most valuable prospect standings than UG, and that wild card run 2 years ago now in summer. Keel always a player that has garnered a lot of respect from us on the broadcast, and a lot of respect from a lot of other opponents on the Rift. It's great to see him bounce back. Yeah, we thought he was going to retire and coach, but it's great to see him playing because he always has played at a really high level.
He's just got a really good mindset about how to approach the game and how to improve as well, and it's really rare to see in players, which is just really nice to see him back in the scene again. It's been like a chess match between Yuji and Keel this entire game. They've been stealing each other's camps. They've been moving around the map. They're very consistent in the farm and the direction that they've been bringing to the team. And it's just a pleasure to get to watch this matchup unfold a little bit. It does feel like Yuji is getting a little bit more push from his team, though, and is able to utilize that. I mean, you have a massive CS differential for Zamudo in that top lane matchup, and it's starting to develop to one as well for Spyrex. And these solo lanes, we highlighted it from those first 3 picks. They are the central point for Dark Zero Dragonsteel in this game.
I really see if they can scale into this one. As, of course, the Galio Rumble matchup, I do really favor Rumble, like, way later on. And there is a small lead at the moment, but at the moment, the matchup's mostly, again, just a neutralizer. As the Galio just looking to pick up farm and be more effective in these early fights and at least negate a lot of the Rumble damage with those ults. But Rumble will overtake later on as he just builds more damage in his kit and still gets pretty damn tanky, being the Rumble. So... again, I think it's really important that Supernova continue to try and push the pace of the game, and we haven't really taken inventory of the gold lead at the moment, but it is 2K in favor of Dark Zero, and for me that spells some trouble.
It does indeed, especially this early into the game. Oh, backstop, cheeky. They do end up stopping the back of Rhino. PP coming down as they will be swapping up, as Spyrex going to be joining the bot lane push, and Shogo has not transitioned. Now he will start to move that way.
I do like this from Dark Zero. You're going to watch Spyrex. He's going to take this wave, and we'll see if he walks up and hovers mid. Yeah, that's going to be the call, because Keel's going to take away as many grubs as he can before Dark Zero shows up. So, going to get his hands on at least 1. Does have the smite if he wants to risk it for 2.
Psycho just doesn't want to let him, though. Trying to get in there. Has the undertow. Maybe going for a Bone Skewer combo. Silo was on the other side. Here comes Yuji. Gonna take that one away, so that'll be 5 grubs secured, and now equalizer in as Zamudo just taking a 1v2, flashes for the kill, goes on a killing spree, and this man has been on fire since 2025 started, and he is just keeping the heat going.
Ooh, this is gonna be a dive too. Is Yuji going in?
Oh, insta flash from Rhino, but there's the kills coming through and the resets as Zyko goes on his own killing spree. He said, I had enough. And I want to be the carry. Zamudo goes on a killing spree himself too, and Dark Zero Dragon still propelled himself to 4,000 gold 12 minutes in.
I just love how disciplined, how good Dark Zero's been playing in this early split. I mean, a lot of these plays, it feels easy. Like the way they make it look. Look at this all placement from Zamudo, just perfect. Even
don't worry about the flash from Zyko.
Yeah, the flash from Zyko was an oopsie, but it got paid off in the back half as, again, the idea for Supernova there, take as many grubs as you can before Dark Zero shows up, but overstayed just a hair. Didn't take this wave 2, which opened up the dive, and it's these small mistakes that get made against teams like Dark Zero, where a team like Dark Zero can punish you so much, it's so hard on the Rift, which is really what has made them the team to beat so far in NACL.
Indeed, and as I had called earlier, Cubby has cursed us for our second series. Blame him this time, not me, as we do have a pause.
Yes, it is a pause. Yeah. We'll try and get word on what it is moving forward, but bit of a bummer to have what has been a rather action-packed game pace so far. I will say Supernova usually likes to play fast.
They do, and I think they need to.
They definitely need to this game. Unfortunately, it has been Dark Zero that's playing better and faster. Which the scaling is going to be nice when that kicks in later on too. But yeah, I'm still kind of waiting for the angle for Supernova to get back in, because you always have that Vi Galio big execute, and syncing that up with the Wave Varus, that's a lot of upfront damage, but if you're able to survive that as Dark Zero, when you get a lead the likes of what Dark Zero has, and you get to take that into the more pokey, bursty comp that Supernova has, it's going to be pretty tricky to play out. But
the Zyko Pike is actually paying off huge.
I thought it was a good pick this game. Like you can, the shield break really valuable against like the Karma, the Vi, even the Wave, right?
True.
So yeah, I like the angle here for Zyko, and Zyko's been making his presence felt, which is important early on the Pike, because that is the one pick that will really fall off for Dark Zero as this game goes on.
I do believe we got some stats to go over while we buy some time here. Thank you to League Ace and our production staff. As I'll just say, some gameplay in that last series might be bumping up that KDA, but Yuji gonna have a run for his money against other teams now. It is still Yuji though with a top KDA of almost 18 from the jungle position. I mean, there's a reason why this guy was our first back-to-back most valuable prospect and NACL champion in the end in summer.
And just edging out his teammate Sajed too, sitting at 17.7 for a KDA. But
it's pretty good when you have two people sitting at that, you know.
I mean, pretty good when you're, as you highlighted, you're doing this from the jungle, as Yuji really speaks to how dominant he's been so far this split. Only going down 6 times in what, their 3 series or 4 series they've played so far.
That's wild.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. The wild thing for me is that Yuji really hasn't even felt like he hasn't been the main character of this team. It feels like it really has been Zamudo and Spyrax in the driver's seat, with Yuji just being that fantastic assist behind. I feel like the game 2 they played yesterday was really big from Yuji. He was on the Zen, made a lot of really big plays later on to secure that win. But
some of his Poppy games, I think, because I feel like for the Poppy, you have to be really cerebral about how you approach games, and it takes a different essence out of the player. It's not just smash your head into the wall, you know, take wins. I mean, you do need to smash your head into the wall as Poppy, but that's beside the point. Trying to get a lot of those engages and angles there. So it's been really cool to see Yuji kind of flex that champion pool a little bit. And I know LTA teams are definitely looking at that and taking note.
Speaking of taking note, Sajed did highlight the 17.7 KDA. That is 0.1 below his jungler in Yuji, but does get him on the CS stats, which probably not very fair to compare those, but still, Sajed has been farming up a storm in NACL so far this split, and has really acclimated well into Maryville and this team. Again, a team that was winning, so it's really just about fitting the piece, fitting the mold this team needs, and Sajed's done a nice job of that so far.
He is indeed. willing to play a multitude of things, but hovering over the Lucian more so than anything so far this play, which I personally really love. We got back into it though finally, and not as long as a pause that time around. We do take stock of things. It was a second dragon for Supernova, and first turret did get completed there by Dark Zero Dragonsteel, so they will be sitting pretty in terms of the feats of strength, and now everything calming down a little bit on the Rift. So what do Supernova need to do to be proactive, Cubby?
Want to look for this Galio to make an impact. Of course, that outer turret did fall in the top lane as Dark Zero secure feats.
It's hard when you can't leave your side lane.
It is. Galio can clean up these waves, though. It does have that first item. Always, you know, helps with the wave clear. Is, you know, I gotta say, I just called this one the MR Sunfire Cape, right? It's got a name of its own, but let's be honest, that's what it is. So I think it's about a Vi Galio combo into someone who's missing a summoner spell. Zamudo's the only one that's flashless at the moment outside of Zyko. Not exactly the target you want to be Vi ulting. So I think that if they can try to milk a flash out of Dark Zero and then try and punish that with the Vi, that's going to be the key. But again, Supernova just really feel like they're fully on the back foot here.
Yep, and it's never a place where you want to be. Against Dark Zero Dragon.
Did like the hover there from Stray, and this is what I'm talking about with Stray. Like he was hovering mid to make sure that the Varus wasn't dove, and now he's gonna walk bot. Actually, good call from him because I was under threat. He can
I think he's gonna die. Okay, they got the heroic entrance off, but he still does fall, so that's a little bit unfortunate there. But now going in with that engage, the taunt. Here comes Stray to make something happen, but now he's caught out by himself. The team can't be there to help him, and Zamudo has come from the flank with a giant flame spitter, and he goes unstoppable. 5, 1, and 2 from Zamudo's Rumble, and he is rumbling away for a victory at Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
That's a nice sweep there from Sajet. Doesn't have the ult to try and make it happen. Is Zyko going to fish with that Bone Skewer? Shogo has to flash out of skill shot alley, but he's still in trouble.
There's so many skill shots, man. Somebody give this man a chance. He gets one back. That's the Shogo we know and love. And a shutdown going to over from Zyko.
Still win for Dark Zero as this play was really impressive. And I gotta say, I love how Zyko played this against the Galio, because if we do end up getting a replay on it, the Bone Skewer looks kind of awkward into the taunt from Galio, but what it does is it actually stopped Galio from immediately throwing out that Justice Punch. So Stray got stuck as he overchased this going in, didn't exactly have the team available or able to follow him up. Again, you're playing a very poke-heavy composition. I think it's really important that Supernova are able to be ahead on the map and then play backwards into their fog. If they push forward, a lot of the power of that poke does go away. Your effective range is a lot lower when you're pushing forward compared to when you're pushing backwards, right? So I really felt like we saw that there from Supernova as Spirax has flash.
Okay, he's in a little bit of trouble.
Okay, good find.
Okay, you just decides I'm going to run into a 1v4 down here. Doesn't get the kill back. Pressing guard is going to fall. They could still dive this one. I think Yuji might have bitten off a little bit more than he could chew. But here comes Zyko trying to save the day. Yuji going to go down to kill. Gets the shutdown there. Follow through Stray. That turret is still pumping, and Zyko gets the kill back.
Another great play by Zyko, and while all this is going on, yeah, Supernova, they're getting positives on the dives. They have picked up some gold and should pick up a turret bounty, but the inner falling in favor of Zamudo. Still a couple positive plays here for Supernova. I think they can be happy about what they got here on the map. Even that top inner dropping. We're able to get some big shutdowns, get a bounty for themselves. Just have to be a little bit careful here because they're hanging around late. Zyko still has that ultimate, and Shogo with no flash, no barrier. Can't imagine he's going down.
Unfortunately, he's going to try to get something back. Dodges out of the Bone Skewer there. That's nice. He gets the kill as the play from Shogo almost gets 2 of them. Now Supernova want to make a play on a Spirax. Double flash is coming out from him as now Realm Warp going to come through. Not going to be able to get the CC down, and Stray cannot get that angle in. Spirax should make it out alive. Dark Zero Dragonsteel also take multiple turrets across the map at the same time.
Yeah, mid-outer falls in the back half of that. Still don't mind this from Supernova as they're looking with ults up, seeing if anyone's going to farm this wave. I think Spirax is very intelligently dropping this one. So I appreciate how Supernova always continue to play on the strong side of their map. And at the end of the day, ends up being about an even gold trade. But hey, those structures did fall in favor of Dark Zero. You don't get those back, so a bit of a positive with Supernova getting most of the gold off of shutdowns and bounties.
taking chunks out of the lead a little bit at a time. We are on second item now for Shogo. I know it's a little bit of a cheaper build with the Lethality Varus, the Poke Varus, but maybe it's just going to be enough. Keel gets a decent chunk on his Ico. We'll heal up about half of that damage right back. Dragon number 3 was on the table for Supernova. Do end up getting that undertow out. Yuji going for the engage. The silent Shogo coming over. Remember, Shogo has a lot of damage now, especially with the opportunity. The Dark Zero Dragon still want to try to pre-position over this dragon.
This is okay from Supernova so far. They haven't really managed to eat a lot of poke. They've been able to dish out a little bit more, as Keel gonna absorb a lot there, thanks to the mantra to E, or I should say just an E from Karma. Looks like a shield from Hue as well. As Dark Zero, I think they're likely to walk away with this dragon. I think it has to be a no contest from Supernova at the end of the day. We will see though. They're just down so much at this point that even with this early game comp, I just don't think they can fight. And again, it's going to spell real trouble and real doom for Supernova, who I will give them credit. I really like that sequence on the bot side they played out.
Yeah, I agree.
Like that's a really tough thing to do when you're down this much, but again, the task for me only gets harder for them throughout this game. So Supernova really throw themselves in there or try and take a big fight. I wouldn't blame them coming up, because I don't think the game gets better for them as this game goes on.
And that's the tough part, is just a couple early mistakes led to a bit of a snowball from Dark Zero, but you can see that if they were in an even position, if it wasn't so far out ahead of them, their composition functionally works well. But again, that's kind of been the story of Supernova, as they've only found one series win there. Looking to try to get a second against one of the top tier opponents who hasn't lost a single game of NACL so far in 2025.
Yeah, of course, Supernova, a team that has had success against this squad in C-Laws of past. Shogo, a player that has had success against the squad, also in C-Laws of past, and this would be his first loss to Maryville, of course, who would be Dark Zero's Dragon Steel in this league, since 2022. I know that they didn't meet in the last C-Law. They've dodged each other quite a bit. Again, he's never played this team with Yuji on the roster, which, again, he referred to as Thanos. So, I think it's pretty telling of the respect he has for his opponent. But, again, I feel like just with some of the experience we have...
Oh, Zamudo. Look at this. Look at it. It's a beautiful angle for the equalizer. They don't make it all the way through, though, so that will be the equalizer down for Dark Zero Dragonsteel ahead of this Rift Herald fight, but it does seem like Supernova wanted to try to get Prio in mid before anything if they want to try to contest this one.
I gotta say, something I didn't mention, I'm usually pretty good at, Karma, kind of being that thematic counter.
Keel's caught. He's going to try to tank that one up, though. Crescent Guard is buying so much time.
Spyrax.
It's Spyrax with the Realm Warp on the other side. The ultimate pincer maneuver. It is just magical to watch Dark Zero Dragonsteel pick apart the map like surgical precision. That'll be the final kill. That'll be a clean and full total ace. A triple kill for Zamudo.
I mean, that was so nasty from Spyrax on the angle. I know it's Zamudo who gets the kills, but man, the first time I saw Spyrax play, it was, or like at least on the C-Law stage, I just remember his rise going into Doxa and Winthrop. I know that's quite a throwback, but the angles that he has had on this champion, I mean, he's making this champ look like a must-ban against Dark Zero and him as a player. And what Spyrax has been doing in its early split as a mid laner against someone that we may not talk about as much because don't exactly know his pro player aspirations, but God, in terms of the game that he always brings to the Rift.
So good.
He is such a good player, has been so big for this team. It's been great to see him really perform in this split.
It is one of my heartfelt, saddest moments in my in NACL, in the kind of promotion setup, was that year that Spyrax said he no longer felt like the motivation to go LTA was there. But this guy, even if you just know him from his stint on FlyQuest, the subs that he put in, that is not at all this guy's story. This guy is next level, and especially this split, he has been putting on masterclass after masterclass.
It's just unplayable for Supernova once he connects to that Realm Warp. The Rise is too big to be dealt with. You break the angle that this poke comp needs to hold, where they're able to kind of retreat and play around their tanks or walk back, and just it looks too easy for Dark Zero. That's really been the theme for them this year. It's not just the manner that they're undefeated in game score, not just series score, but the manner in which they're doing it too Like,
Yeah.
even the close games that they've played, I feel like really dug themselves out of a hole and found a way to win games in pretty like hard situations to win, especially that game 2 yesterday against Conviction. I mean, I really felt like they were outscaled in that game, but still managed to find a way to like have winning angles and have winning fights. And a lot of it has been off the back of how Spyrax is seeing the game and seeing the map right now. I feel like the angles that him and Zamudo are taking, it turns the leads that they get in the laning phase from just how good they are as players into something so much harder to play against, because they present such difficult team fights for opponents. You're never going to get a front to back against Darkzero unless they want it. Their ability to find angles has been so impressive in this early split for me.
Yeah, it's been ridiculously lethal. And like almost every fight, you can see these massive pincer maneuvers coming through from Darkzero Dragon Steel.
Spyrax, man. It's actually so fun to watch.
It really is. Again, he's been one of my favorite players to follow, even if some of those aspirations have changed over time. Like, this guy is next level, and he's been a crucial piece, let alone for Maryville University, but now for Darkzero Dragonsteel in their evolution. And now into this bot lane push. Zamudo's just trying to take down turrets here too. Not one to be outshone by Spyrax as another dragon goes the way of Darkzero Dragonsteel, over 11,000 gold in the lead over Supernova.
The story of Darkzero just really continues. I mean, again, when I started casting in 2020, Mazel, when you were still going by Lemons, it's just so wild to think that like the premier tier 3 matchup was 100 Thieves Next versus Maryville, right?
Right, yeah.
Like, that was the matchup that everyone was looking forward to. Maryville was really, honestly, so close to making it to scouting grounds like as a team back then. And now just to see this squad, the Darkzero Dragonsteel squad, be the team to beat in NACL.
Yeah.
It's just like,
and it's not even close.
It's in a 5-year span too, and just the fact that they've been able to build up a program like this, not just for League but other games, but especially for League, it's so crazy just how good this team is.
Yeah.
I think everyone over in that building deserves so much credit for what they've been able to do with this program. And,
truly a pillar of the scene. It's been impressive not only in these recent years, but over the course of CLL history. This organization, this program, has had such a massive impact into the talent pipeline of NA, and it doesn't seem to be stopping any time soon. But this is also, like, if we even want to throw back at some nostalgia cap, like, this is also a Maryville University that used to struggle so much with confidence, with closing out stressful games, with closing out stressful series, with even making it that distance, right, in these big, tight best ofs. And they have slowly but surely come over that and now become that beast that can never falter, it feels like. And these undefeated streaks here in the opening parts of 2025 kind of rely into that. Obviously now almost 14,000 gold down.
It's just wild to think too. I mean, this is the #1 seed that we have in CLL, with the Supernova Ole Miss squad being the #3 seed. I mean, obviously this is just one game, right? But like, the gap that we've seen between these two teams so far in the league itself, like that, I think also really speaks to just the gap that Maryville has been able to put together as a program. And it's just, it really is so impressive to watch. It's so sad to me because these are the scenarios where you actually get 5 players in the same room. And I like, that's not something that's really common now for the rest of NACL. Like, you see a lot of these players, they compete remotely, right? They're playing out of dorm rooms, they're playing out of their own apartments, their folks' place, right? This is the scenario where I cannot emphasize enough, as a coach who has worked with teams remotely and in person, the difference of getting your hands on and seeing everyone face to face every day, doing those team activities together. And to see, like, I think it's really helped the colleges scale in this league and in this new scenario, but also just to see, even in that scenario, how much more the Darkzero Dragonsteel squad gets out of it than their opponents. Again, just further speaks to how much good they have going on in the building there.
I still think it's so cool, even looking back a year ago, right, and knowing that Maryville University was the only collegiate team in the squad, even though we had some subs here or there.
Great.
And now we have so many more. Like, collegiate is slowly taking over, and I love to see it here as Kiel and the rest of Supernova are going to be completely caught in their jungle. Equalizer just goes through. He takes almost a half of Rhino's health with that, by the way. They'll go right back to the Baron, and Darkzero Dragonsteel can do no wrong.
I like how controlled and disciplined we're seeing this team be. They continue to scale up throughout the season and continue to just show nothing but positives and prep as we move to the bigger and bigger matches later on in the year.
Yeah, I think it's wild. So this might be the single most dominant day of League of Legends I've ever casted. I mean, we've had literally 3 games of like 10,000+ gold differences in these games, and maybe speaks to the matches that we had in store. But obviously this series not nearly even close to over. A lot of potential in game 2, game 3 for Supernova, but it has been a day of dominant League of Legends.
Yeah, I mean, a part of it was expected. A part of it, I don't want to take away from Supernova again. They had a really early game centric comp that they just weren't able to execute early on. So when that happens, sometimes things do look like it goes from bad to worse quickly. I still think Supernova played their way out really well in the mid game.
Dude, what the hell is that? What? In a 1v4, Spyrex stands on the edge and looks into the abyss as Dark Zero Dragon Steel. They will make mincemeat out of Supernova.
Oh my gosh, Spyrax just took one down with him. He has access to the 100% overload bounce there on the Qs.
That's wild, so, dude. That damage was insane. That
was crazy from Spyrax. As it at least takes one down with him, and Supernova, because the health bars they lost, was forced to reset and kind of come back to a base in ruins. As that's one inhibitor falling, and the second one bound to fall too on this push. Spyrax does have TP when he's up in 20. Let's see if Supernova wants to force while he's down.
Yuji getting chonked. He has the crescent guard, gonna pop it. Kyoko's down to join him, and still healing up is Yuji. Still kicking is Yuji, and so is Dark Zero Dragon Steel. Zamudo goes legendary with a 9-1 and 5 scoreline on the Rumble, and they're just looking to put the finishing touches here. Equalizer will not be equal. It is fully one-sided, and Sajed gets the final last say on Shogo in game number 1. That'll be Dark Zero Dragon Steel, truly the Titans of NACL, going up to match point.
Really nice game 1 from them. I do want to give credit Supernova. I thought they played a sequence in the bot side pretty well earlier on, but that was it. They had to dig themselves out of the big hole as Dark Zero Dragon Steel. They threw them in one of the pits and didn't allow them to get back out. As Supernova, they're going to have to find a way to bounce back in this game too, and I mean, do something that no team has done in this league so far, and that's just take a single game off Dark Zero Dragon Steel.
Who can do it? Like, I know we have the near airport matchup coming up next week, but like, who can do it, man? Like, it is so hard to see anybody being able to stop these guys or even make them bleed.
Again, the last big match they have is against near airport. I think that's going to be a fun one. It should be competitive, but this team is just, they're firing on all cylinders, and it's in a way where it feels so difficult to break. They're playing the map really disciplined. They have these comps they like to run that they all look good, and I'm so impressed by this team. They are the top dogs in our league. It's a pleasure to watch them hit the rift and show the form they're showing. Even to see Zyko I mean, I know Spyrex was kind of the highlight player in the back half, but Zyko had a fantastic game, and he's been on a lot of Milio duty to start off the year, so, you know, nice to see Zyko take advantage of a Pike game where he gets to play for fun, and yeah, start to finish, Dark Zero continue to be that team that is the one to beat, and see if anyone's able to do it.
Well, that's going to be it for game number 1 of our second series. We'll see if Supernova can bounce back into game number 2 after this.
I'm not sure. I've had so many embarrassing, like, bad games that I feel bad about. So, like, I don't know if there's a specific moment that comes to mind. I've played for too long to know, like, which one is the worst. Yeah, well, like, some mechanical mistakes, like, you miss a Blitzcrank cook in front of you, right? Like, that stuff happens all the time, and etc.
Okay, I don't really remember the games, but it would be probably my first split when I joined FlyQuest Academy at the time, and I was playing very bad at like the first half of the split, so I guess that would be the timeline that, you know, when I look at it, I was like, oh, I was so bad. It's probably the nerves, you know. It was, you know, also like one of the first years I came to the United States, so everything changed.
I mean, obviously, I think the first one that comes to mind is when I threw the game against Crown's Victor in Season 6. That one is probably the one that I get made fun of the most for. Also, like this one, I feel like people don't think about too often. but like occasionally it does get brought up. Like I TP'd back, but I couldn't find BF sword in the base or in the shop, so like I TP'd back to lane with 1300 gold and didn't buy. And I think that was season 10, and that was crazy embarrassing. After that I was like, wow, I really gotta like figure out the shop better, because that was just terrible. I had like 4 seconds to find BF sword and I somehow couldn't. So those are probably my top 2. Like, damn, that was really bad.
Probably when I give someone a pentakill, honestly, for the last kill.
When I was in high school and I was like Masters GM in high school, and then we were doing like a small 1v1 tournament in between like people who played League, and then I lost to the silver player, and then like I don't know, it was just so bad because the next day I got to school and people were just, you know, trash talking me, and I was like, okay, like I was getting a lot of like little birds next to me just chirping, and like it was really bad. Like, yeah.
Welcome back, everyone, as we are here with NACL 2025. We're in week 4, day 2, as game 1 of our second series was heavily one-sided, as is the theme of the day. Dark Zero Dragonsteel move on to match point over Supernova.
Yeah, in pretty impressive form, too, as Dark Zero continue to look like the team to beat here in NACL and continue to fire on all cylinders, as we really struggle to have anything bad to say against this team, or about this team, as it's been nothing but impressive, as Dark Zero, of course, reigning champions of this league, returning 4 out of 5 of their players, the new one being Sajed, the person that beat them in spring in the finals. And it really feels like Dark Zero have not missed a beat, and we'll see if the new competition can challenge them.
That's the biggest thing is what version of Supernova is going to be on the bounce back. We talked to Collimer. Obviously, he was saying the mood was high, the vibes were good. They just need to not beat themselves. Unfortunately, game number 1, a little bit of beating themselves. But now it's about that bounce back. It's about that comeback and getting yourself over that game number 1.
I will say it didn't show in the replays. There was still a really positive sequence for Supernova where I feel like they played it out quite well from behind. Really difficult to play league games from behind. So I think that's at least a positive that you can draw upon. We're going into the game 2, but Dark Zero, I mean, they got a comp that they're pretty comfortable with. It really, I mean, it's starting to feel like what happens sometimes in a league is you play against a good team, there's like too many picks that you have to take away, right? At least in Fearless, you don't see the rise from Spyrax again, but
true.
I mean, I'm torn because I want to see the rise from Spyrax, but if I'm an enemy team, I don't want to see the rise from Spyrax.
I never want to see that again.
Really good on that champion, and guess what? It's not even. He still has the Azir, which is also I think equally as scary later on. So yeah, Spyrax just continues to be really, really big in this league.
He's just having fun with that last bit. Had enough minions to not survive long enough till the Nexus exploded. But it was a great performance from Dark Zero Dragonsteel. I think even in their dominant wins, which have been rampant this entire split, it's the little things for me, man. And it was also you geeking out in the middle of the cast about some of the things that they were doing on the map, because when you watch this team play, it is just that next level. You can see a lot of the direction on the way that they play out strategies, and it's just fun to see how they problem solve against these teams.
Yeah, again, I feel like that's been fun in games where they actually have slipped up and fallen behind early because they have found solutions. This is a team that has yet to drop the game, but also just to see them play out a clean one. Again, it was a really fast start for them as Psycho really helped snowball that map early. I think it was, what, 2-3 kills by the level 3 mark?
Yeah, they got the
map.
feats of warfare at like
it was
3
quite
minutes.
early, so it's not like it was a hot start for Dark Zero, but still to see them run with that and just continue to make good decision after good decision after disciplined decision from this team. That's what we like out of our top teams. Teams that are consistent, are able to take care of business against teams lower in the standings. And that was really the story of game 1 as Dark Zero take it. Shogo loses his first game to Maryville since 2022, I believe. And again, never faced UG on this lineup, but it's had a good history against them. Gonna need it for game 2. They want to bounce back and push this to a game 3.
Yeah, I'm very curious. I guess that's where we can spend a little bit of time before we get into draft, talking about what we want to see from Supernova. I think they've been willing to be pretty flexible in their drafts as well. I know you were talking about kind of the first double up that Shogo has had in the ADC role, but what works for them into Dark Zero? What kind of strategy do you want to see from them as they'll be transferring over to the blue side?
Ooh. I gotta say, Shogo, Varus is a really powerful pick. It really feels like this team is Shogo or bust. I think that running something like Jinx or Aphelios, I think that's where this team is really comfortable. Just empowering Shogo and playing around him. I think that's where this roster was built to do. That's where the pieces fit or make the most sense, at least with how they fit in this team for me. So I think Poke Varus, in some ways, the game can be played towards you or through you. In other ways, it can't. So we just love to see like a real focus on Jinx or Aphelios. And I got to say, early Azir ban, justified versus Spyrax, and also sets up for something like an immobile carry for Shogo like Jinx or Aphelios.
It does indeed. You see those bans at the top of the screen? That is the Fearless bans, no longer available since they were played in game number 1. Supernova on that blue side still have a lot of things to decide on what they want to ban away, what's still available to the side of Dragonsteel. And now the Talia ban does take away maybe some of that safety in the mid lane, but some of that team-wide setup that I've really appreciated the pick brings to the table.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pick that I feel like a lot of teams are starting to value where it should be, because we've seen Talia dropped quite a bit, but whenever we've seen Talia, and of course globally, just really strong win rates, really high game impact. It doesn't matter how that lane goes, as long as you're able to push and throw down those rocks, whether they're Qs or Es in the fight, they're pretty impactful.
There's a lot of rocks. You know?
A lot of rocks.
Throw Malphite in there. Dude, there's got to be some good combinations with Talia and Malphite. Anyways, it is the top lane focus for the second part of this first ban phase. It is going to be the Jace, the Mbessa, and the Gwen all banned away. Top tier, top lane picks.
Mazel. We've cooked up some skin ideas throughout all of our casts this year.
Yes.
Hear me out. Rock and roll Malphite and rock and roll Talia. And they just like throw out instruments, you know? like guitars,
I was gonna
drums.
think you switch it up and you do like definitely not Talia and definitely not Malphite, and they're just each other.
I don't know how the Talia R would work with the rock and roll theme.
Ooh, the power
Might be
slide.
tough.
It's the power slide.
It'd be the
has
curtain.
to be the power.
It's got to be
it
the
has to be the
power slide.
Oh,
Oh, I like the way you think
Yeah.
here, Mazel. All right, that's
like
why we cook them up
explosion,
together.
pyrotechnics and stuff coming. That'd be really cool, actually.
Why we cook them up
We're
together.
just
All
giving
right.
this stuff for free, man. It is, speaking of for free, Corky, first one in the draft is B1 for Supernova.
Yeah, of course, Corky, a pick that can be flexible, but has only been played by Shogo so far, as this is a common ban against him and Supernova. Does have a unique build where he goes Bloodthirster into Essence Reaver. The way he plays this, very lane bully centric, is with that Bloodthirster. He just Velks in, pops the E, and it's like, I dare you to beat me. And that's really hard to do. So it looks like the answer is going to be that Lucian and potentially a Milio that has been so big. That's the two picks that Dark Zero Dragonsteel have played in all their series so far. That and the Gwen, which of course will not be in the hands of Zamudo
It's almost like it's really good.
Well, I mean, I gotta say, they've made it look really good. Not a lot of other teams have been playing this at the moment, but the Milio and Lucian combo has been quite nasty here, as they will decide to lock that in now and will end up hiding a potential jungle pick to round out this
The Fury is still open. I think they're literally asking Keel, are you
love
going to take this to Fury?
I don't love Nefiri for either side right now, actually. There's opportunity for more setup for Supernova, but I think if you're going to rock Lucian Emilio, you actually do need a more supportive jungler. Nefiri for me is not necessary. And it's a Keel special, baby. We're playing fast at Lucian Emilio.
Let's go! This is something he made his name on Wild Card. It was banned against him like almost every series. This guy is a cooker supreme, and he's back on comfort here. So the Nunu, a bit of a wrench into the plan of Dark Zero Dragonsteel and the Nautilus on top of it too. So a lot of CC there.
That little point and click action, those dredge lines could be pretty easy to hit if they're following up snowballs, or not to mention the guaranteed lockup on the Milio is big. As that AoE cleanse can't get you out of depth charge and can only get you out of the auto attack from Nautilus. So some real value there.
A lot of value for sure. Now the question is, what jungle pick is going to be that one for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, and it will be the Sejuani for UG. So it will be picky duty for him, but it will be a lot of setup for the rest of the team.
I do need something supportive here. I will say that the Nunu pick really impacts what kind of solo lanes you're able to play. Mobility is going to be a priority now if you are Dark Zero Dragonsteel, so would love to see. I know I've been vocal about not being the biggest fan of Ahri. I think an Ahri ban would be somewhat justified because post-6, really tough to make plays. Pre-6, have to be careful mid, but I think taking that away would be smart. Also, top line picks, like if you want to ban something like a Jax, I think that could make a lot of sense this game too. To be able to have that lead strike and counter strike to at least get out of some of those big snowballs. So we'll see what kind of direction Supernova wants to take in terms of the bans, but taking away some extra mobility for these solo laners, I think is the right call.
I agree. I think you're going to be getting particular focus here in this second phase, though. It is going to be the respect paid towards Spyrax in that Yone ban that he can absolutely carry on. Again, this guy is just putting masterclass after masterclass on the Rift. Wonder what he's going to be willing to go with here in this one, but we'll see what the final bans are going to be from both sides of things. Probably still focused on those solo lanes for both.
Yeah, I will say the Yone pick makes a lot of sense with Sejuani, and of course Zamudo able to play some magic damage top laners, but those are already a little bit narrowed up with Rumble and Gwen off the table. And that Yone, I think, is actually kind of vulnerable to Nunu. I was getting at is I did want to see a Silas ban. I think the Silas ban very justified going up against this Nunu Nautilus, and also just being another melee to pair up with Sejuani and being in the hands of Spyrax. That's seen that pick be quite deadly, but we'll see which pick they want to blind here. Is if they want to throw down a Jax or Renekton blind, they could. But a lot of mid laners taken away, and just going to be the Akali here for Spyrax.
Yeah, definitely leaning towards Spyrax for sure. Maybe some wild flexibility there, but we'll see what they end up going with the counter pick, at least for Dark Zero Dragonsteel. But now you have the big question of how you're going to tie this composition together for Supernova. You need a little bit more damage, need a little bit more lockdown, and right now it is trying to tie it all into one piece.
Aurora, okay, so some lane dominance coming out for Asaiwa. Should be able to get a lot of push early. could really help the Nunu. So again, early playmaking a priority here for Supernova. Now time for Stray to blind. We'll say opportunity. I don't expect it to be a Gangplank game, but Stray usually used to that weak side. Yeah, I think Jax into the Sejuani really good as that counter-strike just to get out of the permafrost or at least delay that a little bit. A lot of auto attack heavy people for that Dark Zero Dragonsteel squad so far. As we'll see what Zamudo wants to go for as he's flashing
Love
a lot
the immediate hover of the Gangplank, by the way. It's just hilarious.
I would really like Gangplank this game. I actually think Gangplank is the pick if I'm Zamudo. But this is a pick.
I'm pretty sure Zamudo like picked Gangplank in the like
he used to play it a
first
lot.
year. Yeah, he used to play it a bunch, and I remember in an interview you said no, it like fell off. But he's gonna pick up a classic. And he's gonna drop the gauntlet with Strays also come for a pick in the Gangplank.
Yeah, I was about to say this pick that Stray plays a lot. As this one for Zamudo, the reason I like it this game, I think Supernova has to go forward. That orange can be really nice and valuable, trying to get out of the Jax Nunu combo that we're potentially going to see. But with, again, everyone pushing forward in the Dark Zero Dragonsteel, potential for some big barrels to open up for Zamudo. And this is a really positive matchup against the Jax. The big key is that you have to freeze this lane and make the Jax overextend just to pick up creeps or really try and burn his spells to get the wave in, where GP has a lot more wave control in this matchup. The danger of that is that sometimes you can get low and be vulnerable to Nunu ganks. So I think for me, all eyes on Kill early to see where he goes, because this is a full early game comp showing for Supernova. And it's going to be on Keel to quite literally get that ball rolling.
Quite literally. Rightful stuff there to see Supernova go with this style of competition, lean into their comforts and their strengths a little bit more, because they're going to need every bit of it to get themselves over the hump here. Dark Zero Dragonsteel look nigh unstoppable. Nobody has even cut them. Nobody has even made them bleed, as they've always come out the better. Can Supernova be the first to take down this team and bring us to 3, or will the one-sided shenanigans continue?
We're going to be faced on the Rift today, Lennon, as I will say, if Keel doesn't get things going quickly, it could be a pretty one-sided match yet again. For me, a lot of eyes on this TPA Nunu, the ultimate throwback
skin,
for
by
Keel.
the way.
Yeah, it's a goodie. This is a Season 2 world skin for those that are uneducated on the esports. And oh, yes. Yes, Keel. Vibes are good.
Vibes are good. But that's the kind of piece that we love to talk about for the Supernova team. Even if it hasn't been the best season so far, even if they've only found that one series win, it's been close in a lot of their series, and they've definitely been building up that potential. And that's why that first game was such a smack in the face. It's like, maybe Supernova is finally building to something, but this is a team that has a good head on their shoulders, and it's a team that I know from talking to the coaching staff, things like that, like it is a team that is motivated to just be better and improve on a daily basis.
They're going to need to is, against Supernova, they only have one win in the league so far. Need to pick up a few more if they want to dodge out on that potential promotion relegation slot. The promotion tournament, not the place you want to be in at the moment. Zamudo, actually not the place that he wants to be. We'll see what skill Stray started with, but see if he's able to contest this barrel. Nice.
Doesn't a beat to give out. Oh no, Zamudo losing the early trade. Is going to get that next barrel though. As the trades continue here, Zamudo losing out because of that lethal tempo from Stray.
This is okay early on for the matchup, as kind of, again, expected. Just really key that Zamudo is able to freeze this wave. This good contest there from Stray.
Then you bring it against the gameplay master here, you know, we're seeing which one's going to be the more veteran of the two. I love it because it actually leans into what Fake God was saying earlier, is like knowing the other side of the matchup sometimes is even more important.
Always. Do you know how your opponent wants to play? That's a lot of info that you can have and use for yourself to take advantage of. At the moment, though, you can see the common theme for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, all 3 lanes under tower early on. No surprise with the early setup we have here.
Look at Keel.
Really opens up the map for Keel, and yeah, he's going to go after Yuji.
He wants to go on a Spyrax here, trying to roll around the corner. Has that biggest snowball ever. Not going to be able to weave it around that wall there, or at least around the turret. Now, already had preemptively pinged onto Yuji's side of the map. I love that he's trying to be aggressive here. Will be spotted out, starting the red though. This is a little bit sneaky, but Yuji can play with so much vision knowledge, and it makes it really difficult for Keel. He could have that heal though coming through if he could use the Q on the minion or even onto Yuji. And he's looking for that fight there. It steals it away. Now that's going to be the dash with the Arctic Assault from Yuji to get back over the wall. Here comes the biggest snowball ever yet again. The Poro not going to be hit by that one, and it will be smote away at least. And now a couple thumbs up between the junglers, and this is the contested jungle matchup we love to see.
Good on Keel to use some of his priority early to deny away a couple camps from Yuji and the Sejuani. Now, second look on the Spyrax mid.
Hey, at least the attempt is there. Trying to find every snowball you can. Stray, though. Looks like they've gotten in a little bit of a heated argument in top side, and Yuji's coming to settle things as he's going to get straight back into it. He's got the leave strike, counter strike combo. Maybe able to get out of this one if he can get away, and does do so.
He was
baiting. As it was buying time for Keel to get up here. Yuji started it back there. That was bold. Gonna flash away and still get hit by the snowball. Yuji, he might just go down, and first blood goes the way of Supernova. Instantly traded back the other way, though, and Zamudo comes up with his.
Yeah, it had the trial by fire passive going, so that the tower shot gonna help make sure he secures the kill. Kind of neutralizes a good play from Keel and a nice bait from Stray. As a bit of a bummer that that's all they got.
A little bit tough, but hey, it's some action and it's some Supernova game plans being played too. And yeah, that's that early lane focus, that early focus towards top side. Definitely going to be there for both teams as now we take a look back at the jungle status of things now. It is going to be Yuji going for a little bit of vision with the Scuttle Crab take in bot, but definitely leaning over towards this mid, towards this bot lane.
Yeah, really interested to see what happens with these grubs coming up here, Mazel. Do like this from Stray, can for sure afford the proxy this wave. As they did spot Sejuani going into this bot side to try and deny the Raptors from Nunu. Of course, those are the first spawn of Raptors, and it does look like Keel going for the Leandri's build on the Nunu. After that, you do get pretty tanky usually, so just go tank items after you get the Leandri's, but I expect kind of the Maokai idea here, right, is that one item does get a lot of mileage. And we're going to see here this this flash. Unfortunately, the booty a little bit too big there on the Poro. And able to curve the snowball around to make sure that...
Ate too many Poro snacks.
Yeah, that giant Poro got taken down with the giant snowball. No thematic counter there, unfortunately, in the lore.
Yeah, unfortunate. As now we're looking at 3v3 bot lane. Still very heavily contested jungle paths from both sides. Keel and Yuji continuously finding stuff. Now Sajed gonna have to dash out, does have the cozy campfire. Shogo overextending now though. Yuji was there first, the flail gonna hit. There's the cannon barrage coming in. Rhino so low and the show goes down to Sajed. And now he's about to have the dash back up. Not gonna go for any more. The sad B, the iconic emote that Sajed has been using this entire split as Dark Zero Dragonsteel propel their lead.
And honestly, a bummer there because Shogo, he was up in experience catching a bigger wave, so he's ahead in that matchup. And
this
ends up not working out as Strays, no flash. I'm going to be a sitting duck here for Spyrax.
Yeah, this is such a massive roam from Spyrax. Zamudo can literally just walk away as Spyrax going to come and handle his business for him. And that'll be the feats of warfare secured by Dark Zero Dragonsteel yet again.
That's a freebie. No neutral objectives taken yet, but... gotta imagine that after this reset, that's going to be the focus for Dark Zero Dragonsteel. So I didn't exactly see how that roam was enabled by Akali. I'm not sure if Aurora went for the hover on the bot play, because we're still not at the point of the game where you should be able to get pushed as Akali unless you leave a wave as Aurora. As Keel's really going for it. Play here.
That's unfortunate, man.
Yep, that's not great.
I'm not gonna harp on it too long, but I know it's tough because these guys have the mindset of they don't want to beat themselves, but this is 2 games now in a row that we've seen a big lead for Dark Zero Dragonsteel off the back of some tough moments from Supernova for sure. As Yuji gonna look for bot lane pressure now after taking that scuttle. Could go for that reset back into his jungle, will have his whole top side spawning up as well. See if they want to put a more prio on those grubs as Sajet under turret. Maybe this is the play back from Shogo and Rhino. They try to get Sajet. They do end up getting the Valkyrie. Shogo's going to get the one. So that will be a big kill, but now he's in trouble. I don't think he can bobsled his way out of this one.
Ooh.
Meanwhile, Zamudo sits straight down. And the solo bolo for the solo later of Dark Zero Dragonsteel comes in clutch. And Shogo also falls. 2,000 gold up. And the Dragonsteel Overlords are here.
Yeah, and man, I know that early on with this comp at Supernova, you got to look for plays, you got to make things happen, but it's been Dark Zero Dragonsteel that really feels like they're just laning a bit better, especially in the solos, and have really been able to neutralize all the looks that kill.
Oh my god! He still has the perfect execution, not going to go for it because Rhino's also there, will die to Asyla and play a little bit close to the edge. And Asyla will clean that one up. That's pretty big.
Nice Q from Asyla there. Connects onto the Akali. I thought that'd be a freebie, but the ult coming out was enough to slow Rhino enough threat to make sure that he couldn't follow through on that. And with all the blood that we've had on the Rift, it kind of has delayed these neutrals and has enabled Supernova to actually have a nice shift up top as they're going to send their bot lane top and focus on the grubs.
I like that. I like trying to get these early objectives. It is going to be,
unfortunately,
pretty late for the first grubs, though, I will say.
Yeah, sadly, though, it's kind of a decision that they have to make just because Zamudo has gotten top lane so out of control.
Yeah, you're right.
This is where we're at. I didn't even mention the fact that it is a comet from Zamudo. I will keep my eyes out for later on, as there have been some AP Gangplank shenanigans going on later in builds. I'm very curious to see if Zamudo actually adopts that tech.
Yeah. We'll see the late grubs. As Keel just took the one there. Wound up backing off just in case there was going to be a top lane play, but this is the first time I don't think I've seen grubs be taken to their fullest in a long time in the new meta. We don't have a lot of time left for them to stick around for having 2 spawns, so that makes me a little sad, you know. But it is going to be a top lane play for Supernova that it was attempted, and they will back off and reset.
I mean, Zamudo was so damn fed. You got to believe that off this upcoming reset, he's got that Trinity Force and change in his inventory, so we'll see the shift from Dark Zero. Gonna keep their bot lane towards bot, as of course the grub's down now.
Oh my god!
And he got the flash.
Gonna get the flash out of Spyrax, trying to have a little bit of fun with it there. Very close 1v1. But I want to talk about Zamudo a little bit more as potential bot lane focus. Never mind. Culling coming through on the straight to over half his health there, and Sajet just able to get the damage down, gets the counter strike out, dodges out of it, and Sajet with one more bullet, one more Lightbringer, and that'll be a quick kill on bot side. Sad B yet again in the push into the turret.
That was a great angle on the calling there from Sajet. Got max value as those bullets were pumping into the back of the Jax. Counter strike can't get you out of that, and couldn't get Stray out of the rest of the stray bullets that came out from Sajet, as now Super looking for the answer. That's a nice hook.
Oh, that was really nice. And they still have enough damage, though. Zyko's going to flash away. Now Yuji pretty tanky with his Heartsteel already completed. Zyko getting low. Sajet trying to get there. There's the Breath of Life from Zyko, healing up a decent amount. Asyla trying to get the kill. Does end up getting the proc. And so Supernova come away with a kill for Asyla. Will back away. So they're just taking what they get as they come onto the map. That's really big.
Play from Asyla. I know that he's a rookie this split. I don't think it's been the strongest start that he wanted to NACL, but hey, been a bit of a bright spot here in this game for Supernova. That second kill he's picked up. That turn was nice onto the Akali.
Oh, Yuji's on vision. He's losing about half his health now. There's Cannon Barrage as well. Yuji, though, getting the turnaround. And Sajet getting low now. Going forward, though, the man does not know how to quit. And already losing kill. That means Dragon will go the way of Dragon Steel. And that'll be a really good start to a stacking objective for them. And you got another solo bolo by Zamudo. The man is popping up, and this is the conversation I wanted to have. Like, at what point do we go from talking about this guy's most improved player to his finals MVP from last year to now potentially putting him on the most valuable prospect list?
I mean, he straight up just has been the best top laner in the league so far.
Absolutely.
His goal differential at 15 is sitting at 950. That's 400 over the next most, which is his mid laner in Spyrax. And I mean, he's up 2 levels. The shifts
and he's so humble. He's so quiet. He just wrecks people's faces all the time.
And that just looks too easy at this point for Zamudo, as this big lead has catapulted into much, much, much more for him. will be the Collector second, most likely on the GP. See if he wants... I don't think Serpent's Fang value is great. Do still want to return to my point about Asila. I know that it's been all Dark Zero across the map, but Asila's put together a nice game on the Aurora. We've seen 2 plays, the 2 kills he's picked up. Some creative use of the mechanics of his kit in order to make sure that those get secured in his favor.
You just really wanted to cast a curse him.
Yeah, maybe. I mean...
Oh, he missed?
Okay. Big. Able to sneak out. Nice. Good job, Asila.
Good stuff from Asila.
And we were like asking for both soul lanes to step up here for Supernova, and it's nice to see Asila at least have better game.
I agree.
Too. But Stray's still struggling against the beast that is Zamudo here in this game. Goodbye. Oh boy.
He even gets the Glacial Prison out just in case. Now Spyrax getting low under turret here. Asila is here as well. Dredgeline combo needs to land as they get the depth charge there. Spyrax finds so much damn time here. Between worlds going to be used. Finally, Asila goes on a killing spree, and that's massive for Supernova. Sajed getting a little low. Going to use the Kali under turret on a Shoko. Getting a little spicy there in mid lane. But it's still decent gold being delivered to Asila.
Zyko can actually be hunted here. We'll see if Shogo is able to pull this one off. That was well played by Shogo under the turret, as he's going to go hunt for this million. We'll see if Zyko is able to get an execute offer and sneaks in a base.
Just kind of back. Cheeky little base.
Oh.
Dun 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 dun. No, Rhino! No! Oh,
there was
so
no
close.
hook. An E could have been popped, but I don't know if that would have stopped it.
Tough.
Yes.
But,
you know what else is tough? Jack was down 3 levels before 15 minutes.
Yeah, you know, I wasn't going to say anything, but you had to bring it up.
A little tough.
You know, you had to bring it up. Yeah, unfortunate.
Positives, though. Torch and a mask for this Aurora.
Let's go.
See what Silo can do. Again, I think it's played all right so far this game.
Yeah.
Asking for the Rooks to, you know, play better. One of 4 rookie mid laners that we have. I think... So it's been fun counter the track, Mazel. It's pretty rare we get a split with so many rookies in the same position. So
I know,
it's kind of fun to watch and see these guys posture. I feel like Eojun has really cemented himself so far as the best rookie mid, but nice to see Asilo having a better game here. As he is someone.
I think Asilo's had some good games across the tough ones that Supernova has had. Try to get the dredge light from Rhino. But it's been really cool to see the differences in their stories and kind of how they've been coming into their own in the split. That's why I love Tier 2 so much, as we're looking topside onto Zamudo. There is a fat old shutdown on this gangplank, and they want it. They're hungry for it. Canterbar's going to come in. He's going to go down, and it is to Stray. So he'll pick up a little bit of that straggling gold there. Meanwhile, Yuji engaging onto Rhino in between the play. You did have Spyrax in the pot lane taking an outer turret there. Sajed looking at the outer turret in mid lane as well. Should just be Spyrax left to his own devices. Sajed gonna get engaged on Glacial Prison, goes wide. The CC chain not enough through the breath of life. Life has been given to Dark Zero Dragonsteel, and now they try to pick up the pieces. Here comes Keel with his biggest snowball ever, lands on the 2. That's a big damage ball there as Keel going straight onto Sajed. Sajed not gonna get there though. He does end up using his flash to get out, and Shogo will get a pick onto Zyko, and the other turret potentially going down, and Sajed wanted Keel there, but won't find him.
He did good defense being played there, and frankly, Supernova, that was a nice ball from Keel. Picked up 2. Right, it ended up picking up Zyko in the back half. Sajed forced to base now. So again, Supernova, they really have to be feisty in this game. Time is not their friend when you're playing stuff like a Nunu. So I think aggression warranted from them, and good to see them at least try to fight back, get a little something. But Spyrax has got an inner turret for himself while all that was going on, and I can only imagine what he's going to be able to buy in the upcoming base, because he's been down here. Well, we had a big chain of events happen in the mid lane. And all he's been doing is eating waves and pushing turrets and getting fed.
Oh my god! What the hell was that damage, man? Collector is a hell of a drug. It's Zamudo with a double solo bolo. Somebody get this man an LTA team. My god! Spyrax looking for the backline of Supernova. Yuji could have rejoined the rest of his team, and TP to strike to the heart of Supernova. Here comes big boy Zamudo as he goes on a killing spree with his parlay, and there ain't no talking today. It's just Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
Oh man, this GP, I mean, they took the shutdown just then, and then Zamudo already filled his tanks back up with all the booty you can imagine. He's got the 150 shutdown on his head, and managed to do a nice little ring around the rosy there, as that Snowball did a full circle around the barrel and ended up getting the pop as Zamudo opened up a big lead in the lane, driving it home now in the fights. And again, GP, I like this pick in the draft, like this pick of the game. You have to go in as this comp for Supernova, and going through these barrels, it's proven to be too much to bear for SN.
And what's so funny is Dark Zero Dragsteel literally foreshadowed that they were going to grab this this Gangplank earlier into the draft as well. We're seeing if Stray maybe wanted to take it, did not do it, and now paying the price with Zamudo taking his own champion into him. Now Asila in a lot of trouble, but Keel maybe even more so, goes into the wall, and unfortunately, no matter the comfort for Supernova, it is still just a Dark Zero Dragonsteel diff as they look to go and continue to be undefeated in the NACL. They have ballooned this lead to almost 7,000 gold, and it's just a matter of time.
Yeah, I don't think there's any coming back here on this one. If you are for Supernova, you're the new comp with Nono. It's not exactly going to feel the best as this game rolls on. We'll say the Lucian Milio is going to move to 5-0 for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, as it is the only 2 champs now as we reach the end of this series that they have played in every series so far.
Yeah.
As God, I mean, what else is there to say, Lennon? I can talk about the 3-item GP that we have on the map right now, but
You could. It's IE, which feels like Keel lost 3/4 of his health before the IE was even completed. He just gets one shot now. Like, there's no way.
It's been nice to see Zamudo really round out his play. I think we can go with that. For
Absolutely.
Me, he was a top laner that I think that since he got to start with Wildcard and with Keel on that roster, by the way, back in NACL, he always felt like he was consistent, he laned really well and was able to be weak-sided, and would just be useful in the fights. But I think that as he kind of picked up a better team, it's like some of the good parts of his play just continue to shine through more because his team is doing well.
Yeah.
And I also feel like he's really rounded out his champ pool, where he used to not play all the meta picks, just kind of be like, okay, I'll just play Gragas and it's fine.
Yeah.
But now it feels like his pool is one where it's really dangerous, able to bring in some flair, some unique builds, some keystones into these matchups too, and plays them really well. It's been really positive to see. As I think my biggest concern for him taking the jump into the next level is just making sure that I felt like previously in different seasons and different splits, he needed teams to have certain conditions to go his way to be an effective player.
Yeah.
I felt like at the next level, I felt like at times he needed more conditions than other players. It's really changed now as he's really rounded out his play.
Oh, Spyrax going down in a 1v2. Unfortunately, he is not named Zamudo, so he cannot take these crazy 1v2s. The rest of Dark Zero Dragonsteel has gone bot lane, though, and so this is a bit of a trouble for Supernova because they could just end the game. But I think it's so important to harken back to the fact that this is a program that is really enabling him. Niles has kind of taken him under his wing as this legendary top laner, right, and just forced him to kind of play these different picks, play this different style, and adapt to what he is needed to be for this Dark Zero Dragonsteel team. And I think it's such a powerful moment when you have some of that mentorship coming from that level of player. And it's really nice to see it pay dividends for Zamudo, whose stonks are just rising every single game, every single post that he makes about his solo queue climbs. Like, it has been the year of Zamudo so far in 2025.
Yeah, I 100% agree. It's been really, really fun to see. I always love to see players grow in this league, and Zamudo's really been blossoming as a top laner that is one to be on the lookout for when you combine the solo queue rank with what he's been doing in 5s too. And that's when you get to the likes of players that you can't ignore. And those have been the players that have made it in the past. And so I know that UG has definitely proven he's a player you can't ignore at this level, but it's been nice to see Zamudo kind of ride those coattails, catch up, and honestly reach, I'm not going to say the same footing, but start to reach similar footing as Keel.
Oh,
not so sneaky.
God. I gotta figure out what the comms were right there, because he literally stopped in front of the bar. She's like, are they in there?
Sneakier than what he was, yeah. Happens.
So you know what it is? You know what it is? The PPA Assassin skin looks like a snowball. So maybe, you know, he thought the snowball was there. I don't know.
I respect the reach, Mizzell. I'm not gonna follow you.
It's been a day of very one-sided games. I'll just say that. Like I said earlier, like I was hoping I was gonna get to change my tune, but this has been the most one-sided day of League of Legends that I've casted in a long time.
Yeah, it has, as Spyrax.
Oh, he's in a 1v3 again. How does he find himself in these positions? Nobody knows, but Dark Zero Dragonsteel are here to make him pay. And Zamudo goes down. My God, man! These people, they have family! Please, leave them alone, Zamudo. You're just angry. A double kill comes through for the Gangplank and make it a triple on top of that. A clean ace comes through for Dark Zero Dragon Steel, and it truly is just the beginning of the end.
And they're going bot. This might be a sub-Baron win as Dark Zero Dragon Steel continue to take care of business on the Rift and be
This could be the
top
fastest
team.
game.
This will be the fastest game, yeah.
This is gonna be it. I mean, Dark Zero, they had the fastest game before against CCG, and they will break that heftily. The last one was 24 minutes and 53 seconds, and now just playing with their food, circling around 23 and a half minutes. We have reached a new era of dominance for Dark Zero Dragon Steel, as they are finding everything they want here in NACL, and what they want is an undefeated season. Spyrax is flexing on them, and that will be the continuation of the lordship of Dark Zero Dragon Steel.
I mean, it's just wild to think that that is the top collegiate squad versus the number 3 collegiate squad, and just to see the difference between them, the difference between them and the NACL standings as well. The fact that Dark Zero is finding themselves on top of multiple leagues. Again, this is a position that Maryville has been in before. But in terms of how dominant this team's been compared to others, I don't know if it's ever a position that they've been in before. I think this is the best they've ever looked. As, again, this team just continues to impress, continues to prove that they are the team to beat, and we've yet to see a team break them. It really feels like... I don't know where you break them, too. That's going to be the real question here.
It's got to be across the board. I think... Little caveat to that, I do think that power scaling has definitely changed a little bit in the total scheme of NACL, but it still does not take away from the fact that this team is in these games looking like a completely different level from teams that are in the same league as them, right? And I think that's the biggest difference maker, is even with the competition that we have, even if it's really just like a 3-team race right now at the top, it's still one where Dark Zero Dragon Steel are looking at that spot in LTA and saying, that's mine, baby.
That'd be crazy to think
that
about.
That would be insane. Dude, Clerky is going to go massively insane if that happens. Like, imagine the building of this solid developmental pipeline through the years since their CLOL dominance all the way to the top. I mean, that'd be actually crazy.
I mean, at the moment, you know, if you have a best of 5 between Dark Zero Dragon Steel and Disguise right now, I think I'm taking Dark Zero Dragon Steel. So... I mean, it's wild to think that LTA team is going to have some work to do if they want to take down these guys. The challenge for them is just going to be, they are the team to beat. They need to continue to perform at this level while being the team to beat. It's really hard sometimes to stay on top. We have seen past iterations of Maryville, you know, do really well in NACL, not be able to put it together for CLOL, as they still have that CLOL championship drought. They're looking to break in that league this year, but... of course, NACL, they are the reigning champs, and sure as hell playing like the reigning champs, as they just look more dominant than what I've ever seen this team be like. And again, the last 5 years I've covered this squad, it is ballistic to think how good these guys are playing right now.
And it's not just one person. That's like,
it's a team effort.
It's literally everybody just having absolute pop-off games.
But also, your top laner's up like 1,000 gold at 15 every game,
dude,
so that helps.
Man. Yeah, I asked it in the game, and maybe not as much weight since it was a little bit chaotic in the moment, but like, if we were to start talking about most valuable prospect, I think Zamudo would have to be on that list.
I think Zamudo is the winner if the split ends today. I feel like that's not a hot take at all, as again, he continues to just be really, really, really impressive on the Rift this year. Really appreciated how he's grown. I did see him in the offseason. Shout out to Parth, the old GM for TSM, did run the Cyto Combine with his company. Had a giant combine, narrowed up into 10 players that ended up heading out to LA. Did see both Zamudo and Hoarder were the 2 top laners that were represented up there. Just to see Zamudo, again, still some of that's a little bit on the quieter side, but was for sure more vocal and much better at communicating to his team what was good for him and what he needed. That was a big theme of that combine for all those players, just getting them to talk more. Really feel like it helped him grow, and he was one of the 2 players, I believe, that won the trip out to Korea that Parth awarded for the guys. So it just really speaks to, even in that talent pool, got narrowed down and came up Zamudo for someone like Parth, who, of course, ran TSM, was a part of the TSM Junior program, too, while it was there. It had Johnson involved in it, right? Sword as well, who is still competing with Winthrop today. So, yeah, I again, just really speaks to what this player has been able to do. He put in the work this past offseason, and it continues to pay off this season.
It does indeed. I think if you're looking on, oh god, it's literally deja vu. It happened twice the same way. If you're looking at some positive for Supernova, I think it still has to be Asila. I think there were some tough moments across the board. Again, I don't think they were able to overcome the theme of beating themselves in this series. But I still think Asila put up a very respectable game number 2 against Spyrax, and just trying to be a win condition for his team.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any bright spot for Supernova this one, it has to be Asila. I still feel like the Supernova squad, we saw these 2 games get really out of control. I think if the mission was for them to not beat themselves, they didn't help themselves enough with that mission in this game. I appreciate the idea with the Nunu and the comp that needs to play very quickly, but it's I just want to see more consistency out of this team, because when we have seen that, like week 2, they looked really good.
They did.
And I think that like that's the version of this team and the version of Shogo I want to see. I think when things get hectic like this, I mean, they have again really hurt themselves at times in these series, which feels bad. Again, common themes we have in NACL and for young teams. Of course, Supernova rocking that younger mid laner as Asila had a better look today, but still looking to put things together and need to quickly, as this is a 1-win team that is at risk of being in that promotion relegation tournament for NACL.
And Dark Zero Dragon still yet to drop a game. And that's a perfect setup going into next week, where their matchup will be near Airport, the final bastion, it feels like. I mean, yeah, AMI and Blue Otter, oh my god, it would be incredible if they could take a win over Dark Zero. But the person on paper that is standing before this Titan is near Airport, and the group of legacy players to try to put them down. And honestly, if Dark Zero Dragons are performing like this, I don't think anybody can stop them.
It's a team that's playing really, really well on the Rift right now. It really is just about continuing to stay hot and do what they need to do to stay on top. Is game velocity going to increase with, of course, that CLAW bracket rather exciting. I think it's appropriate to have some cross promotion there with the double CLAW matchup we have here. So I'm excited. I got co-streaming rights for CLAW. Definitely really excited to tune into a lot of the games there. As you can see, our top college teams do find themselves in this league, and I think level of play we've seen from these guys have been very respectable. Excited to see it in that tournament as well. Yeah. But again, I mean, I think the story for this team is can they do the NACL plus CLAW win? That's never been done before, and it really feels like if any team's going to pull it off, it's going to be this one.
Yeah, I agree. And that's the crazy thing, is we still have so much time until that LTA spot is on the table, right? Like, we have to wait until the end of the year. But it's something where if you're building up to that point, it feels really good along the way to have that kind of journey. And I know this program has been through a lot of different changes, a lot of iterations, but it's been a program that has consistently delivered top-tier talent to Tier 2. So I'm just happy to see them have so much more of a stake, even if you look back to like a year and a half ago, right? And you're seeing some of the struggles in that first, but you can see that incremental advantage gained over time. I do believe we are getting ready for our interview. We get to speak to none other than the Pike aficionado, as Mr. Zyko is going to be coming to join us. My man, you got to flex a little bit today. Feels like an easy win. How are you feeling after remaining completely undefeated in NACL 2025?
Feeling good so far, being undefeated still, but there are still improvements to be made. But happy overall, just being undefeated.
Yeah, I mean, Zyko, obviously, you're a player. You've played in back-to-back finals. Now find yourself at the top of the league again. What's different about this run and this experience? Obviously, Sajad is different next to you in the bot lane, but it really feels like you guys are on a form that I haven't seen you guys hit before. What's been working for you? What do you really credit as to being the difference to make sure that you have been as dominant as you've been so far in NACL?
To be honest, I wouldn't say like we're like as dominant right now as we should be, but right now we're still getting to like know more about each other and practicing more together. So I think later on, like in the run, we'll definitely showcase a lot more new things and whatnot.
That's terrifying. That is legitimately terrifying that you think that way, because you've been putting people in the dirt. I got to talk a little bit about your drafts here, especially trying some things out, but using a lot of the flexibility in draft and taking some comfort picks. What did you feel was the angle for the Pike? Why did you guys end up going for that one? And do you think that's kind of an extension of what you've been growing in terms of your guys' champ pool?
Well, to be honest, we've never really practiced with Pike, but when they picked Karma like that and they banned Rakan and Nautilus, I was like, guys, like, I only have two choices, like Blitzcrank or Pike, and they said, like, whatever you're more comfortable with, like, just go for it. And Pike is, like, I really like Pike into Karma in most cases, so we just decided to just send it and have fun a little bit.
I mean, it looked really good. I thought you played it really well, and it was nice that you got that freedom before you got put back in Milio jail again, of course. So.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Yeah, nice. Zyko, I know that, I mean, it's almost tough to, like, figure out what to talk to you guys about with things that, like, have been, like, so one-sided, but I know the one team that we're excited to see you guys face that might be able to break the one-sided streak is near Airport. What's it going to be like for you guys this upcoming week, prepping against a team that has not only proven that they're solid in NACL this split, but of course come with the pedigree that that team does?
Well, the thing is, we're going to be traveling for a college tournament, so the other Dark Zero team will be playing against Near Airport.
Interesting.
As we'll be in Florida on Wednesday.
Interesting.
That's a banger.
So,
okay.
So it won't be us.
Okay.
For reference, Lyco, do you want to walk through your teammates? As of course you do share the arena with 10. Who's going to be on the riff for you guys for that match?
It's going to be Kryra, Hoarder, Toasty Alex, Cryogen, and Spawn.
I don't know if Hoarder can play, but we might have to figure that one out. Might be a Coach Niles angle in this league. Yeah,
the 11,
might be a Coach.
The 11 roster.
Yeah, I mean, has Coach Niles been playing the game a lot of late, or is he gonna have to shake some rust off?
Well, he's been very busy taking care of his newborn, so he hasn't. Yeah, congrats to him. But
I feel like that's a good excuse. Yeah.
Interesting. So then I gotta ask you: do you have any reservation of not being able to play against the Airport? Are you just like, oh, we'll meet back up with them in the playoffs?
Yeah, I don't think we our roster of 5 will be playing against them. Like, highly likely we won't be. So, but hopefully.
Are you sad you don't get to face?
I'm super sad. Yeah. I'm super sad.
Okay. That's what I want to know.
You know what? Saving it for playoffs, hopefully, right?
There you go.
Yeah, saving it for playoffs.
All right.
I'm sure the other boys got it though.
Yeah, absolutely. no matter, no faith. Now I gotta ask you though, anything you want to shout out? Anybody you want to talk about before we let you go?
Just shout out to my family, my girlfriend, and my friends and teammates, and the org for supporting and watching our games. So, yeah.
Appreciate you, Zyko. It was a pleasure to get to talk to you.
Games in, man. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Take it easy. I'm gonna go ahead and take it back from him now, and that will be the adieu to our day. Get to talk to Zyko a little bit. What a leak! What a drop! It's not even the matchup we were building up towards, but it might just be another gigabanger because that team is also very good.
I was about to say it's kind of the Pulse roster that was promised. So I think that he meant to say Tenacity top instead of Hoarder. Which, if that is the case, I mean, that is a really competitive team. We had that team, if it was going to be the original Pulse roster, ranked pretty highly in NACL. So crazy to think that the second team of Maryville is it. The question used to be, whether they top 8 in CELO or not. Now it's going to be if they can beat Near Airport or not in NACL, which is crazy.
Dude, it completely changes the narratives moving forward, though. I'm just saying. It completely changes all the narratives. I'm very excited for that. That man deserves to be on the riff. If anyone's going to
contest Spyrax and Pobelter, I think it could be Toasty. So we get to see Toasty go up against Pobelter. That'll be a fun one. I'm looking forward to that.
It'll be a good time. We do have our MVP, though. We'll see who gets it. I do believe it's got to be the KDA player of that last one as well. I think it would probably be Zamudo. But we'll see exactly who we have for our MVP on the day. It is Zamudo, a KDA of 19 on the Gangplank. Into Stray, and that feels good.
I keep on spam refreshing GOL to see if the gold difference at 15 has been updated yet for Zamudo. But without the Gangplank game, he did eclipse the up 1K gold on average at 15 mark. And you got to believe that the Gangplank game is going to push that one a little bit higher for Zamudo, who continues to be very impressive in this early split. And As you highlighted, Mizzell, I 100% agree with you. We're almost at the halfway point of the split. Got to talk about most valuable prospect. I think at the moment, if the split ended tomorrow, that picks Zamudo, and it's a pretty easy pick to make.
Yeah, which is hilarious because I know Yuji was saying, you know, what else do I need to do to be an LTA team? I'll just win most valuable prospect again, and then his teammate is giving him a run for the money on the 3-peat.
I mean, now it's going to be like, what else do we need to do? It's like, hey, man, maybe gank top a little bit less. You know? You might have to send him
See what he does without you, all right? See what he can. Does he survive, all right? See the Warwick top for Zamudo now. Dude, that was a throwback, man. I miss our Warwick tops as well. But yeah, I mean, it's just a Dark Zero Dragonsteel world, and we're just living in it.
They top standings for the NACL, and excited to take that big picture look. Of course, thanks for tuning in today. If you guys are still watching,
the longest 4 games of all time.
It was a crazy pause. I don't know if the game time was actually shorter than the pause. I know that was a poll made by one of our fellow casters. I will say the pre-Baron victory from Dark Zero definitely helped a bit with that one.
Yeah.
So they might have actually caught back up to it in the end. But shout out to everyone at home is still tuning in to NACL. Really appreciate you guys today. And of course, appreciate Liga Ace helping us out behind the scenes too. As this tech issues were a little bit out of our control. You know, sometimes you guys got a front row seat of what can happen to the TR when you know, stuff happens. So anyway, ready to look at our standings, Mizzell, see what where we're at the end of the day.
Yeah, speaking of stuff happening, things did happen today. As we see some movement, Luminosity gonna be up at that 2nd place, obviously near airport. Still a game to catch up to them. But it is a little bit of movement of the rest of the board here as well. Unfortunately, Supernova going to be right down there in the 1 and 4 spot. Need to find a way to get out. I mean, 4 games left for majority of our teams at least.
Yeah, and I got to say that 1 and 2 seed, you get a buy-in playoffs. Big deal. And if you are in that gray bottom 4, you miss playoffs. Bottom 2 is the line for relegation. So we might add that one later on in later weeks as we get a little bit closer to that. But of course, we are not done yet with week 4, Mizzell. We still have some games left tomorrow.
We got some fun ones tomorrow, too, as we'll be covering those here in just a little bit as well. It is a little bit of a one-sided weekend, at least in most part, but it is that first series that is going to be the banger. CCG taking on Winthrop University, and then Near Airport taking on AMI. The rookiest of rookies versus the legends of legend.
Yeah, I am excited for that first series tomorrow. I think I know how the second series is going to go, but I feel like Winthrop have looked a little bit stronger than where they're at in the standings. Again, have been a bit of a pleasant surprise so far.
Can't believe you're doubting AMI.
Hey, to be fair,
I actually give them a little bit more of a chance against the airport. That team is magical sometimes, man. I don't understand it.
The more I've doubted AMI, the better they've looked.
Exactly.
Sadly for me, that happens quite a bit with teams, you know. But hey, that's okay. If teams get to improve, we love improvement. Always honor the scaling. So we'll see if we get some of that scaling and see if AMI can pull off the impossible.
Hey,
play the games for a reason.
Name. That's all I'm saying. If you want to check out any of that updated info, anything along those lines, go check out our socials. They'll be scrolling in the top left as well. But man, what a day! It was a little bit of a long one. They were completely one-sided. I think we had 3 wins that were over like 13,000 gold out of 4 wins, but it was still a continuation of expectations, really, here in NACL.
Again, we weren't expecting a long day. NACL always finds ways to surprise us. Today wasn't exactly the way that we were hoping to be surprised, but hey, shout out to everyone at home sticking with us, and congrats to Dark Zero and Luminosity Gaming, who continue to prove that there are teams to beat in this league.
Indeed. Well, that is going to be it for the day. Thank you all again so much for sticking along all the issues that we had. Again, Liga Ace deserves a huge shout out for powering through all these issues. And Cubby, thank you for going through it and talking about all these weird shenanigans we got through today. We'll be back same time, same place tomorrow, so make sure you don't miss it. And we'll see you for more NACL action. Engaged. Tactical looking for his rocket jumps. You have to watch for Hub, though. He got his Trinity Force. At least he has a little bit more damage there. Tactical can't get caught out. They're going to have a fighting chance. Reaper's Wall used. The Rift Herald's getting low, but the Eye is on the other side now. Re-engaged into the middle of that team fight. Tactical has been untouched this whole time. He's looking for resets now as well. LG a little bit scattered to the wind, but 4 strong in the middle of it all. Here goes the fight on a Fake God. Fake God is down. Zazel and Tactical still that saving grace. Insanity hits the charm, but it's on the Tubbs. Buster shot back. It's not going to be enough to get Bio. Here goes Tactical, bouncing on him like a Goomba. You get one, maybe looking for two. Another reset comes in, and Tactical's popping off on this Tristan. The third inhib will finally fall, so double super minions spawning. And the Mega Gnar into the combo, and Tomio goes dominant. They are just padding the KDAs at this point. Tomio wants to go ahead and go in. Get the two-man sleep going golden as Adam. Is it going to be enough time? LG, they're just pouncing on him, man. This is unfair. Over 16,000 gold in the lead. LG will smash home a 2-0.
Oh, I hate to say this series kind of looked the way that we expected it to look. Usually pretty good at Karma, kind of being that thematic counter.
Oh, kills caught. He's going to try to tank that one up, though. Crescent Guard is buying so much time.
Spyrax.
It's Spyrax with the Realm Warp on the other side. The ultimate pincer maneuver. It is just magical to watch Dark Zero Dragonsteel pick apart the map like surgical precision. That'll be the final kill. That'll be a clean and full total.
And
this could be the fastest game.
This will be the fastest game, yeah.
This is gonna be it. I mean, Dark Zero, they had the fastest game before against CCG, and they will break that heftily. The last one was 24 minutes and 53 seconds, and now just playing with their food, circling around 23 and a half minutes. We have reached a new era of dominance for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, as they are finding everything they want here in NACL, and what they want is an undefeated season. Spyrax is flexing on them, and that will be the continued